A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Stations. Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately. That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go. Firefighters. Firefighters, the true-to-life story of America's unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll take you to the home of young Tim Collins, rookie fireman, at a moment when it looks as if he's about to lay hands on the culprit who rang in the false alarm that nearly cost Tim his life when, you remember, Tim was thrown from the ladder truck and sent to the hospital with a broken arm. Evidence has just turned up right in the Collins home. But first, here's something you'd like to know. Let's go, firefighters! Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has recovered from his broken arm and will soon be ready for service. Meanwhile, like every other man in the city fire department, he's looking for the owner of a certain red and green knit glove, the glove that was found under the firebox from which the mysterious culprit rang in the nearly fatal false alarm. To celebrate his recovery, Tim has invited his family, including brother Jimmy and sister Trudy, to go to the movies. As they prepare to leave the house, Mrs. Collins, Tim's mother, says to 14-year-old...
Better put your gloves on, Jimmy. It's pretty cold.
Oh, he can't, Mummy. He lost one.
I didn't either. Only lost one of them. See, here's the other one right here in my pocket.
Jim, let me see that glove.
What's the matter, son?
Oh, this glove of Jimmy's. Yes, it's for the right hand. On the night of the blizzard, somebody dropped a glove, a red and green knitted glove for the left hand, under the box where he rang in that false alarm.
Jimmy, what does this mean?
Oh, Mom, I lost my glove. That's all it means.
You lost your glove where?
I know, Tim. I know, Mummy. Why, he lost it.
Don't you dare say a word. Keep still. They think I'd pull a false alarm. I don't care what they think.
Oh, now, Jimmy, wait a minute. This is serious business. We don't want to think anything like that, but there's the evidence. If you can clear yourself... Look, just tell us where you lost that other glove.
Oh, if I knew where it got lost, it wouldn't be lost, would it?
Let me, Tim. Now, Jimmy, look at me.
Yes, Mom.
Jimmy, you're a truthful, helpful, honest boy.
Oh.
Yes, you are. And I'm going to ask you just one question, Jimmy. Do you know anything at all about that false alarm the night of the blizzard?
No, Mom. Honest, I don't.
Well, then. Tim?
All right. I believe you, Jimmy. And, well, I won't even mention to Chief Cody that you have or had a glove like the one the arson squad is trying to trace. At least I won't mention it yet.
Glory be, that's over. And now, Tim Collins, you invited us all to the movies. Are you going to take us, or are you not?
All right, you folks go on into the lobby, Mom. I'll get our tickets.
Come along, you two. We'll wait inside where it's warm.
4 seats, please, downstairs. Thank you, miss.
Evening, Collins.
Who's that? Oh, hello, Chief Cody.
You didn't recognize me, huh?
Oh, no, sir, not in civilian clothes.
Well, say, if you're going inside, why don't you sit with us, Chief?
I'd like to, son, but I'm on duty. Just doing a little plain clothes work.
Oh, on that false alarm case?
That's it. We tipped off the men on duty in theaters and other public places to keep an eye out for the mate to that red and green glove.
You know, it doesn't seem likely the culprit would keep it when the pair's been broken.
No, it's a thin chance, Collins.
Yes, sir, unless... Chief Cody, if there's going to be a wave of false alarms...
Right. One glove's enough to prevent fingerprints when the rascal pulls another box.
Now we'll wait right here till Tim gets the tickets. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Cassidy. There's Mrs. Cassidy. She has a recipe I want. Look, Jimmy, Trudy, you stand here and watch for Tim.
Right.
Oh, Mrs. Cassidy, before you go in, I'd like to...
Jimmy.
Huh?
Jimmy, why don't you let me tell them where you lost your glove? So they can be sure you weren't mixed up in that false alarm.
Don't you dare. If anybody tells, it's got to be me. Besides, I don't know where I lost it. All I know is how. Besides, plenty of kids wear gloves just like mine. I bet they lose them all the time.
Huh? Where'd you ever see anybody wearing gloves like that?
I forget, but I did so see somebody. I bet I'll remember who in a minute.
Hey, look at Jimmy Collins. Look at Jimmy out with his kid sister. Yay, Jimmy's gonna take his kid sister to the movie.
You watch yourself, Droopy, and never mind that fresh talk about my sister.
Silly old thing. Always pushing in where you're not welcome.
Oh, hey, you don't have to get sore. Can't you take a joke?
All right, but watch yourself.
Hey, look, some movie tonight, huh?
Yep, there's a big fire in the main feature. That's why we came. It's all about firemen.
Me too. I've seen it twice before. Oh, boy, when the fire trucks come screeching up the street, clang, 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 and the people all screaming and yelling. That's what I like. When they're yelling for help and they got the levers and lights get out of it.
Oh, hush, you're making so much noise. Everybody's looking at us.
Yeah, well, there'll be more noise than that when the special attraction begins. You'll be screaming and yelling same as the rest. Special attraction. That's good.
Oh, that droopy Dolan gives me the creeps.
Hey, kids, where's Mom? Oh, there she is with Mrs. Cassidy. Hello, Mrs. Cassidy. Come on, kids, let's pick up Mom and go get our seats. I was delayed talking to Chief Cody out at the ticket office.
Well, motorists, here's a special idea for you. Long-distance touring...
Jimmy, stop wiggling around.
Yes, Mom.
Travelers in strange cities...
Trudy,
not make the mistake...
I just thought of something. I remember who had gloves just like mine. But if I tell Tim, maybe he'll think I'm making it up.
Oh.
Shh, don't say anything, but maybe Chief Cody should know.
But Tim saw him at the ticket window just now.
Hey, what's the matter with you two? Can't you keep still and watch the picture?
I'm thirsty.
Well, go get a drink then. And you better hurry or you'll miss the part in the picture where the fire starts.
All right, then. Let me out. Excuse me, Mom.
And now here's a very special safety idea for you. Here's something I know about.
Chief Cody, could I see you a minute?
Well, Jimmy Collins.
Chief Cody, I knew somebody who had a pair of gloves like the ones you're looking for.
What's that? Who is it, son?
It's a fella that goes to Northside School with Trudy and me. Golly gosh, Chief Cody, I don't want to be a squealer.
I understand, Jimmy, but this isn't squealing. This is detective work.
Well, if somebody goes around pulling false alarms, he's got to be stopped. And if I know something about the case, I guess, maybe it's a kind of duty to tell.
It is your duty, son. It's your duty to help protect your neighbors and your own family, too. You understand what I mean?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, tonight, when Mom left Trudy and me waiting right over there, I was just trying to remember where I saw a pair of gloves like that, and... Golly, what's that?
Oh, just the movie, son. That's the big fire scene in the picture. All right, go ahead now.
Oh, I'm gonna miss it. Oh, well, never mind. Well, the fellow I was trying to remember walked right up to Trudy and me, and he said...
Fire! Fire! Run for your lives!
That didn't sound like a movie, Chief Cody.
Hold it a minute, Jimmy.
Fire! The theater's burning! Run! Everybody run!
You're right, Jimmy. That's some maniac spreading a panic.
Everybody run!
Jimmy, there's the manager's office there behind that door. Now get inside that office and wait until I come for you. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Some fool back there is hysterical.
People, Tim, if they lose their heads and start rushing for the exit.
Yeah, someone's going to get hurt. Mom, you and Trudy stay here. Don't leave your seats until the aisles are clear.
All right.
Run, everybody,
Well,
run!
here comes trouble, Mom. Let me out the aisle.
Run for your lives!
I got you.
Hey, let go! Run! Everybody, run!
Stop that yelling. You're starting a panic. Lights! Turn on the house lights.
Let go! You let me go!
I'll let you go when I find it. Hey, come back here.
Try and catch me! Let me through! Let me go!
I got you.
Ease
This
up
time
there.
you want...
Ease up. This is Chief Cody.
Oh, sorry, sir. I was trying to... Well, this is Tim Collins, Chief.
Oh, good. Just the man I want. We've got to calm these people down.
Where'd the fire start, Chief?
There's no fire at all.
What?
Just some lunatic driving the audience wild with fright.
Oh, Chief, I had my hands on him. He broke away.
Never mind that. We'll get him in time. Now, Collins, you get up on that stage. Tell these people there's no danger before they kill themselves jamming the exit.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way. All right, let me through. All right, fire department, mister. Let me by.
All right, now, take your seats. There's no danger. There's no fire. Now, take your seats, please. Oh, great Scott, another false alarm. That fiend has fouled up half the fire department with another false alarm.
Now there's a case of one person playing a cruel practical joke, threatening the lives of hundreds of innocent people in a theater audience. But Tim Collins and Chief Cody are on the spot. Jimmy Collins, Tim's younger brother, has remembered where he saw a pair of red and green knit gloves like the one the arson squad is trying to trace, and the case is rushing toward its climax. For what happens next, listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But first, here's a message you don't want to miss. And now, Chief Bob Cody, with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody calling you to attention for your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to take special precautions next time you go to the movies or any place where crowds assemble. Make special note of the emergency exits. Make a plan in your own mind of how you would walk to safety and lead others in case of fire. And boys and girls, promise me this. If you are ever in such a place when fire breaks out, keep your heads. Keep cool and walk. Do not run. Now, I repeat, do not run. Walk to the nearest exit. Well, that's all. Goodbye for now, and you'll be hearing from me soon.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go! Firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll. Those who have been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemists to the medical profession since 1858, bring you a delightful comedy drama one Sunday afternoon. And as our star tonight, you will hear the distinguished actor Jimmy Stewart, who has twice been nominated as Best Actor of the Year, and in 1940, he won the Academy Award. story of a small town, and small town people, and of a small love affair, if any love affair can be small. And, well, it all ends up all right. Makes you wonder if it was so small after all. The things that happened one Sunday afternoon. In the good old summertime. Oh, boy. You know, every bottle of beer makes that song sound better. Yes, dear?
Do you want me to come out there?
You don't want to see my wife, do you, son? Yeah. No, it's all right, honey. You just stay in there. It's all right.
Making all that racket? If I hear any more, I'll come out there and put you both out of the house.
All right, now get out of that dentist chair, Snappy. Who's the dentist around here? You or me? Okay, Biff. You're the doctor. But it's comfortable. I got a good notion to pull all your teeth out. No, I'll get out. Good old Snappy. Gee whiz, you remember when we were kids together? Do you remember Avery's Park way back there? Yeah, it was you and me and Beansy Miller and Hugo Barnstead. Oh, yeah, that guy. Hugo Barnstead. And Virginia Brush was stuck on her. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, I wasn't stuck on her. Yes, you was, Biff. You was in love with her. And you used to sing in good old summertime. Oh, sure, I used to sing that song. But Virginia liked it. She was a swell girl. Hugo stowed her away, and she was yours. Yeah, Hugo was just a plain, everyday skunk. I never liked him. I bet I could have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her. That's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl, you know. So? Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Dicko with the Majestic. Yeah, sure, Biff Grimes is here. I'll put him on. For you, Biff. It's Dicko with Majestic Hotel. Hello? Huh? It's Sunday. Never work on Sundays. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a walk. Huh? Well, I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes is important, too. All right, so he's a bank president. Who? What? Hey, what'd you say his name was? Oh, Hugo Barnstead, huh? Oh, send him right over. In the good old summer. You gonna pull Hugo's tooth? Yeah. Guess I'll be getting home. Yeah, stay where you are. Come here. I'll do it. I'll get even. He stole Virginia from me, and that's not all. All right, come on, Hugo Barnstead, bank president, and get your tooth pulled. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime. Where's the dentist? Why, Biff Grimes. So you did become a dentist, huh? Been a long time, Hugo. Yeah. Must be 25 years. Yeah. Let's see, the last time I saw you was when we had that little trouble at the factory. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, look, I got an awful toothache. I want gas, too, huh? Hey, look, right up here, see? Hurts like the deuce. I wanted to wait until I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me. And she said all right. Which one is it? This one. Is it? Oh, yeah. See it up there? My assistant, Miss Robinson's off today, and Snappy Downer will take her place. No, wait a minute. Oh, Biff. Oh, you remember Snappy Downer. Uh-huh. Now, I just want you to inhale deep. Okay. Just deep as you can. Uh-huh. Inhale. Just fill your lungs up. Are you getting any gas? That's fine. Inhale. I remember it all. Just like it was yesterday. I thought you were going to marry Virginia, but I fooled you. Hugo Barnstead. Well, I've got you right where I want you, you little crawling rat. Go on and breathe. That's it. I remember Hugo Barnstead in Snyder's Garden. Yesterday, sure, it was yesterday. Avery's Park. And Amy and Virginia. We used to go over there. Yeah, I remember. Seems like yesterday. Only yesterday. Hello, girl.
Hello.
Yeah, you brought your girlfriend along.
Yes.
Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
He's all right. What is I guess he's all right.
Well, introduce me. Oh, I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Sure.
This is Biff Grimes. Biff, this is Virginia.
How do you do? How did you know my name was Virginia?
That's for you to find out, little girl. That's for you to find out. We men never tell anything we know. I guess we could tell a lot of things we wanted to, eh, Hugo? You betcha. You betcha, yes, sirree. Yeah. What's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, I forgot. This is Miss Lind, Amy Lind. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Barnstead. My name's Grimes, Biff Grimes. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
That's right.
Oh, let me think what it was.
John Marshall School.
John Marshall? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You were a funny-looking little thing then, weren't you?
I always liked you, Biff. Amy. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Well, you could have waited. I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the girls sort of stuck on me in those days. Well, I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't be bad, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy? I like the college ice.
Oh, that's swell. Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it last night. You'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yeah.
Yes, sirree. What is it, Biff? Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream. And we won't sit up at the counter either. Goldstein got chairs and back. He did it at my suggestion. It gives the place sort of a sporty atmosphere. Just like New York. Well, come on, let's go. Say, I've had my eyes on you, Virginia. You can take the little girl, Hugo. Oh, sure, Biff. Come on, Virginia. You're littler than Amy.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Hey, wait a minute here. Hey, what do you do? Well, that guy has a nerve.
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, come on. Hey, Virginia, I'm sorry I got into that fight. Here we are at Snyder's Garden. You're sore already.
Hugo Barnstead wouldn't act like you. He's a perfect gentleman.
Well, that fella intelligent.
I despise fisticuffs.
Oh, Virginia, won't you give me a chance? Honest, I'm crazy about you. I can't sleep night or day thinking about you, and my brain's going around and around, and I get dizzy.
I'm not in the least interested. Oh, there they are. Yoo-hoo! Virginia, they're gone.
Oh, yoo-hoo. Here they come. Always finding us. Hello. We were overlooking at the goldfish pond. Boy, I'll bet you there's a million fish in there.
And they're real, too, honest. They're swimming all over.
Oh, that's wonderful. Hey, Biff, there's that fella you had a fight with.
Don't you start anything again.
I'm not starting anything.
I'm warning you, Biff Grimes.
I can keep my mouth shut, my hands to myself. Oh, don't worry, Virginia. Biff knows how to handle him. Hey, that's some beauty you got there. You'd think she'd go out with somebody decent.
We're going. Come on, Biff. Come on, Amy.
I could like a cutie myself. And I'd do more than just hold a little hand if she was out with me. Come on now, I don't want to get in any fight.
Biff?
What was that last remark? Huh? That last remark? What about, wise guy? What are you going to do? Stand up. What for? I want to see how hard I can knock you down.
Biff, you promised.
I don't care. I wouldn't let a remark like that go by. His cutie tells him what to do. All right, get up.
Biff Grimes, look out, he's got a knife.
I'll shove it down his throat.
Biff Grimes, I never want to see you again. I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
I'll see you over at Avery's Park Wednesday evening, sharp.
Hugo, take me home. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Nice in Avery's Park at night, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Haven't you seen Virginia?
No, not since the picnic.
Haven't you called her or anything?
No.
You were going to meet her here.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Oh, it's after 9 now.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, will you tell me?
What?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Well, yes. Yes, I love her. I just maybe I got a little too crazy about her. Sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works up to your neck and then it...
9:15. I guess Virginia isn't coming.
Yeah. Yep. Looks that way. Well, sure is nice out here, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, sure is swell.
After a while, the moon will be up. Last night it was up early. Oh, there it is now.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Beautiful. This time of night, things seem still and quiet. Soon fall will be here. Trees will look bare. Then winter. I don't like winter.
No?
No. I get awfully lonesome when winter comes.
Well, you get lonesome, Amy?
Yes.
I know. I get lonesome, too.
Do you, Biff?
Yeah.
Where's Amy and Biff? Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, Snappy. What are you doing over here?
Just taking a walk. Guess you heard the news.
What news?
Ain't you heard?
Well, it depends on what news you've heard.
Well, didn't you hear about Virginia?
Well, this is like...
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Married Hugo Barnstead. He's going to work for his uncle over in Toledo. Got a swell job. He and the happy bride are leaving on the midnight. We're going to throw rice and everything. I hear they got a lower sleeper.
Oh. That's good. Wow. What do you know about that?
Well, I guess I'll be running along.
All right, Snappy.
Gee, Biff, I'm sorry. It hurts, huh?
Oh, no. I don't know. It's just I hope when Hugo climbs into that sleeper, he breaks his legs.
Biff, that isn't nice.
All right, okay. I'm sorry. You're the first person who ever made me take something back, too. You're the first. Well, say, Amy.
Yes, Biff.
Well, there's no sense in two people being lonely in the winter, is there?
No, Biff.
Well, then how about me being your steady?
Do you want to?
Yes, I do.
All right, Biff.
All right. Well, gee, boy, it looks like there are a million stars out tonight, don't it? Well, all right, let's go. I'll walk as far as the gate with you, and then... And then, Amy, I think I'm going to kiss you.
In these last days of summer, every day is. For what is more exhilarating than the feel of a clean, spanking breeze and the sting of icy spray as it fans back from a plunging bow? That's real refreshment. Pleasing to the senses like the brisk, clean action of Squibb Dental Cream. For the very instant Squibb Dental Cream touches your teeth and gums, its mint-frosted smoothness makes your mouth tingle and leaves it feeling pleasantly exhilarated. And you may look for a refreshing difference in your smile, too. For the velvety polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream covers natural sparkles safely, not harming the most delicate tooth enamel, no matter how vigorously you brush. So, for a brighter smile, the mouth refreshed, use Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Awards, starring Jimmy Stewart in One Sunday Afternoon.
Biff, next Tuesday, Diana anniversary, you know.
Yeah, gosh, Amy. Funny wedding, wasn't it? Justice of the peace.
Old man Hawkeye.
Yeah. We didn't have any witnesses, so we called in those two men from the livery stable. Well, never mind, honey. Wait till I get my debts cleaned up, and then we'll have a swell wedding. We'll get married all over again.
I know we will. Why not put your books away for the night and take a walk? You've been at the factory all day.
Oh, say, did I tell you switching Hugo Barnstead from the Toledo branch over here beginning tomorrow morning?
Yes, I know. But didn't you tell me this afternoon?
Did you? Well, where did you meet Virginia?
On Main Street. She said they might stop over and see us tonight.
Well, I don't want to see him. How did Virginia look?
Well, in such clothes. They must have struck it rich.
Yeah.
You don't mind if they come, dear?
Oh, me? Well, no. Why should I? Hey, it looks like them now. Out there.
Oh, my. I've got the dishes put away. You talk to them for a minute.
Well, come here, Amy. Amy. I don't want to see them alone.
All right, dear. I'll open the door. Nice little place you have here, Amy. Well, it's comfortable anyway. You're both looking awfully well.
Thanks.
Don't you think so, dear?
Yeah.
A lovely dress. Oh, yes. I got it in Toledo. The store said it was imported from Paris. Really?
Yes, it would have been cheaper to move there.
Lovely. Don't you think so, dear?
Yes, yeah. I'm buying one for Amy for her birthday.
Oh, say, Biff. You know, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going at the factory. We're not making enough money.
Oh, no?
No, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. You see, you may be able to give up that silly dentist idea and become a businessman.
Well, let's get down to the point. What do you want?
Well, they tell me there are too many men laying off sick. I'm going to clean out that place. Too much dead wood. We're not running an old men's home. Too many old-timers, huh?
Well, I found the men good workers.
Well, you see, Biff, you mingle with the men. You can keep your eyes open and see what's going on.
No, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you can begin to notice them?
I don't understand.
Well, for instance, the department where you are. Now, some are on the job, but I suppose others aren't. Well, I want you to report to me, you see? Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
In other words, you want me to be a spy.
Oh. You see, Virginia? That's what I get for trying to help him out.
I didn't ask you for help. You came over here tonight to make a sneak out of me. You can get out.
Oh, now he's insulting me without any reason. I came here ready to...
No, Hugo, you don't understand. Oh, stop it, Hugo. I think you've made a fool of yourself.
I have not made a fool of myself. I think Biff Grimes is too stubborn for his own good. What's the sense of talking to a man without any brains? I'm going. Come on, Virginia.
It's all right. I can handle him. Good night, Amy. Doing home at this hour?
Well, I guess I got a little surprise for you, Amy. Down at the factory, you know what happened the other night?
Hugo?
Yes, Hugo, that little rat. His uncle called me into his office and asked me to give him that information Hugo wanted. Well, we had a few words and I quit.
Biff, tell me the truth. Did you have words with Hugo, too?
Oh, sure I did.
Did you strike him?
Well,
Tell me the truth.
Well, I didn't exactly strike him, but I gave him a little shove.
Oh, Biff, don't you see how we're fixed? If you went back and explained...
No, it's too late. I kind of lost my head, Amy. Something went wrong with the machinery. I guess it was my fault, and Hugo fired me. Wouldn't even give me my pay. I told him he had to give me my pay.
Oh, Biff.
But he's got to give me my pay, and I'm going to...
Biff, my mother's here visiting today. We can't tell her nothing yet. She'll be wondering why you're home. I'll fix it somehow. You wait here.
Good evening, officer.
Hello, Biff. It's a lot of you, don't they? You better come along quietly, Biff, and don't make any trouble. Hugo Barnstead wants you pinched. He swears you took a punch at him and came back and tried to rob the place. You had this gun.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet. My wife's in there. I just pulled it as a bluff. He wouldn't pay me my wages. I worked for them. I work hard. I couldn't lick the whole police force. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything for anybody. I was desperate, I tell you. only wondered what was coming to me.
Sorry, Biff, we can't do nothing. We gotta take you. Hugo has the whole factory to swear on his side.
Biff?
Oh, well, I know that's awful nice of you not to come up here. I appreciate it. I'm only too glad to accept your offer. Hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
No, there's nothing the matter. The cops are giving a clam bake down at the casino on Thursday, and they asked me to join the committee, so we're just going to go down there and arrange.
Well, wait for me. Wait for me. Stop! No, Bill!
Dropped off at the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me. Something told me you'd be out here at this old park. It's nice up here tonight. Spring.
Yeah.
It smells good in the earth and the trees. Everything seems to be waking up and new life coming in. I got out at 12 o'clock, and the warden shook hands with me. He was a nice guy. He's glad to see me, Amy.
You know I am, Bill.
Oh, gee. Feels good to see you. Feels good to be back. 2 years, it just seems like 10. Hey, that gramophone over there, what's the plan, man? Something new?
Let the rest of the world go by.
Guess we'll just have to do that, Amy.
All right.
Okay with you?
Wherever you go, Bill, I'll go.
Oh, look up at that old sky. Must be a million stars out. And the moon's up full.
Yes.
And it's spring. Let's walk home, Amy. Yeah, it seems just like yesterday. Avery Park and Amy.
Biff, are you going to pull that tooth?
Yeah?
I'm going home.
Stay right where you are.
I can't stand to walk.
Well, if it isn't my old-time sweetheart himself.
Hello, Virginia. How are you?
Well, you've kept your look. Say, have you pulled Goofy Jake's tooth yet? Do me a favor and put him out of his misery.
Hugo. Hugo.
Now, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Yeah?
Hugo, you all right? Look at me here. Here, take some water.
Is it out, huh? Can you see it? My dentist in Pittsburgh told me. Remember the time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but teeth.
Oh, Virgie.
Oh, don't, Virgie. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform an operation myself and you won't get gas.
Oh. How much do I owe you, Biff?
For me? Me? Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh? Well, as you wish.
Biff. By the way, how's your wife?
Well, she's very well.
Still married? Don't you work at it?
No, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
Well, goodness knows what I've suffered. Married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I want to go home. I don't feel good.
Well, come on, then. See you some other time, Biff.
Yeah. Sorry we can't stay and see your wife.
Well, she'll be sorry, too. Good afternoon.
What was all that commotion in here? Where's Snappy?
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah? Ready to take a walk? Get your hat. Sunday afternoon, everybody out.
Amy.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, Amy.
Oh, do you know, you're very sweet, very beautiful. I love you, Amy.
I love you, too.
And tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Our old car is getting pretty terrible looking.
Well, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. You know, there's a brand new taxi standing over there near the hotel. Hey, taxi! Hey, listen, drive up to the front door there and wait there. That's right. Just around the corner. Yeah, that's right. You see, Biff Rhymes and his best girl are going for a ride.
If you've been watching the news from Europe and Asia, you've probably read reports of progress in the war on starvation. You've probably read about some of the effective new weapons with which science has armed doctors who are fighting that war. Among those weapons are the amino acids, protein derivatives which help to restore health-building proteins quickly, where men, women, and children have been robbed of them through starvation. Only through constant research were such new aids developed. Only through continuing research can their further refinement and wider use be achieved. That is why at the House of Squibb, scientists are probing further into the possibilities in protein derivatives, working with the tireless thoroughness which has established Squibb leadership in medical research. Not only life-saving drugs, but all simple health necessities Squibb makes for your home use represent the fruit of such research. To make sure you get Squibb quality when you buy, ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award with a real treat for the entire family. A special treat for the children. Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Jimmy Stewart is soon to be seen in the Liberty Films Frank Capra production, It's a Wonderful Life. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Life of Riley, formerly heard at this time, will be heard 1 hour from now over most of these NBC stations.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Jimmy Stewart, production Magic Town, director William Wellman.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present some very public opinion. The motion picture story, Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart in his original role of Rip Smith. When all of mankind's darkest moments are written in the Golden Book of Time, there on a special page you'll find the agony of America's public opinion experts on the day that Harry Truman was elected president. And so it happened that next day, Rip Smith of the Rip Smith Public Opinion Surveys faced a cruel and bitter world.
Pardon me, but I represent a public opinion poll. A Republican. Madam, I represent a public opinion poll.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I guess I am.
What do you want?
Well, it's a matter of comparing your opinion to the average.
Drop dead.
Your average. Well, take a last look at the office, Ike. We're through. Finished.
Good. I'm looking for a job with more security.
Like what?
Like getting shot out of a cannon.
One account. We have one good newspaper account, and we lose it on the national election. Has Kincaid called you?
5 times.
Well, it was a beautiful career. Rip Smith. Hello, Mr. Kincaid. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about our public opinion poll. You say I should take my poll on... Oh, Mr. Kincaid, I know your readers are laughing at your paper, but I guess the joke's on us, huh? Mr. Kincaid. No sense of humor. Ike, let's see those poll reports again.
There's no report, Rip. There's only one town called Grandview that checks with the actual election results.
What's that?
Hit it right on the nose.
What? Hit it? Oh, wait, that's impossible. Now, let's see. Let me see that. Hey. Holy Hannah, it's a miracle.
No, it's not a miracle. I looked up Grandview and McGrath's election guides. They've been right for 50 years.
Ike, you wouldn't kid me, would you? Look, say, if this is true, hand me that census report.
What's the matter with you?
This might be it. A shortcut to public opinion polls. A magic town.
Oh, you loony.
I'm a genius. Give me that national breakdown chart there. Line them up. Check the figures.
I hate figures.
Ike, look. Grandview's population, males, females, it checks with the national sex ratio.
Yeah, they must be just dippy about Lana Turner movies.
Republicans, Democrats, religions, income groups, Ike, they check right down the line. It's a mathematical miracle. Why, in a town like this, we could analyze the entire country.
What about the people? They get self-conscious.
Yeah, they would. That's fatal. What we need is a cover-up. Let's see. What's wrong with the insurance business? Ike, we're a couple of insurance salesmen.
I see. We poll the town on the slide.
On the slide, that's right. And as long as it doesn't change, we can't miss. Now, Kincaid already has another outfit working out a poll on progressive education. Now, if we work fast, we can finish at the same time, offer it to Kincaid at half the price. After that, we're a cinch.
Well, why get excited? There's nothing in it but a fortune.
Grandview, I love it.
Welcome to Grandview, gentlemen. Welcome to Grandview. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've come to open an insurance office.
Yeah, but we can't talk now. I have to get back to city council meeting and listen to Mary Peterson. A crackpot girl wants to make changes.
Changes? What kind of changes?
All kinds. Change the whole town. We've been stabbed. Has a civic center plan. Step into the council room. Hear for yourself. Just hear for yourself.
Thanks. That's just what we'd like to do.
Summing up, gentlemen. Grandview is living 50 years in the past. My civic center plan will bring us up to date, attract new people, new business, make Grandview a better town to live in. That, gentlemen, is the plan. What is your opinion?
Changes. There goes the ball game.
Yeah, it isn't over the fence yet. Excuse me for butting in like
No,
this.
it's all right. Councilman and Miss Peterson, this is Mr. Rip Smith and Mr. Ike Sloan, insurance agent. Just arrived on the last train.
And I'd like to say that I've been searching for a town like this all my life. Now, Miss Peterson, you talk of changing it. But I'd like to tell you what I thought today as I walked through Grandview. And I saw the shade trees and its parks and its stately buildings, mellowed with age. The people in the streets, secure, happy. And I thought, here is beauty. Here is indescribable beauty. And I want to become a part of it, too. Now, please don't change it.
Mr. Smith, you saw and thought all this in less than an hour.
His watch was slow.
Yes.
Well, now, council members in favor of Mary Peterson's plan, say aye. Say aye. And let's go home to dinner.
Mr. Smith, I thank you.
Well, Miss Peterson, I feel as though I have become a part of Grandview already. First breakdown, Grandview poll on progressive education. In favor, 22.9. Against.
Hello, Rip.
Hi. Got any more interviews?
No, but you've got trouble. That Mary Peterson girl. She's the editor of the town newspaper. Here, look at this.
The newcomer has shoved his unwelcome proboscis into Grandview's affairs. If you're really here to sell insurance, Mr. Smith, you would do well to start building confidence and goodwill.
Pretty cute, huh?
Yeah, so was Lucretia Borgia. Hey, Ike, I got an idea. Hey, can you do this poll all by yourself?
Sure, why?
I'm going to devote myself to Miss Mary Peterson. I'm going to charm her into a living testimony of confidence and goodwill.
Well, that's fine, fine. You find the little lady at the Bijou soda fountain. Why don't you just dull her senses with ice cream delights?
Okay. And Ike, do a good job on the poll, will you? And when the going gets tough, think of me, making the supreme sacrifice. She was kind of cute, though.
Here you are, Miss Peterson. 1 double chocolate soda.
Thank you, Bill.
Make it 2, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's you.
Bloody but unbound.
Didn't you like the story?
Well, kind of unfair, wasn't it?
Mr. Smith, I don't trust you. A clever man like you knows that Grandview is already crowded with insurance agents. Furthermore, you've set my Civic Center plan back 6 months.
Here's your soda.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks. So there's 2 counts against me, huh? Well, answering point 1, a clever man like me doesn't mind competition. Point 2, I shot my mouth off on the city council without realizing what I was doing. If I've caused any damage, I'd like to repair it.
Drink your soda. I want to think. And just what do you want in return for your help?
A chance to help Grandview. Drink your soda.
Is that all?
And I think it's only fair that you retract that story.
Well, suppose we wait until Grandview is sure of you.
You mean until you're sure of me?
Drink your soda.
Hey, it's all gone. Look, there's not enough ice cream in it.
What do you mean, not enough ice cream?
Well, just not enough ice cream, that's
well,
all.
If you don't like our sodas, why don't you leave?
Well, because I can't.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and be shouted at. I'm leaving.
Well, no, wait. I'm Mary. I'm crazy about Granville sodas.
You've said quite enough.
Granville sodas have a charm all their own. The soft effervescence, the exquisite flavor, the satin texture. Oh, believe me, Mary, there's not another spot in America like Granville.
You have just heard Act 1 of Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart and presented by RCA Victor. Speaking of magic, another name for it is RCA Victor, which has pioneered one happy new world of entertainment after another for us all, in radio, in recorded music, in television. RCA Victor's latest for your family's happiness is the amazing new 45 RPM system. Dad will love the 45 for its price. It's the least expensive automatic record changer ever made, as little as $12.95. Mom will love the 45 because it means goodbye to the record storage problem. 150 records fit on 1 foot of ordinary bookshelf. Teenagers will love the 45 to dance to. The records change so fast there's no interruption to romance. The little kids will love the 45 because it's so easy to run. You press 1 button just once for up to 50 minutes of music. And you'll all love the 45 because it makes recorded music sound alive. Get your 45 soon at your RCA Victor dealer. Now, back to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart and featuring Virginia Gregg as Mary. While Ike Sloan secretly polls the magic town of Grandview, Rip Smith smooths the way to fame and fortune by romantically removing their main obstacle, newspaper editor Mary Peterson.
Hello?
Morning, Mary.
Rip, hello.
Look, there's a carnival up at Holbrook tonight, and I thought we might take a bunch of the Grandview youngsters and give them an evening out.
That's the come on.
But, Rip, we've been out every night.
Well, what if we were out last night? The newest member of the church social committee wants to take you to the party.
This is the setup.
Yeah, I sort of thought tonight we'd just walk up to the top of Loudon Hill. You can see all of Grandview in the moonlight.
And here comes the payoff.
Rip, it is beautiful, isn't it?
It's the most beautiful sight in the world.
You're not even looking at the town.
I'm looking at you.
Oh. Did you ever live in a small town before, Rip?
No. I know. I don't think I ever lived anywhere before. I worked in a lot of places, but here I'm living for the first time.
I'm glad, Rip. A person like you, someday you'll be running for mayor of Grandview. And you know something?
What?
I think I'd vote for you.
No, Mary. Hey, what do you know about that? Hey, I kissed you, didn't I?
And I kissed you back.
Yeah. Mary, look, I didn't bring you...
I know.
Mm.
Maybe it's the moonlight.
Yeah, I think there's a little too much moonlight. It's getting a little late. Let's sort of get back to town, huh, Mary?
All right, Rip.
Well, welcome to the office, Casanova.
That's very funny.
Looks like we're both doing a good job. I'm finishing the last chart, and you've got lipstick all over your stupid face.
Mm-hmm. Poll's done, huh?
Yep, there it is.
Now, if it only checks. A poll in a tenth of the usual time.
And a tenth of the usual cost. You can take it into Kincaid tonight.
No, wait a minute. Ike, I've got a job for you. I want you to take the report to Kincaid.
Why me?
Well, I'm busy here.
Yeah, Grandview and that dame have gone to your head. You're no happy about this setup than I am. Look, why don't you kick it over and relax?
Now, what kind of a lame brain do you think I am? This is what I've been working for all my life. A soft touch and a quick dollar.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, start packing and get on that midnight train. Phone me tomorrow. I'll be waiting here. Ring, come on. Hello, Mike? Did you see Kincaid? How'd it compare with the other poll? No. Wonderful. Okay. Now, if he wants to sign a contract, bring the deal back to Grandview. I'll go over the papers here. Good work, Ike, good work. Oh, brother.
Can I come in, Rip?
Oh, Mary, sure. Well, sit down.
I brought you something. Look, the paper.
Oh, what's the news? Oh.
The retraction of that story. I'm sure now, Rip.
Well, that's nice of you, Mary.
Now, Mr. Insurance Salesman, you've got a customer.
Who's that?
Me. I want some insurance.
No, you can't. Not from me.
Why not?
Well, I'm a sort of a specialist.
In what?
Well, insurance for midgets.
There's no midgets in Grandview.
I can hope, Count.
All right, I'll fill out my own application. Is this the form here on your desk?
Mary, don't.
I'm on... Rip Smith, Public Opinion Surveys.
Uh-oh.
Grandview poll. Rip!
All right, now you know.
All the time you were spying on us.
I wasn't spying. It just happens that Grandview exactly reflects the public opinion pattern of the whole country. I was doing a job.
A job of winning our friendship and throwing it in our teeth. Give me that phone.
That may be the way it started, but I don't know. Somewhere along the line, I began falling in love with Grandview and falling in love with you.
Hello, Alan? I want you to take down a story.
Well, you can't do that, Mary.
Hold it, Alan. Why not?
Because the people here are good people. Now, you can't just go telling them they're special just because it's a mathematical freak. Why, when they read that, there's no telling what will happen.
At least they'll know the truth about you. Your act was perfect, Mr. Smith. And I was a perfect audience.
Now, Mary, if you love Grandview, don't do this.
You just never run out of cheap tricks, do you? Ready, Alan? It was discovered last night that
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes, your night reporter. A little town named Grandview made news tonight because Grandview is the most typical town in America. Whatever that means. Swarms of tourists are pouring into the community.
Rip, let's get out of here, will you? Why, in a week's time, an intelligent opinion in this town is going to be as rare as lipstick on a U-bang.
No. I'm going to stick around and watch them pick up the pieces.
And so nation of Communist China still remains argumentative and in doubt. Here at home, Grandview is still soaking up glory and profits like a sponge. New families are arriving every hour, and real estate is booming.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Mayor, we're honored.
I dropped by, Mr. Smith, to convey the thanks of the city of Grandview. The thanks of the city of Grandview.
For what?
The town's bursting.
Oh, that's delightful.
We're going to build, Mr. Smith. We're going to build that civic center, Mary Peterson's, only 3 times the size. Attract more people.
Mm-hmm. What are you going to use for money?
We're going to sell our opinions. Sell them. No more giving Grandview's ideas away. They're our chief export now.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, you are an idiot.
Now, see here.
Mr. Mayor, I have to talk to you.
Well, Mary, what do you think of your lovely town now?
That plan to build an oversized civic center by selling our opinions, it's suicide. That isn't the way I wanted it.
No, nonsense, Mary, nonsense.
I warned you. He's got me doing it.
No, stop being so smug and do something to help.
No, you can't stop it now. And when that homegrown poll comes out, Mr. Typical American, and I mean the rest of the country, is going to laugh himself into hysterics.
Grandview, ladies and gentlemen, appears to have set itself up as the American Oracle. But here's one reporter who predicts that the most talked about town in the country is going to suffer a pretty nasty fall. At any rate, we'll know tomorrow when the result of the first Grandview poll is released. The question: would you vote for a woman to be President of the United States? And here's an item from Grandview. Established polls show that 5% of the people would vote for a woman presidential candidate. But Grandview says that 94% of American voters would vote for a woman president. I don't know what my wife will say, but as far as I'm concerned, this, ladies and gentlemen, makes Grandview just about the most cockeyed town in America.
Mary?
I'm very busy, Mr. Smith. This is a newspaper office.
Well, I was just leaving Grandview, and I thought maybe we could say goodbye.
Certainly, Mr. Smith. Goodbye. You stayed for the whole sideshow, didn't you? The boom and the bust. It's like a ghost town. Our people are ashamed. They won't even leave their homes. And we did it, Mr. Smith. Together.
I'd like to help, but I'm just an opinion hunter.
Opinions won't help us now, Rip.
No, not unless we... Hey, wait a minute. Not unless we... Holy Hannah, that's it.
What's it?
The mayor said Grandview's chief export was public opinion. Well, let's make one more shipment.
I don't get it, Rick.
I'm going to poll everyone in Grandview on the question, how do you think the typical American acts when he finds he's made a mistake? If these people are typical, then they can't be beaten this easily. Now, let's make them know it. Let's make the whole country know it.
This is Sam Hayes. Grandview is back in the news today. The community that, I'm ashamed to say, all of us almost laughed out of existence. But this average American town has snapped out of defeat just because it is what it is. All of Grandview citizens have been polled on the question, how does the average American act when he finds he's made a mistake? The 100% answer from Magic Town, he comes back fighting and tries to set things straight again. And that's just what Grandview is doing. For a beginning, the people are contributing their own labor to build a new civic center. Yes, I'd say we could all learn a lot.
Here's your double chocolate soda, Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Bill.
Make it 2, Bill.
Oh, hi. It's good soda.
Rick. Thanks.
1 double chocolate.
Thank you, Bill.
Drink your soda.
All right. I guess now you'll be going back to your public opinion business.
No, there's only one more opinion I'm interested in. Drink your soda.
What is it?
Do you love me?
Yes. What do you think of Grandview now?
Hey, let's try that again. Seems to have a charm all of its own. Soft effervescence. Exquisite flavor. Satin texture. Oh, believe me, Mary, there's not another spot in America like Grandview.
You have just heard the last act of Magic Town. Our star, Jimmy Stewart, and our special guest, screen director George Marshall, will be with us in just a moment. Next week, another great star brings one of her most stirring performances to the Screen Directors Playhouse. Our story is Tomorrow is Forever, and recreating her original role will be Claudette Colbert, with screen director Irving Pitchell. Now, here again is tonight's star, Jimmy Stewart.
Now, Jimmy, how about some musical shop talk?
Oh, that'd be fine, Jimmy. Jimmy, don't you have some other name just for now?
Well, my mother always called me James.
Oh, well, so will I, then. All right, now, James, where were we?
Well, Jimmy, I was just about to ask your personal opinion of the greatest advance in the 50-year history of recorded music, RCA Victor's new 45 RPM system.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, James. For one thing, that 45 record changer is so handy to carry around.
All over the house, you mean?
That's right. Yeah, before, when I had my great big phonograph, I had to take my choice. Now I just take my 45.
Yes, the 45 automatic record changer is certainly a honey that way. Less than a cubic foot big, and he plugs into any radio or phonograph anywhere.
And the 45 records are so tiny, I often carry a whole symphony in my coat pocket.
Yes, with a 45, you can really have music wherever you go.
You're so right. Portable and practical.
And the 45 record library includes every kind of music by the world's greatest artists and the stars who make the hits, all recorded with the finest tonal quality ever achieved. More than 2,000 wonderful titles.
And you certainly save dough on them.
Not to mention the dough you save on the original purchase. The 45 is far and away the least expensive automatic record changer ever made. Only $12.95. Think of it. Only $12.95 for the finest, smallest, handiest automatic record changer ever invented. Get yours soon at your RCA Victor dealers and be like Jimmy Stewart. Have the music you want when you want it, wherever you go.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that every guest of the Screen Directors Playhouse looks forward to. Our opportunity to introduce you to our directors, the men whose experience and guidance have made our careers possible. The director of Magic Town was William Wellman. But on this very special program, the first to be sponsored by RCA Victor, we have a guest who speaks for all the directors, one of Hollywood's true pioneers, the president of the Screen Directors Guild, George Marshall.
Thank you, Jimmy. You know, it was just a year ago today that the Screen Directors Playhouse made its first broadcast.
Oh, that was a mighty important day for the actors.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given us a chance to get you directors out in front of a microphone, shove a script in your hand, and then...
Then?
You just stand and watch you suffer. Now you guys know how we feel if we can't get that line right.
I wish I had a 45, and I don't mean my record changer. Well, we've learned, Jimmy, and now this marks the beginning of our second year in radio. The beginning of our association with RCA Victor. So speaking for all the screen directors, I'd like to express our thanks to the radio audience for making it possible. We hope you'll continue to listen and enjoy listening at this new time, 1 hour earlier. In weeks to come, you'll be hearing such stars as Fred Allen, Alan Ladd, Gary Cooper, Ray Milan, Rosalind Russell, Burt Lancaster, and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., all on Screen Directors Playhouse.
And now I'll speak for the actors, George, in wishing you a lot of happy radio birthday to come.
Thanks, Jimmy. Good night to you all.
Good night, George. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
And good night to you, Jimmy Stewart and George Marshall. Remember, next week, Claudette Colbert and screen director Irving Pitchell. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Magic Town was presented through the courtesy of Robert Riskin, author and producer of the forthcoming production, Half an Angel. Jimmy Stewart can currently be seen in the title role of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Stratton Story. George Marshall's latest production is Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball, soon to be released by Paramount Pictures. Included in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Mary, Eddie Marr, Hans Conried, Gail Bonney, Jerry Hausner, and Frank Barton. The part of Sam Hayes was played by Sam Hayes. Magic Town was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by William Lava. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when RCA Victor presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Claudette Colbert, production Tomorrow is Forever, director Irving Pitchell.
Next, it's Jimmy Durante with Don Amici on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Stewart, Stephen McNally, and Julia Adams in Winchester 73. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you the story of a rifle, the perfect 1 in 1,000 Winchester, known as the Winchester 73, so named because it was perfected in the year 1873. Now, just the story of a gun could be dreadfully dull. It is, after all, an inanimate object until it is taken up in unlawful hands and becomes a deadly weapon. Today we guard against the uncontrolled use of firearms. But in 1873, when we were intent on winning the West, a man's life often depended upon his ability to shoot, and therefore his gun was his most valuable possession. In tonight's suspenseful story, we have James Stewart and Stephen McNally in their original roles. And co-starring in this outdoor drama from the Universal International Studios is lovely Julia Adams. You know, I received several letters lately from housewives who say that when I first talked about new Lux with color freshener, they doubted Lux Flakes could be improved upon. But now that they've tried new Lux, they're delighted because they find that new Lux really does keep colors fresh and lovely longer. Now, Winchester 73, starring James Stewart as Lynn McAdam, Stephen McNally as Dutch, and Julia Adams as Lola. This is the story of the Winchester rifle, model 1873, the gun that won the West. To cowman, outlaw, peace officer, or soldier, the Winchester 73 was a most treasured possession. An Indian would sell his soul to own one. On July 4th, 1876, such a rifle came to Dodge City, Kansas. It was placed on exhibition.
Man, oh man, look at it. A Winchester 73.
What a gift to have that rifle. 1 out of 1,000. First one I've ever seen. But, mister, that's a real gun.
Heard it took over a year to make it.
Yeah. Give the first one to President Grant.
I'll sure be in good company when I win that one.
Well, Lynn, we hit a lot of towns. What makes you think he'll be here?
He'll be here.
We've been wrong before.
He'll be here.
On account of what we just saw in the store window?
He isn't here already. That rifle will bring him. Come on, let's find a place to board our horses.
The rifle wasn't for sale. They were going to stage a shooting contest, the rifle going to the winner. But I never got to see who won. All I got was an invitation to leave town.
Come on now, Lola.
Let go. Let me alone.
Come on now. Let's not have any fuss. Now, you just get aboard that stagecoach.
I'm not going. You've got no right to treat me like this.
You can come back. It's just till over the holiday.
Why don't you pick on the gunslingers and the gamblers instead of a girl trying to make an honest living? And what about Steve? If he comes to town and finds I'm gone, he's liable never to catch up with me. Oh, please.
Is there something I can do for you, ma'am?
Huh? Oh.
Stranger in town, mister? That's right, but I was talking to the lady.
Now, don't you fret about it, Laura. If Steve Miller comes along, I'll send him after. All right, Ben. Get that stage out of here.
Well, thanks anyway, mister.
Oh, Lola's all right, mister. It's just that some folks think the dance hall girls might give the place a bad name over the holiday. You and your friend planning to stay for the shooting match?
We might.
The Dodge House is about the best place in town. Might be full up, but I'll put in a word for you with Jake. Well, might as well drop off your guns. Let's have them.
Drop off our guns? Now, wait a minute.
You must have a real good reason to ask a man to do a darn fool thing like that.
We don't allow anybody to wear guns in Dodge City. Hadn't you boys noticed?
Who's we?
Oh, didn't I introduce myself? I keep forgetting to wear that piece of tin. I got it on me somewheres here. Hold on, gents. It's in one of these pockets. Sure. Knew I had it somewheres. A man could get himself killed hiding his badge like that.
U.S. Marshal, huh?
That's right. Name of Earp. Wyatt Earp.
Oh, Wyatt. Yeah. Well, give him your gun, High Spade.
Yeah. Some more guns, Virgil. Put them with the others in my office.
There's an awful lot of law for one little cow town.
Well, this is the kind of a cow town that needs a lot of law. Now, if you boys want to sign up for the rifle shoot, just come along with me. Now, all you have to do is... What's the trouble, stranger? You see a ghost?
That's him, Lynn, going into the saloon.
Yeah.
You were right then. Only why would he come here?
I told you the rifle, the Winchester 73. I knew he'd come.
You know Dutch Henry?
Who?
That fellow just went in the saloon. Dutch Henry Brown.
I know him.
What's your name? I'll need it to sign you up.
All right if I use my own?
Some folks do.
Lynn McAdam. My friend here's High Spade Frankie Wilson.
High Spade with a hyphen. That's what I sit on when I get tired.
Dutch Henry, a friend of yours?
I wouldn't exactly call it that, no.
Oh, personal matter, huh? I hope it can wait till you fellas leave town.
Well, it's waited a long time, Mr. Earp. It can wait a little longer.
That's good. That's fine. I'm planning on a nice, quiet 4th of July.
Well, that was the beginning, and an awful lot happened before it all ended. But now that I know the whole story, I guess I'm as good as anyone to tell it. Anyway, that afternoon, the whole town turned out for the shooting match. Wyatt Earp told him a little more about the prize they were shooting for.
So it seems that when the Winchester people are turning out these here rifles, every so often, maybe one gun out of 10,000 comes out just perfect. They've given it a name. They call it one of 1,000. President Grant owns one of these rifles. So does Buffalo Bill Cody. And today, one of you boys are going to walk out of here with the finest repeating rifle in the entire world. So take your positions on the firing line. This here shooting match is ready to begin.
Half an hour later, there were just 2 men left in the contest, Lynn McAdam and Dutch Henry Brown. Even Wyatt Earp said he'd never seen shooting as fancy as he saw that afternoon. And when it was over, he handed the rifle to Lynn McAdam.
You can take your rifle now, McAdam, or you can wait till morning. The boys would like to engrave your name here on the gun stock.
Wow, that's real nice of them. I appreciate it.
Wait a minute.
Well, Dutch?
I just thought I'd ask how much you'd take for it.
It's not for sale.
Ah, that's too bad. That's too much gun for a man to have just for shooting rabbits.
Or for shooting men in the back.
Why?
Yeah. Like I said before, a nice, quiet 4th of July. You know, it looks like you and Dutch here might have learned to shoot from the same man.
Yeah, he taught quite a few folks how to shoot. Only trouble was he taught them how. He didn't teach them what to shoot at.
Maybe he figured a man should know that without having to be told.
Yeah, that was his big mistake. He lived just long enough to find that out.
If it's all right with you, Mr. Earp, I'll pick up my gun at your office.
You pulling out of town?
That's right. Me, Wesley, and Wheeler.
Get your gear before you go to the office, and the minute you pick up your guns, you leave town.
Oh, sure, Marshal, sure. Why, that's the law.
I guess I won't have time for that in Graven after all.
Well, you're leaving too, huh?
Get the horses high, Spade. I'll get the stuff out of the hotel.
Just a minute. This personal business between you and Dutch Henry. I don't care what you do to each other once you leave town, but there'll be no gunfighting until you do. Is that understood?
It's understood.
Come on, Lynn. Let's get started. You all right, Lynn?
Yeah. Find out where he put his horse?
Right next to ours, Wells Fargo Corral. But don't try anything here, not with her up around. You got to wait, Lynn.
I can wait.
Dutch Henry wanted that Winchester 73 real bad. It wasn't hard getting it either. He and his two friends were waiting for Lynn when he walked in his hotel room. 5 minutes later, Dutch was riding hard out of town, and hanging from his saddle was the Winchester 73.
I don't know about you, Dutch, but after 2 days, this saddle is pounding the back of my neck.
And 2 more days before we reach Tascosa. You sure Waco knew what he's talking about?
Yeah, he better know. And that bank better be full of cash, or Waco's going to be full of holes. Anything else eating you, boys?
Yeah, our guns. They're still hanging on the wall back in Dodge City.
Well, I got all I want right here.
Oh, look over there. More Indian smoke.
In back of us, too, toward that saddleback. Can you read it?
I don't have to. Indian smoke means just one thing to me. Trouble. Hey, Dutch, you think McAdam has started after us yet?
That's hard to say. He took quite a beating. Quite a beating.
What good's that 73 going to do you without any shells?
Oh, I'll get shells. Plenty of shells.
In Tascosa?
I thought I said you knew this country.
Yeah, enough of it to know it's full of Indians.
Ever hear of Riker's place?
Riker's?
Yeah, he's got a trading post. Everything we need right now, Riker's got.
Yeah, but how many miles away?
If you'd shut your mouth and open your eyes, you wouldn't ask so many stupid questions.
Wheeler, look. Yonder's cottonwoods.
You feel better now, Wheeler? That's Riker's place. Kind of lonely around here, ain't it, Riker? Just you and Mr. Lamont?
Everybody else got scared out by Injuns, Dutch.
And I don't mind saying I'm doing the same. As soon as I get my business done.
And, what might that be, Mr. Lamont?
It's in plain sight, Mr. Brown. Over there on the counter. Guns, rifles, and ammunition.
You ain't selling to Indians?
I sell to anyone who pays my price. Looks like you and your friends might have been in Dodge City. Left in a hurry.
Could be, yeah.
No guns, eh? I guess Wyatt Earp's still marshal.
That's right. So we'll buy some of yours. 3 6-guns and some 44-40 shells from my Winchester. How much?
$300.
$300? Why, a 6-gun costs $25 anywhere in the territory.
My price is $300.
Just a thief, huh? We got $82. What'll it bring?
Nothing. You mind if I look at your Winchester, hmm? 1 of 1,000, huh? Yes, that's a real fine rifle. I don't suppose you want to sell?
I'm buying, not selling.
Maybe so, but not for me.
Your guns are for sale. Who else is going to buy them?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Brown. I'm waiting for young Bull to send his man here.
What's young Bull doing this far north?
I wouldn't know. But they all want repeating rifles since the Little Bighorn.
Little Bighorn?
The Sioux jumped Custer, wiped them all out. Yes, sir. Getting to be mighty tough country to travel in without a gun.
Well, young Bull might not show up, and you'd be stuck with all those guns.
That could be, Mr. Brown. That's why I'm willing to give you $300 in gold for your Winchester. And you can take your pick of the 6-guns. Might even throw in 50 rounds of shells.
I'm not trading.
You're talking like a fool, Dutch. Give him the Winchester.
I said no deal.
Be smart. How far are we going to get our guns?
All right. You got a deal, Lamont.
Thank you. Show them the guns, Mr. Riker. They can take the pick.
This way, boys. Right over here.
A Winchester 73. Yes, sir. Like a jewel, you might say. And brand new, eh, Mr. Brown? Why, a man who owns a rifle...
Set it down, Lamont. Then put up your hands.
Well, we made a deal.
Did we? I don't deal with Indian traders. So back up, Mr. Lamont.
Put that gun in your belt, Dutch, or I'll kill you.
Shoot a man in the back, Riker?
I wouldn't be the first. You ought to know.
The gun's in my belt.
You hadn't ought to have tried that, Dutch. You know I run a decent place. Help yourself to the bottle. One on the house before you leave.
Who said I was leaving?
You're leaving.
Better give them the rest of the shells, Mr. Riker. They may need them.
Later that night, Lamont left Riker's place. He got word that young Bull was ready to meet with him.
Now, there's no point getting angry, young Bull. I admit the rifles aren't Winchesters, but everyone's a repeater, and they'll all shoot true.
You lie. Rifles you bring are old, worn out. They are not the guns of which we spoke. If you want my gold, bring me the guns with which Crazy Horse and the Sioux made their war at Little Bighorn.
Oh, and you know about Custer, huh?
That is the gun I want. The one on your saddle.
Well, there isn't enough money in your whole tribe to buy that rifle.
That is the gun I want. Hold on. Mark, go
When the Indians rode away, the Winchester 73 had another new owner, young Bull. That same night, two more riders were heading toward Riker's place, Lynn McAdam and High Spade.
Oh, why don't you admit it, Lynn? You're about ready to fall out of that saddle. Why don't we rest up for a while?
No, I'm not that tired.
A few hours more or less ain't gonna make any difference. We've been chasing him since I can't remember.
That's right. We've never been this close before. We'll keep going till we hit Riker's place. So Dutch said he was pushing on into Tascosa, huh? He say anything else, Riker?
Well, I didn't hear much. Something about meeting up with Waco Johnny Dean.
Uh-huh. All right, thanks a lot, Riker. You've been real friendly. Come on, High Spade, let's move along.
Oh, you mean you're going to get up and ride away from all this comfort?
All right, now, how long have we been trailing, Dutch? How many months?
I know. We've never been so close before. That's what you said on the way to Dodge City.
Keep your eyes open along the ridge. Plenty Injuns these days.
Thanks, Riker. Well, we'll be seeing you.
Well, the way things worked out, we were all on the same trail. I guess you remember how Wyatt Earp had invited me out of Dodge City by stagecoach. In a way, I was glad he had, because I'd met up with Steve, the fella I was waiting for, at the first stop. Steve hired a buckboard, hitched his horse in back, and we started on our way.
And if I'd have been there, Wyatt Earp or no Wyatt Earp, he wouldn't have run you out of town.
Oh, it don't matter now, as long as you found me. Tell me about the ranch, Steve. It's real pretty, huh?
Yeah, it's the old Jameson place, 40 miles out of Tascosa.
And we can move right in and start living there.
Well, you can.
But what about you?
Well, I got to meet some friends of mine, Lola. Only take me a day or two. It's a deal.
Oh, please, Steve, please. No more deals. That's why I worked in Dodge City. That's why I got the money.
That's just what I mean. You got the money. Well, now I got to get some. But
Steve!
Indians.
Can we outrun them?
I don't know. Give me that whip. Come on. Get it, boy. Get it. Go!
We had fresh horses and a good start, but we wouldn't stand a chance. It was then that I learned a little more about Steve.
Whoa!
Steve, what are you trying to do?
Saddle horse. I'll ride ahead and find help.
What about me? Oh, don't leave me, Steve. Please.
I'll get help. I'll come back as soon as I can.
Steve did come back. He did find help. It was the wildest kind of luck. A camp of soldiers, cavalry patrol. But then I found out our luck wasn't so good after all. I heard the sergeant talking to Steve.
I don't understand. Indians know you're camped here?
It was like driving you and the lady into a corral. Yeah, they've had us pinned down here since yesterday.
I got a dozen men, is all. They're on all sides of us. Maybe you better tell the lady.
No one went to sleep that night. We just kept close to the fire and waited, not knowing that the Indians were driving 2 more white men into the trap.
You hear what I hear, Lynn?
Yeah, I hear him.
I told you night riding wasn't smart.
Yeah, I guess you did.
Now we're smack in the middle of them.
Yeah, I guess you're right again.
Being right ain't going to do us much good. What'll we do now?
We keep riding.
The Indians all around us?
Well, maybe you'd feel better if we stopped.
No.
No. Well, we'll just keep on riding.
Look at my hair. It was such pretty hair. I had it ever since I was a kid. A little thin on top, but I'd sure like to keep it.
Yeah. I kind of think maybe... Look over there.
Campfire.
Come on.
Wrong way, Lynn. We're heading right into their camp.
That's no Indian fire. It's too big. Come on, pour it on.
Stop that fool shooting. We're friends.
Don't shoot. We're riding in.
Hold your fire. They're white men. Hold your fire.
Well, thanks for leaving the door open. Say, my name's McAdam. This High Spade here.
Sure could use 2 more men. My name's Wilkes. This is Steve Miller. He and his lady come a-calling on us a little earlier.
You got a woman here?
They jumped us on the ridge, too.
Oh. Well, hello again.
Hello.
You know him, Lola?
He's the fellow I told you about. The one who stood up to Wyatt Earp for me.
Well, to tell the truth, I didn't know it was Wyatt Earp.
I hate to bust this up, but we make a wonderful target standing in front of the fire.
Keep your eyes open, boys. They'll be trying to rush us any minute now.
You from Fort Baskin, Sergeant?
That's where we're headed. Replacements.
Oh, you're new in the territory, huh?
Yep. Pennsylvania 9th. Picked up our mounts at Fort Smith. We've been riding ever since.
Pennsylvania 9th. Well, say, you fellows were at Gettysburg, weren't you?
Yeah. Left a rib there. One of them Johnny Ribs hung me up on a bayonet. It's a real group of fighting men. Never knew when they was licked. Gave us a real bad time at Shiloh and Bull Run.
Uh-huh. Say about these Indians. It seems like they hardly ever attack at night.
Why not?
Well, they figure if they're killed in the dark, the Great Spirit can't find their souls to whip them up to heaven or something. I don't know yet. I don't mean to be forward, Sergeant, but if you've never fought them before...
Keep talking. You ain't forward.
Well, it might be a good idea to have your men catch up on some sleep. They're going to be real busy tomorrow morning.
You men turn in. Get some sleep. Coates, Murphy, sentry duty. Call your relief. 4 hours.
A little later, Lynn walked over to me. He brought his saddle and a blanket.
No feather bed, miss, but I think you'll find it a little more comfortable.
Thanks.
Steve Miller just told me you're heading out to a ranch, is that right?
Yeah, my very first own home. I guess you wouldn't know, but it means an awful lot to me.
I know.
You got a home like that?
I did once, sort of.
With your wife?
No, I haven't got a wife. I was with my father.
Is that where you're bound now? To your home?
No, my father was killed. You hear those birds? Kind of pretty, aren't they? Sometimes they sing all night, you know that?
They're not birds. I know what they are. You afraid of tomorrow?
Would it do any good for me to lie to you?
No.
I'm afraid.
I guess everybody gets afraid sometimes.
Yeah, I guess so. Good night, Lola.
Good night, Lynn.
It's starting to get light, McAdam. How soon do you figure?
Any time now, I guess. You know, Sergeant, I was talking to a fellow named Riker. He was telling me how Crazy Horse and the Sioux wiped out Custer. They're real smart fighters. It seems they knew all about your Springfield rifles being single shot.
You mean they had repeaters?
That's right. They sent their first wave in light so they'd draw the fire, and then they sent in a second wave heavy before Custer's men had the time to reload.
You figure this bunch will try the same thing?
I kind of think maybe they will. Only this time, maybe we just might outfox them on account of High Spade and I got Winchesters.
Hold your fire for the second wave.
Well, it's up to you. Sergeant, whatever you say.
Hold it, then.
Yeah? That sounds like they're getting ready.
Yeah. Round out, you men. Get to your places. Take them as they come.
Any place special you want me to stay?
Yeah. Right under the wagon here.
Thanks for the saddle. It was real comfortable.
Oh, wait a minute. Take this 6-shooter, just in case you...
I know how to use it. And the last bullet, I understand about that, too.
They're going to be rushing us in about 3 more hoops. What do you pick for your spot?
Well, they're going to come in under the sun. Let's get up to the other end of the wagon here.
Here they come.
Come on.
All right, boys. Let them have it.
Before our stars return with Act 2 of Winchester 73, here's Mr. Keeley with late movie news.
Tonight, John, it's a really great film. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor production, Quo Vadis. 2 years in the making and a cast of 30,000. Imagine 30,000 actors headed by Robert Taylor, Deborah Carr, and Leo Genn. Quo Vadis is one of the most beautiful love stories ever told. That of Marcus, the Roman warrior, and Lygia, the Christian slave girl, whose faith proves greater than her love.
Which leads up to one of the most unforgettable moments in the picture, the burning of Rome.
Yes, the film, directed by Mervyn LeRoy and produced by Sam Zimbalist, is filled with breathtaking scenes of action and beauty that you just can't afford to miss. Nero's foreign legions, the gladiator fights, the Christians facing the lions in the Colosseum.
And the colorful costuming and the huge crowd scenes in Quo Vadis. Roman togas in wonderful fabrics and colors, and every detail historically true. Except one. The Romans didn't have Lux. But the wardrobe department insisted that even in Rome they give washables the same care as at home. Lux Flakes. New Lux with color freshener is a modern washing miracle. No other soap, no suds of any kind is safer or gentler. It's perfect for white nylons, rayons, silks, cottons, too. Gives them new brilliance, new whiteness. Gay prints sparkle like new, and all shades take on new beauty, new depth, new brightness, luxing after luxing.
The world's most glamorous women, famous Hollywood screen stars like Deborah Carr, are never without wonderful new Lux.
Have you tried it yet?
New Lux, enriched with color freshener, is scientifically made to give you the most perfect washing results possible. Get a big box tomorrow. Give your washables that nicest new Lux look. Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Winchester 73, starring James Stewart as Lynn McAdam, Stephen McNally as Dutch, and Julia Adams as Lola.
They rushed our camp a dozen times that morning, but it was Lynn and High Spade with their Winchester repeaters who finally drove them off. When it was all over, they seemed in a big hurry to leave.
Well, there's not much more I can say to you boys, but thanks and good luck.
Just one other thing, Sergeant. Out here we play winner take all. Indians left an awful lot of dead out there. No sense leaving those rifles out there to rust.
Well, say, I never thought of that. Hey, Coach, go out there and pick up them fast-shooting guns. Anything else you happen to like. Yeah, you're a man after my stamp. Wish we'd had you with us at Bull Run. Might not have run so fast.
Well, I want to tell you something. I was with you at Bull Run. So was High Spade. Only we were on the other side.
You mean you were...
That's right.
I'll be done. I'll be darned.
So long, Sarge. See you again.
Oh, Lad, wait before you go.
Oh, hello.
Oh, this six-shooter, it belongs to you.
Yeah, thanks.
The last bullet is still there.
Yeah, so it is.
May I have it? You just never know when a girl might need a bullet.
Sure, help yourself.
Still bound for Tascosa, huh?
That's right.
Well, whatever you're after, I hope you get. You too, High Spade.
Thanks. Good luck, boys.
Good luck, fellas.
All right, let's get moving.
Hey, Sarge, look at this. Look what I found out there.
Man, is that a rifle? Who had it, Coates?
The chief, I guess. I saw that Lynn fella drop him. Real pretty shot.
Let me see that rifle. I say, it is brand new.
And look what it says on it.
Dodge City Rifle Shoot won by... Don't say who won it.
Do I get to keep it, Sarge?
No, some officer take it away from you at Fort Bascom. And it's too good for an officer. Hey, Lynn! Lynn!
It's too late, Sarge. He's gone.
Well, there's someone else to be proud to have this. Steve?
What's that you got?
One of you fellas ought to have it.
Why, that's a 73. A Winchester 73.
It's yours. You earned it, too.
Once again, Steve and I were on our way to the ranch. The Winchester 73 lying between his feet on the floor of the buckboard. We got there late that afternoon.
Over there's the house, honey. You like it?
Yeah, it sure looks nice, Steve.
Yeah, that garden you were talking about, we could plant it right over there. Or maybe you wouldn't want a garden.
I don't know.
The place will look even better after the rains. It gets all green around here, and there's water in the runs.
Steve, when did you say the Jamesons would be moving out?
Almost any time now, a week maybe. Just right to help give you the feel of the place. Come on, honey, let's go in and meet.
I should have been happy, but I wasn't. All I could think of was Steve and how he'd left me the day before while he rode off for health. In a few days, this was a man I'd be marrying.
Is something wrong, miss? Oh, I wouldn't be surprised after what you've been through.
Oh, I'm all right, Mrs. Jameson, and thanks for supper. It tasted real good.
I thought my husband would be back from town by now. Well, I'd better get the kids off to bed, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah, sure. Lola, as soon as she comes back, I guess I'll be going to town.
Now, tonight?
I told you I got to meet somebody.
Waco Johnny Dean. I heard all about him, Steve. He's no good.
Lola, what's wrong?
I don't know.
It's on account of what I did back there. You think I ran away?
I'm not sure.
I won't lie to you. I went yellow, crazy yellow. But I came back for you. You know I came back for you.
Steve.
Look, I'd give my eyes if it hadn't happened. Someday I'll prove that to you, Lola. You gotta believe me.
Steve!
Now, coming this way. Listen.
Come on, get in, close the door, Roan. Hey, Latigo, look who's here.
How you doing, Steve?
Fire out the window, boys. Keep them off. All right.
Hello. You live here?
She's with me, Waco. Name's Lola Manners. I told you about her.
Yeah, that's right. Only you didn't tell me how pretty she was.
Steve, what's this all about?
Ha-ha! All home week in Texas, huh? We arrived at the town real peaceful like, and who's waiting for us but the U.S. Marshal and a flock of deputies. Haven't had so much enjoyment all year.
You got no right to come in here.
You got any coffee, lady?
Get out of this house.
Waco, can you hear me? That is Noonan, Waco. See what he wants. Keep talking, Noonan.
There's a woman and two children in there. Send them out the front door. We'll hold our fire.
Then what? Shut up, Radigo. I'll do the talking.
Then you can come out. You'll get a fair trial, Waco.
Come in and get us, Noonan. Now, where's that coffee?
Why don't you let the woman out of here? And those kids. What do you want to do? Stand behind her when Noonan comes in after you? I want to remember it so I can tell my friends about Waco Johnny Dean, another brave man.
This is quite a girl, Steve. Quite a girl.
They're coming out, Noonan. Lady, Take your kids and go out the front door.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you.
Go on, Lola, go with him.
No. No, she's staying put. You wanted to see this, honey. You wanted to tell your friends.
Waco, take it easy. She didn't mean...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That rifle, Steve. Where'd you get that rifle?
It was given to me.
Yeah. How much, Steve? Name a price. Make it big.
I'm not selling.
This is me you're talking to, Waco.
I said I'm not selling.
All right, Steve. Have it your own way. Tell your gal to bring in the coffee.
Lola, no, you stay where you are. Waco, you're crazy. We can't stay here.
I better do what he says, Steve. The coffee.
No, let him get it. You don't mind, do you, Steve?
No, I don't mind.
Send out that other woman, Waco. Send her out right now.
She don't want to leave. She likes it here. Sit down, honey. We got lots of time. You known him long, Steve?
Long enough.
And you're a lot of woman.
Hey, Waco. They're bunching up around your barn out there.
Let them. Hey, where's that coffee?
I'm getting it.
Well, bring it and put on an apron. You'll look better.
What are you trying to prove?
Nothing. Just trying to buy a rifle. You still sure you don't want to sell, kitchen boy?
Steve, let him have it. Don't you see what he's trying to do? He's
the
just...
coffee. Come on, let's have it.
Steve, look out.
Well, I guess you must have tripped, huh, Steve? Well, clean it up.
No.
I said clean it up.
I said no.
Hey! Let go! Just poor old Steve. He wouldn't clean up the mess.
Steve!
I tried, Lola. I tried.
Waco, they're going to burn us out. They got a wagon full of hay. They're going to run it into the house.
Then I guess it's about time to go, boys.
And walk right into their guns?
Maybe you'd rather fry. Go on, start running. I'll cover you.
I suppose I fainted. I don't remember. All I know is I found myself in the buckboard again. Waco was next to me.
Hang on, honey. Hang on. We'll be in Tescoso in the morning.
You dirty murdering.
I sure was mean to poor old Steve. His rifle, gal, and his buckboard. Yes, sir, it's been quite an evening.
Please let me go, please.
Out here in the middle of nothing? Well, honey, you might get hurt out here. Besides, I'm beholden to you. With you in my arms, Noonan's boys didn't dare shoot. And you'll like Tescoso, Lola. You'll like Tescoso fine.
Tascosa. Then I remembered that someone else was riding for Tascosa. Lynn McAdam. Maybe we'd meet again. Sooner than either of us ever thought.
What time you figure we'll hit Tascosa?
Well, not till 2-3 tomorrow. We got a couple of tired horses here.
You ever wonder about your pa? I mean, what he'd think about you hunting down Dutch Henry?
He'd understand. He taught me to hunt.
Not men. Hunting a man to kill him, you're beginning to like it.
That's just where you're wrong. I don't like it. There's some things a man has to do so he doesn't.
What happens when the hunt's over? Then what?
When it's over? Well, I hadn't given it much thought. I don't know, maybe we could get the ranch back together again, round up the strays, and then we could... I don't know. I hadn't given it much thought.
Well, now might be a pretty good time on account of we're coming pretty close to where things are going to end.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you've been real fine people, High Spade, riding along with me.
That's what a friend's for, isn't it? Leastways, that's the way your pa always said it.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He said if a man had one friend, he was rich. Oh, I'm rich.
What about that girl? That fella Steve's girl. She mean anything to you?
Well, how could she mean anything? She's going to marry him, isn't she?
Yeah. Just wondering, that's all. Just making conversation.
By daylight, we were in the desert. Tascosa was somewhere still ahead of us. But Waco had other plans. He took a trail leading up into the mountains. far off I could see a cabin.
It's him, Dutch. He's coming. Waco Johnny.
Look at him. He's got a woman with him.
Yeah, maybe that's what kept him. As if I didn't know.
Sometimes I think Waco's a little on the crazy side.
Yeah, so do I. But I think quiet. Go on down there and bring him up.
Hi, Dutch. Hi, boys.
Hi.
Oh, pardon me. This is Lola. She's crazy about me.
Just a minute, Waco. That rifle.
I thought I'd take Lola along into Tascosa.
I don't care where you take her, but where did you get my rifle?
Your rifle? Why, this is a Winchester 73, Dutch. A gift from a very dear friend.
It's my rifle, and I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Do you want in on this Tascosa deal?
I've come a long ways to get here, Dutch.
Then I'll say it again. That's my rifle.
Well, as long as you feel that way about it. Yeah, take it. Now, where's Tom and Dundee? Didn't they show?
They're inside, sleeping. Rode in late last night. Where's Latigo and the others?
Oh, seems they got themselves all shot up.
Oh? How come?
It's a long story, with tears. Come on, let's get in the cabin. I'll tell you over a drink.
So you take the girl and come up here, huh?
Any objections?
No objections. You, haven't I seen you somewhere?
I've been somewhere.
In Dodge City, a dance hall. Playing a piano and singing.
Singing and playing the piano? You?
Roll one out, and I'll sing you a tune.
I'll take you up on that as soon as we get to Tascosa. Which happens when, Dutch?
This afternoon. And here's the setup. First, John, Turk, and I ride down to Trujillo. When we get there, You. Take a walk, sister.
Oh, let her alone, Dutch. She's luck.
I said take a walk.
He don't like you.
Well, don't tell him now, but I don't like him.
Get smart, and I'll teach you some manners. Look, Waco, this time tomorrow you and her can play patty cake all you want. But when I'm lining up a deal, I don't want any dance hall woman listening in.
The man wants you to walk, honey. Well, nice cabin you got here, Dutch. How'd you like to rent it out for honeymoon?
The last time. You in on this deal or not?
Oh, sorry. Keep talking.
We pick up the stage at Trujillo. There's 2 men riding shotgun, guarding the gold. They ride it right into Tascosa, to the bank.
Where'll I be?
With Dundee and Tom. Now, right across from the bank, there's a saloon. Tom will leave the horses in front. You be at the bar, and you'll see the stage when it pulls in.
I'll be at the piano. Lola's going to sing for me, ain't you, honey?
I know. Take a walk.
What else do you know?
Nothing.
So, I'm in the saloon. What then?
They carry the gold into the bank. I follow them.
And if there's trouble, I cover you from the saloon.
That's all there is to it. You better get started now. It'll take you about... You! What are you looking at?
Just a picture on the shelf. This one's you, huh?
What's that in your hand?
It's a bullet.
Ah, you help yourself to that, too?
It was given to me by your friend in the picture.
You know him?
I know him.
Oh, and we've got something in common. He's been trying to give me one of those for a long time. Come on, Wheeler, let's have a look at the horses.
Poor old Dutch. Business. All the time business.
You're a strange person.
Am I?
That rifle he's carrying.
That's no rifle, honey. That's a Winchester 73. There's nothing like it in the world.
First you kill a man to get it. Then you just give it away.
Don't you worry. I'll get it back from old Dutch the same way I got it from old Steve. Now, come on, get yourself ready. We're going into Tascosa.
Before our stars return with Act 3 of Winchester 73, I'd like to introduce 18-year-old Susan Ball, who has just signed a contract with Universal International. Have you always wanted to be an actress, Susan?
Well, not really, Mr. Keeley. An agent heard me sing with an orchestra when I was still in high school and took me around to the studio.
And they saw your possibility as a dramatic actress. What are your plans?
Well, right now I'm being coached at the studio, and I've been assigned a role in Shelley Winter's next picture.
Excellent. Have you seen Shelley's latest, The Raging Tide?
Yes, and I loved it as much as I did the book.
Yeah, Shelley plays the hat-check girl in love with the racketeer and murderer Richard Conte. And Stephen McNally is the homicide lieutenant assigned to investigate Conte's crime.
I understand Shelley got so cold during the waterfront scenes in The Raging Tide that she wore woolies under her costume.
Well, that's a good idea for those who live in cold climates and like to wear glamorous clothes. Of course, to keep woolen soft, there's nothing safer or gentler than Lux.
I love Lux for everything, Mr. Kennedy. From ski woolies to nylon slips and nighties.
Scores of famous screen stars agree with you, Susan. Shelley insists on new Lux with color freshener for her lingerie or her washables. It's pure magic for colors. Prints look dazzling bright after a Lux bath. All colors gay as new. And whites keep their whiteness as never before. Thank you for coming tonight, Susan Ball. Ladies, try new Lux enriched with color freshener whenever you wash lovely things by machine or by hand. You'll say there's never been anything like it before. Give all your washables that nice as new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Winchester 73, starring James Stewart as Lynn McAdam, Stephen McNally as Dutch, and Julia Adams as Lola.
I didn't have much choice. I went with Waco into Tascosa to a saloon across from a bank. He said he wanted to hear me sing. The place was empty except for the bartender.
Blue sky up above me, the green grass on the ground. I've been looking for something I have never found, and it looks like I'm never gonna see my wandering, and it looks like I'm never gonna cease my wandering.
Hey, that's all right. On the level, weren't you?
Get away from me. We're in town now, Waco. This is where we say goodbye.
Why? What for? Oh, that business with Steve? He wasn't for you. I did you a favor.
Maybe someday I can do the same for you.
Did you love him?
I guess I did. You know, you two had a lot in common.
Yeah, a lot of woman.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
When you talk like that, you are. Or didn't you know he was yelling?
I knew.
You killed me. You want a drink?
No.
You mind if I go over and get one?
I don't mind.
You, barkeep. That clock right? 5 after 3?
A little fast, I think. Stage is due at 3, and it's always on time.
Whiskey.
Yes, sir.
I sat there watching him, wondering when I could make my break. That there were 2 of his men on the porch, and there'd be more as soon as the stage... But then the door swung open, and walking in were Lynn McAdam and Highspay.
Wow, hello again.
Well, hello, nice people.
Sooner than you figured, huh? Seeing us again? What are you doing here?
Me? Oh, just entertaining.
Where's Steve? Drinking whiskey in the back room?
Steve's dead.
He's dead? Awful sudden, wasn't it?
Very. He was killed by that gentleman standing at the bar, the one who's looking at us.
Don't seem right for people to go around killing
He's
nice
not
folks.
people. He's Waco Johnny Dean.
Lynn, didn't Riker tell us the Dutch was riding to meet Waco Johnny Dean, yeah.
You haven't got a chance. Don't quarrel with him.
I got no quarrel with him.
Watch him, Lynn. Watch him.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
I've been riding to meet up with a man named Dutch Henry Brown. I was hoping to run into him here in Tascosa. Wouldn't happen to know him, would you?
I might. How long you know him?
I know him long enough to tell you where he got that little scar above his right eye. I gave it to him when he was 10.
Now you want to give him another?
Where is he?
Hey, Waco, stage is coming.
Be right out. Suppose I don't tell you. Then what?
Where is he? Where is he? Hang on to him, Lynn. I'll get him.
Where is he? I'll take you to him.
When?
Now.
All right, start walking. Come on.
No, those men out there, they're with him.
Dundee, Tom!
It all happened just as the stage pulled up outside, but the driver heard the shots and kept going. I saw Dutch Henry jump out. Lynn saw him, too. He started after him. There were more shots, only I didn't duck fast enough.
Lola, where are you hit?
My arm.
Oh, you little fool.
I got Waco, but Dutch got away.
He won't get far. Take care of her, high speed.
No, don't let him go.
I couldn't stop him if I wanted to.
You don't understand. Dutch Henry's a murderer.
I know. So does Lynn. It was Dutch Henry who killed his father. So it's right for him to go. Doubly right, because Dutch Henry is Lynn's brother.
His brother?
Now, come on. Let's see if we can find a doctor.
Dutch Henry had ridden off toward the hills. In the scabbard of his saddle was the Winchester 73. Somewhere in those hills, a score would be settled, once and for all.
Come on up, Lynn. Come on up and get me. You're caught below another man's gun. The old man taught you better than that.
I guess I forgot, Matthew. You don't mind my calling you Matthew, I hope. I like it better than Dutch Henry Brown.
Come on out and show yourself.
Matthew McAdam. Has a good sound to it. I guess that's why the old man gave it to you.
Ah, you got yourself in trouble again. I can smoke you out of those rocks easy. First chance I had to thank you for winning me my rifle. Shoots real pretty, wouldn't you say?
I never got a chance to use that gun, Matthew. But I intend to. Now, there's something you forgot, too. The old man told you never to waste lead. Now you're short.
Not that short.
Load up fast, Matthew. I'm coming up.
Well, that's the way it was, Lola. The old man sired 2 sons. One was no good. Never was any good. Robbed a bank, stagecoach. Then when he came home and wanted to hide out, the old man wouldn't go for it. So Dutch shot him in the back.
He'll be waiting for Lynn. He'll kill Lynn, too.
Maybe. Maybe not. Well, Doc, this lady going to be all right?
She'll have to wear that armless sling for a while. She'll be fine. Now, miss, if you don't mind, see who that is, will you? Tell him I'm busy.
Sorry, Doc's busy. Anything I can...
Well, who is it? Who's out there?
It's a man with a rifle, Doc. A Winchester 73.
What the devil are you...
Lynn.
I'm sorry I ran out on you before. Something that started a long time ago had to be finished.
Well,
it's finished.
Nothing to do now, then, but go back home, huh?
That's right. Say, Doc, is this girl fit for traveling?
You crazy? This girl's just been...
I mean, not even as far as a Parsons?
Oh. Well, that's something else again.
Doesn't anybody ask me anything?
Oh, yeah. Well, Lola? Lola?
Oh, yes, Lynn, I will. That's the most wonderful proposal I ever had.
I thought it was pretty good myself.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, listen to this sensational offer by the makers of Lux. A novel assortment of 12 glittering metal foil Christmas tree ornaments, so striking they're worth 3 times the price. You get shimmering icicles, snowflakes, and snowballs that dance with 1,000 lights, and a profusion of brilliant colors. Emerald green, tangerine orange, rich gold, sparkling silver, magenta red, and sapphire blue, all with gleaming silver on the back. You'll love the way they sparkle, like stars in a winter sky. And all they cost for a full dozen is just 50 cents and 1 Lux box top. Send to Lux, Box 16, New York 46, New York. These ornaments are exclusive with Lux, but if you bought them in the store, they'd cost at least $1.50, 3 times the price. They come to you packed flat, but open easily to beautiful, shimmering 12-sided ornaments. These shiny, twinkling ornaments are unbreakable and have reinforced metal holes for easy hanging with a hook or string. You can fold them for storing and use them year after year. These ornaments are going like hotcakes, so don't be disappointed. Send for yours right away. We can't accept any orders after November 30th. Please allow 3 weeks for delivery. You'll surely get them in time for Christmas. Order as many as you like. For each set of 12, send 1 Lux Flakes box top and 50 cents to Lux, Box 16, New York 46, New York. This offer is good only in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. I'll repeat that address. It's Lux, Box 16, New York 46, New York. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are coming forward for a well-earned curtain call. James Stewart, Stephen McNally, and Julia Adams. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. I'm delighted to be here.
You know, Bill, Julia was starred in her first picture, and here she is starring in her first appearance on the Lux Theater.
Yeah, well, Julia believes in starting at the top and working her way up.
Well, I'll have to go some to catch up with you, Jimmy. You've appeared on this stage 10 times already.
Now, why don't you take a tip from Steve? Tonight he's making his second appearance of the season.
Yeah, at this rate, he'll pass me by next April.
Oh, no, I haven't got room in my house for all that soap. Anyhow, Julia's doing okay. Isn't she co-starring with you in your latest Universal International Technicolor picture?
That's right, The Bend of the River. It's the story of people who braved the northwest frontier back when it was called the Oregon Territory. I played a part of a pioneer guide.
And Julia plays your sweetheart?
Yes, Mr. Keeley. But I don't see how any girl got her man in those days. After bouncing around in a covered wagon, I was anything but a glamour girl, and I ate dust by the ton.
Well, don't forget that women were scarce in those days, Julia. At least on wagon trains.
Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad Lux Flakes weren't scarce on our wagon train. I always insist on Lux Flakes for my personal wardrobe.
Good for you, Julia. You know, we have a supply for all of you to take home. Now, let's see, with Jimmy's 4 children and Stephen's 6... excuse me while I order another truckload.
Just a minute, Bill. We want to hear about next week's show.
Well, next week, we're going to have one of the greatest and most successful pictures of all time. It's Cecil B. DeMille's production for Paramount Pictures, Samson and Delilah. And as our stars of this melodramatic story about one of the most notorious women in all history will be the original stars in this momentous motion picture, Hedy Lamarr and Victor Mature.
Wow, that'll be a great show, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and hurry back.
One of Hollywood's newest stars is Valentina Cortese. She's a tiny Italian beauty whose charm pulls hearts her way. And here's Valentina Cortese's beauty tip to you. She says, I've used Lux soap for a long time. Lux facials give my skin quick new loveliness. Why don't you take her advice? Try these Lux facial screen stars recommend. The Lux Active Lather is so rich and creamy, it leaves your skin softer, smoother, really lovelier. You simply work the Lux Lather well into your skin, rinse with warm water, then splash with cold. Pat gently with a soft towel to dry. You'll agree it's easy to be Lux lovely. Get Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. It's the beauty soap 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on.
Flavor Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Hedy Lamarr and Victor Mature in Samson and Delilah. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Faith in divine power was stamped on our first money and is still a foundation stone of our way of life. In God we trust. Remember, attendance at church or synagogue builds moral and spiritual character, both for the individual and for the community. Why not attend regularly? Stephen McNally appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose latest release is Golden Girl, starring Mitzi Gaynor, Dale Robertson, and Dennis Day. Julia Adams appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing The Lady Pays Off, co-starring Linda Darnell and Stephen McNally. Heard in our cast tonight were Dan Riss as High Spade, Herbert Butterfield as Wyatt Earp, Wally Mayer as Waco, Tim Graham as Wilkes, Stephen Dunn as Steve, Bill Johnstone as Lamont, and Bill Conrad, Bob Griffin, Charlie Lung, Jack Mather, Joe Duvall, James Best, June Whitley, Brad Brown, and Eddie Marr. The motion picture Winchester 73 was based on a story by Stewart N. Lake. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Samson and Delilah, starring Hedy Lamarr and Victor Mature. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. James Stewart in Mission Completed, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
A-L-R-S-P. A-L-R-S-P. Hey, I'm the Autolite resistor spark plug salesman here.
I know, Harlow, but I'd like to get in the plug for the plugs, too.
Swell, let's have it again.
Sure. A-L-R-S-P.
Yes, A-L-R-S-P. Autolite resistor spark plugs. And only Autolite resistor spark plugs have that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. That means 200% longer electrode life, less spark plug interference with radio and television. Why, with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, your engine idles smoother, runs better on leaner gas mixtures, actually saves you gas. So, friends, see your Autolite spark plug dealer and have him install a set of the new sensational Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the performance of James Stewart in Mission Completed, a special Pearl Harbor anniversary drama, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Are you all right for the night, Tom?
How do you know when he's all right?
Tom and I have a secret code, don't we, Tom? He blinks once for yes and twice for no. Are you okay, Tom? Night.
Okay. Sure, I'm okay. I've been okay ever since I got liberated from Sagamo Prison in Tokyo in 1945. Yeah, ever since I woke up in this Veterans Hospital 4 years ago, I've been okay. I got nothing to do but lie flat on my back and let my eyes wander over the ceiling and look at Suki smiling down at me. Suki seems to smile down at me from the little plaster square of ceiling that reminds me of the prison yard in Sagamo. He can't help smiling and laughing because he knows I can't get at him. Suki knows I'm paralyzed. He knows I can only blink my eyes once for yes and twice for no. You see, Suki was in charge of the camp at Sagamo. And he helped slaughter guys like Campbell and Jones, Mayberry, Evans, too many more to count. First he starved them until they couldn't crawl, and then he... Well, anyway, just before we got liberated, I fuzzed up in my mind. I couldn't remember anything. Sometime later, I woke up in a vet's hospital, California, USA.
And I'd been on my back for 4 years staring at that little square. Well, once in a while they'd dump me in a wheelchair and push me out into the sunshine, wheel me up and down the walk like I was a baby. Only babies can cry.
Which road today, Tom? Do we go down the walk through the grounds or the sidewalk down by the flower shop? Just open your eyes wide if it's a sidewalk. Well, good. You'll see all the flowers. Oh, here comes Janet wheeling Murdoch. Remember him?
Hello, Tom. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Janet. How you doing?
Getting in shape for the dance tonight. Am I really?
Hiya, Tom.
I'll see you there. Isn't Janet a pretty girl? I'll bet you have a nice girl someplace. Come on now, haven't you? We're almost at the flower shop, Tom. Oh, see that man in the window? Isn't that a pretty bouquet he's getting together? Well, look how tan he is. Oh, this is a
I'm sitting in a wheelchair, paralyzed, looking at a man on a flower shop window, and the man I'm looking at is Suki. And while I'm looking at him, something's happening to me. My fingers that I haven't worked for 4 years are grabbing the arms of the wheelchair, and my legs are straining and pushing against the floor. The same legs I haven't used for 48 months. And I want to cry out, and I feel my tongue getting ready to...
Tom, what's the matter with you? Come on, Tom, now, relax. Maybe you don't like flowers. That's just like a man. Doesn't like flowers. You want to go home now, Tom?
It's Suki. A man in the flower shop window, and it's Suki. I know it is. If we can get closer, all I have to do is look at that scar down the side of his face. I gave him that scar in Sagamo.
Do you want to go home, Tom? Now, don't frown like that. Tom, what's the matter? Do you want to go closer? Okay, if you want to go closer to the flower shop.
It was Suki, all right. Yeah, it was Suki. We got real close to the shop, and I got a good look. The scar on his face stood out like a half moon. He was busy with flowers. Flowers? I couldn't imagine him working with flowers. But it was Suki. And this time I didn't clench my fingers or strain my legs. I just lay back in the chair and relaxed. And I began to plan. I began a plan that I'd started the day I looked around and I found myself in a Jap prison camp. A plan that almost worked the day Suki got that scar. It didn't work that day. It's going to work now.
I'll leave you here by the door a minute, Tom. And we'll put you to bed. All right, Tom. Tom, how did you get moved over there? Didn't I leave you right here by the door? Tom, did you wheel yourself over there? Oh, so that's it. Somebody came in here and gave you a push. Oh, one day you'll be pushing that chair around like mad, Tom. Just you wait. All right, now, we'll get ready for bed.
You ready for me?
Just about. Would you bring Dr. Benson here?
Okay.
Can't imagine who just walked in here and gave you a shove. Wouldn't it be funny if you did it yourself? Didn't know it.
You sent for me, Miss Rhodes.
He must have used his hands. He wheeled himself across the room.
Mm-hmm. How are you tonight, Tom? I think that sunshine is doing you some good. Tom, did you move yourself across the room? And if you did, blink your eyes once. And if you didn't, blink them twice. No, you didn't do it, huh? That's all. Thank you, Tom.
I got myself in a jam already. It's funny how I grabbed those wheels instinctively. I guess I gave myself a shove. And now I'm in bed, and I'm looking up at that little square. The hospital's quiet, except for Murdoch, who you can always hear mumbling someplace far off. So then I'm turning over on my face in bed, moving muscles I haven't moved for 4 long years. And In a moment, I was sitting up. I was trying to light my own cigarette. But then I got so exhausted, I decided to wait till the next night. And it was the same thing over again. Night after night, I practiced at being alive. 10 days later, I got out of bed and I stood up. And 2 weeks later, I was so strong that I walked around the room 10 times. I never felt better in my life. And that night, I nearly got caught. I was sitting in my chair, smoking a cigarette. I scrambled into bed.
Sleep, Tom? Well, you've been having visitors, Tom. The air's full of smoke. Tom, are you asleep?
Oh, yeah, it's a close one. Well, nothing ever came of it, though, but I was more careful after that. A week went by. Every day brought me closer and closer to Suki. And Suki closer and closer to some of his own medicine right back in his face. And then something happened that spoiled everything.
Tom, we've got good news for you this morning.
Look how wide his eyes are. You better not keep him waiting.
Tom, you're getting out of here. We're moving you to within 20 miles of your old hometown. You're going to Colville Hospital.
Better tell him when.
Yes. Tomorrow morning.
He doesn't seem to like it. Tom, what's the matter?
Suki was laughing now. He stood in that little square in the ceiling. He laughed down at me because he knew I was going away and I'd never get him. So they were shipping me out on Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow was Sunday. And then I had a plan. I had a desperate plan. It might work and it might not. But if it did, it would bring Suki right into my room. You see, the plan wouldn't work except today was Saturday. Today was Saturday. And right the day before they were shipping me to Colville, 3,000 miles away. Today was Saturday, and on Saturday...
This is your last spin around the grounds, Tom. And here comes Jackie. I'll bet you forgot this was Saturday, and Jackie's out of school. And he's going to play Mr. Wheelchair Conductor. Hello, Jackie. Ready to take over?
Sure thing, Miss Rose.
Now get him lots of sun and keep him out full time. Then when you're through, you can help Janet with Murdoch.
Yes, Miss Rose.
Now, see you later. You be careful.
You bet.
All right, kid, you can stop.
What? Did you say something?
I said stop right here.
Gosh, I didn't know you could talk, mister. Well, sure, I'll stop right here, but maybe I'd better get an order.
Now, stay right here and shut up. Now, you listen to me. You and I are going to have a little secret. Are you with me?
What kind of a secret?
You just don't say anything about what you see or hear until tomorrow. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to help a soldier or are you going to spill everything?
What? Wow. Well, I'll help, of course.
All right, now. Now, keep pushing me until we get down to that tavern, and then push me in that little alcove there. Come on. What are we waiting for? Hurry up.
Yeah, mister. Yeah, but I shouldn't be doing this, should I?
That's the best thing you ever did. Now, go into that tavern and get me $3 worth of quarters. Here's $3. I'm going to use this phone. And don't get any funny ideas about calling the hospital. You're working with me, aren't you, kid?
Well, I guess so.
All right, now. I'm going to watch you through the glass of this phone booth. Stay right out there where I can see you. Get me?
Yes, sir.
All right, here goes.
You shouldn't get up. Hey, don't try to get out of your wheelchair.
I'm already out. All right, now stand right there. Stand where I can see you. Long distance, one.
Long distance.
I want to talk to Bill Mason at Mason's Real Estate Office in San Bernardino.
What is your name, please?
My name's Tom Warner.
That will be $1.25 for 3 minutes.
$1.
Please deposit $1.25 for 3 minutes.
$1.25.
Here is your party.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, who's this?
Tom. Tom Warner.
Oh, you're kidding. Who is this?
It's Tom, you dope. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Just can't get it through my thick head, that's all. Last time I heard about you...
I know, but it's all over now. I'm alive. Now, Bill, listen to me. Now, listen close. Listen awful close, Bill. Bill, Suki's alive.
Suki?
Yeah, Suki. He's working in a flower shop in the hospital here.
Are you crazy?
Now, no, I've seen him. I've watched him. I've noticed all his gestures. Yeah, he's got the scar I gave him right on the side of his face. Hey, are you listening?
Yeah, go on.
Now, I want you to get a hold of Curly. And tonight the three of us will blast him right out of the face of the earth.
Tom, are you okay?
What's the matter with you? I found Suki. He's here right in the United States where we can get at him.
Well, if you're sure it's Suki, why don't you call the cops or the FBI?
Because I know what'll happen to him then. He'll end up in an American jail and he'll have a nice soft bed to sleep in. He'll get 3 good hot meals a day. And he'll get all the comforts of home. Look what he gave to us out in your life, Bill. Now, look, if you start driving right now, you can be here by 9 o'clock.
Tom, the war's over. I forgot all that stuff a long time ago. I want you to forget it, too.
Sure. And you can forget it all if you want to. I know why you're forgetting it. It's because you're chicken, that's why. You haven't got the guts to face him, and your lousy yell on your backbone has turned to a sponge. I only wish Mayberry and Evans were all here to listen to the lousy rot that was dripping out of you.
Tom, what's the matter?
I'm blacking out.
Oh, hang on, Tom, hang on. What place are you calling from, Tom? Tom?
I'm going to put oil on my face.
Where are you, Tom?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. James Stewart in Mission Completed. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
We'll call time from the SALRSPS, Sell Autolite Resistor Spark Plug Society.
Oh, yes, I'm a charter member, and since I've been on the job, millions and millions of Autolite resistor spark plugs have been sold.
Sure, we know, and that's why we decided to award you the Velvet Hammer.
The Velvet Hammer?
Yes, it's for nailing down sales with subtle finesse.
Don't need one. Autolite resistor spark plugs are so good they sell themselves. Why, those worthy wizards of cars, Autolite resistor spark plugs mean faster starts at low temperatures. With that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor spark plugs let your engine idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures, save you gas. And friends, Autolite resistor spark plugs have 200% longer electrode life. Cut down on spark plug interference with radio and television. So stop at your neighborhood Autolite dealers and have him install a set of the wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, or the famous regular type Autolite spark plug, long recognized for dependability. Remember, either way, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star James Stewart in Mission Completed, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tom? Tom, can you hear me?
Help me, kid.
Gee, you shouldn't have got up, mister. There, why, brace the chair. Just lie back. There.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Maybe I need a little air.
Gee, you look as white as a sheet.
I don't say anything about this, kid. Just keep your mouth shut until tomorrow, will you? Tomorrow morning I'll be going away. You promise me that?
Well, okay.
Okay, now, take me home, huh?
Yes, sir.
I was back in my room, flattened out like a pancake. And the bed in the room kept spinning around, wouldn't stay still. Pretty soon I got a sort of a second wind. I decided to try to get up out of bed. I found I could get up okay. I was awful weak. I'd just about given up my plan when I happened to look out the window. The day watchman was changing places with the night patrolman, and the item that caught my eye was a big, fat revolver bulging at the man's side. Maybe the plan would work after all. I didn't need Bill Mason and Curly and anybody else. All I needed was my 2 hands, a little luck. Let's see. I'd have to make another phone call. Well, there's a phone on this floor right in front of Murdoch's door. 1, 8, 6.
Hospital flower shop.
Hello. This is Dr. Benson.
Oh, yes, doctor.
Would you send a bouquet of flowers? Roses. A lot of big roses up to 411. See, one of the patients is leaving, and we'd like to make him feel good. It's kind of a surprise just before he goes to sleep, and the ward's quiet. You see, about 9 o'clock this evening.
Okie dokie. You want some fern to go with it?
Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Just a minute. Who delivers at that hour? Have you got someone?
Oh, I deliver myself just before I close up. Okie dokie.
Fine, thank you. I just got the phone back on the hook when Dr. Benson and 2 nurses came walking along. Like a shot, I dropped to the floor of the phone booth, and I tried to double up like an accordion. My heart beat so loudly, I was afraid they'd hear it. But drowning out my heart was Murdoch saying something.
Hey, Tom's on the phone.
Don't be silly, Sandy.
Yeah?
Go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I held my breath. But they kept on walking down the hall. And they turned into the solarium. I got up. I got the door open. I almost fell across the hall into my room. I lay back on the bed, gasping and waiting for my pulse to get back to normal. And it was 8 o'clock. Getting dark outside. The only sound was the clock ticking in the hall. I was getting all the breaks. A summer shower had just come up. Light wind blowing. I got down the hall all right and through the solarium to the fire escape. It was easy going down, hugging the shadows. Pretty soon I was at the bottom. I spotted the patrolman sitting under the little eaves at the tool shed. He's trying to keep out of the rain. My hand closed around a broken brick that had fallen off the building. I crept up in back of him. I got the brick ready to smash him on the head when I suddenly realized he was asleep. I took a step real close. And then I had his revolver, and I was pointing it right into his eyes, which were still blinking off some sleep. And he muttered, and then he started to yell. One little whisper, and this goes off right in your face. Now get up and get into that tool shed. Sure. Open the door and crawl in. Come on, quick. All right, now take that adhesive tape. Tie your feet together. Come on, hurry up. Tight, hurry.
What are you trying to do, fella?
Shut up. Do as I say. I made him tie his feet together with adhesive tape and lie flat in his face while I wound long strips of tape around his wrists.
Take it easy.
I tied his wrists together, and then I hog-tied his wrists to his feet and pulled them up tight behind him. Then I turned him over on his side, and I crammed 2 handkerchiefs into his mouth. Put long strips of tape around those. And the rain was coming down in buckets as it made my way back to the fire escape. I made the first 2 flights. And then 3. And finally hit 4, and I slid on my face out cold. I don't know how long I lay there on those iron bars of the fire escape. It was too long for my plans. Well, there was nobody in the hall, so I ran for it. Still nobody in the hall. Still nobody. Nobody in my room. I slid open the door and I started for bed. The bed met me halfway, and I lay there soaking wet with a gun sticking out of my pocket. I spun the cylinder. I saw 6.45 caliber bullets. 15 minutes went by. And then it was 9 o'clock. The ward was very quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Nothing sounded until I heard the sound of the elevator. And it's stopping on 4. Someone had got out of the elevator and was padding down the hall. And it was the same little shuffle I'd heard every day for 3 years in a bug-infested hellhole called the prison camp. Yeah. The same footsteps, the footsteps I used to turn my brain to water and send my heart right down to my shoes. The footsteps that meant someone was going to get it, and I wanted to yell and scream, "Come on, Suki, it's different now. Come on, Suki. I'm waiting for you." I couldn't breathe very good. Every breath I took drowned out Suki's feet. So I just took little short breaths, and I waited. And I had to grab the revolver with both hands to keep it steady. And Suki was getting closer. And so I released the safety catch, and I tried to keep my wobbly hand steady. He was almost here now. The knob was turning in the door.
Suki! Suki! This is for Camel! And this is for Jones! And this is for Mayberry and Evans and Murphy!
Tom?
I killed Suki.
Yes, you killed Suki, Tom. He's dead. And he'll never bother you again. You killed him.
Yes, I did. I killed Suki.
Now, give me the gun, Tom. Yeah, that's it. Yes, you killed Suki in your mind. He's dead in your mind. You can forget him now, Tom.
Yeah, I think I better sit down.
Miss Rhodes, shove that wheelchair out of the room. You can sit in a chair, Tom, but not in a wheelchair. You're through with that for good.
What?
Now, Jimmy.
What's that?
Are you all right?
Yes, Doctor.
No powder burns?
No, I'm fine, Doctor.
Good. Now, Tom. Tom, I want you to meet Jimmy Cato, who works in our flower shop here, and who was Lieutenant Cato of the Armed Forces in Italy not so long ago.
Yeah, I killed Suki. I killed
Yes,
Suki.
yes. In your mind, you killed Suki, Tom, and you're okay now. The man you thought was Suki was Jimmy Cato. He was born and raised here in this community, and he has almost as many medals as you have. Now, I want you to shake hands with him.
I'm paralyzed. All I can do is blink my eyes.
No, you are not, Tom. You are going to shake hands with Jimmy and thank him.
Hello, Cato. I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about. When Dr. Benson told me about your reaction the day you saw me, I was glad to help out.
You see, Tom, we're pretty thorough here. When you thought you saw Suki, Miss Rhodes made a notation that you flexed muscles you hadn't commanded for nearly 4 years. And so we went from there.
Well, you must have thick skin, Cato. I'm pretty good shot.
No. The patrolmen on the grounds here, Tom, always carried blanks, no bullets. You're going home tomorrow, Tom. Well on the way to complete recovery. And in your mind, there's a big X mark, canceling out a nightmare of 4 years' duration. And written in huge letters is a beautiful sign, Tom. And it says to you, once and for all, mission completed.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, James Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, Gracie Allen, what are you doing here?
Well, I came to ask you and Jimmy Stewart if you can fix it with Autolite for my husband, Sugar Throat Burns, to sing on Suspense. Our sponsor will hear it and realize how great George is, and then he'll let him sing on our show Wednesday night.
Well, look, Gracie, Suspense is all booked up for next week. Mickey Rooney will be on.
Well, how about the week after that, Mr. Stewart?
No, they're booked up for that week, too. Lana Turner will be here that week. As a matter of fact, they're booked up for the next 4,000 weeks.
Oh, 4,000 weeks would be about,
That's 80 years.
Oh, how about the week after that?
Well, I've got to leave, Gracie. Tell George that he has all my condolences.
Oh, really? I'm surprised they fit him. You know, you're so tall.
Gracie, would you mind if I get in just one teensy-weensy word about Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Teensy-weensy? Oh, you can do better than that. If George were here, I bet he could sing about your spark plugs.
I'll bet he could at that. Everyone is singing the praises of Autolite resistor spark plugs. And that goes for the 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast.
Those are nice lyrics.
Autolite also builds complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars, batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team.
You wouldn't want George to sing that?
No. Friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
You sure, Mr. Wilcox, that you wouldn't want George to sing that?
I'm sure.
Oh. Well, good night, and happy Autolite.
Next Thursday for Suspense, Mickey Rooney will be our star. The play is called For Love or Murder. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Mission Completed is an original radio play by John R. Forrest. James Stewart can currently be seen starred in the title role of the MGM picture The Stratton Story.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 14th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding and James Stewart in Madam X. Lux presents Hollywood. Madam X comes to you through courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes, the most popular fine fabric soap in the world. It is your regular use of Lux that makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. And we want you to know that we appreciate your patronage. Our stars tonight are Anne Harding, James Stewart of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Conway Turl. Our guest, the former First Lady of the Tennis Courts, Mrs. Helen Wills Moody, and from New York, in Madam X and her son from Real Life. Produced each week by Cecil B. DeMille with Louis Silvers conducting, this program comes to you direct from the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, where we bid a hearty welcome to you all. Before we hear Anne Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl in Madam X, may I remind you that summer is practically here, with its cool, comfortable cottons, its wash suits and dresses and sport things. These clothes can look so fresh, so crisp and immaculate that it makes you cooler just to see them. And I don't have to tell you how comfortable they feel. There's no reason why your summer things should ever lose their cool, crisp, new look. Lux is especially made to protect them. These delicate flakes are free from the harmful alkali too often found in many ordinary soaps. Any color, any material that's safe in clear water alone is safe in gentle Lux. Make a note to order Lux tomorrow. You'll find the large-size box most convenient. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents its eminent producer, that outstanding pioneer of motion pictures, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Anne Harding became an actress because she wanted to write. Employed by an insurance company in New York, she spent her spare time reading novels and plays for famous players Lasky, of which I was Director General, helping our studio in its search for picture ideas. When she decided to study stage technique, she visited the Provincetown Players. They offered her the lead in their next production. Following came 5 offers from Broadway, along with an ultimatum from her father, the late General George Gatley, commanding her to give up the stage or her home. Anne chose the stage. And 8 years passed before the General admitted that an actress in the family, especially an actress like Anne, was no discredit to the Gatleys. Several months ago, Anne went abroad, made a picture in England, and triumphed on the stage in Canada. She returned last month to Hollywood with her husband, the distinguished conductor, Werner Jansen. Tonight in Madam X, she plays the title role. With the same speed that he displayed on the track while attending Princeton University, lanky James Stewart has vaulted into picture popularity. At Princeton, he studied architecture when he could tear himself away from playing the accordion. One summer, he worked as an assistant to a magician, but there is no truth to the rumor that he became a lady killer by sawing a woman in half. From college, he went into summer stock, was stage manager for Jane Cowell, and soon after was acting on Broadway. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought Jimmy to Hollywood, and he's heard tonight as Raymond. In the role of Alan Cartwright, we present Conway Turl, an outstanding personality on the stage and screen for more than 20 years. Out of the limelight for a while, Mr. Till made a remarkable comeback on the stage in Dinner at 8 and is currently seen in Romeo and Juliet. Now for our play. Our stars make their entrance as the curtain rises, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding and James Stewart in Madam X with Conway Turl. The year is 1918. It's late at night, and in the richly furnished library of his home in New York City, Alan Cartwright paces the floor anxiously, waiting for news of his 4-year-old son, who tosses feverishly on a sickbed upstairs. As the door to the library opens, Cartwright crushes out a cigarette with nervous fingers and turns quickly to greet the doctor.
How is he? Is there any change?
He's much better, Alan.
You mean that he'll live?
The crisis is over. His temperature has started to drop already.
Oh, thank God.
He'll be romping all over the house in a few days. Youngsters come back fast. All he needs is rest and quiet.
If anything happens to Raymond, he's all I have left.
Nothing's going to happen to him. Now pull yourself together, Alan. I've left a prescription with the nurse. And something for you, too.
For me? I don't need anything. I'm steady as a fiddle.
Your nerves are raw, Alan. You've been working too hard. And now, with this, you need a rest yourself, man.
A rest? How can I rest? I have a law practice to attend to.
Your law practice doesn't demand that you kill yourself, does it? Take things easy. You've done nothing but work all your life. It's the only thing you know.
It's the only thing worth knowing.
And one thing more, Alan. I don't like to mention this, but I'm your physician and your friend.
Well?
Jacqueline has been gone for 2 years now. She's not coming back. You've got to begin to accept that fact.
You think that's what's got me down?
Well,
Well, it hasn't. I've no intention of ever allowing her to come back. She's been calling here all day.
Jacqueline?
She heard Raymond was sick. Wanted to see him.
You're going to let her, of course.
No.
But Alan, she's his mother.
She left him and she left me. Life wasn't gay enough for her here. Well, very well then. But I'll make her own life. Make it or wreck it.
She's young, Alan. Much younger than you. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you were to blame, too?
For what?
You were so absorbed in your work. You had so little time for her. It wasn't gaiety Jacqueline wanted. It was companionship, love.
She left Raymond. Her own baby. There's nothing more to be said about it.
Sorry, Alan.
When are you coming to see Raymond again?
I'll drop in later on my way from the hospital. Good night, old man.
Good night.
Just a moment, please. Oh, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Bessie. Is Mr. Cartwright in?
Why, yes, ma'am. That is, I'm not sure, ma'am.
How is Raymond?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cartwright, but Mr. Cartwright said that...
Did he leave orders that I was not to be admitted, Bessie? Is that the trouble?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Is that the doctor back again, Bessie? Let him in. Don't keep him... Oh.
Good evening, Alan.
You may go, Bessie. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Well?
I've come to see Raymond. How is he, Alan?
I told you not to come here.
Oh, please. How is Raymond? Is he any better?
The danger is over.
Oh, may I see him, please?
No.
All I want to do is open the door and look at him.
He mustn't be disturbed.
I won't disturb him.
I'm sorry.
But I'm his mother, Alan. I've a right to see him.
You forfeited that right when you left him 2 years ago. I'm sorry, Jacqueline.
I didn't leave him, Alan. I left you. I had to. It was a mistake, I admit it, a great mistake, but I only meant it to be for a little while, just time enough to think things over. Why didn't you answer my letters, Alan?
I sent you money.
Why didn't you answer my letters?
I was busy.
You were always busy, weren't you, Alan? That was always the trouble. I reached out for you again and again. I could never find you.
You knew what you wanted, Jacqueline. Now you've got it. You left Raymond and you left me.
And there's no returning.
It's too late for that.
Very well. You want a divorce, Alan?
No.
No? But you... Oh, I see. It isn't a good thing for a man to be divorced if he wants to be a judge. You'd sacrifice your whole life for that, and mine too, wouldn't you?
It's my career, not yours. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave now.
I've come here to beg your forgiveness, to ask you for one glimpse of my own baby.
Too much excitement.
I won't excite Raymond. I love him. But you won't let me near him. Clients, courts, a judge's robes. That's what your life is and all it will ever be. You don't know what love means.
Get out.
Opinions, decisions. Human beings aren't bound in leather and filed with your law books. They live. They make mistakes. They forgive and love and keep on living. Oh, please, Alan, let me see him. Let me see my baby.
No, Jacqueline. You say I'm hard. Well, perhaps I am. But it's for his good, too. I don't trust you. You've made me too unhappy. You've ruined my life. You're not going to have a chance to ruin his.
I should hate you for this, Alan, but I can't. I can't feel anything at all for you, except pity. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what it means. But someday you will. And you'll never forgive yourself, Alan. Never.
There. Now light the candles on the cake, Bessie. Hurry up. We'll surprise him.
10 candles. 10 years old today. It seems only yesterday he was a baby, Mr. Potter.
Letter from Raymond, Alan?
Yes, and listen to this. When my sophomore year's over, I'm planning to switch to pre-law. Pre-law, Perry. What do you think of that?
And it is my privilege this day to award them their diplomas. May they practice their profession in uprightness and in honor. Will the men step forward, please? Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright, James Carvell, Gerald Crandall.
Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright. There you are, Dad. My name in the newspaper.
I see it, son.
Yeah, you can just about see it, yeah. It's pretty small print, isn't it?
Oh, it'll be larger someday.
No, not as large as yours, I'll bet. But did you see that story on the record this morning? Alan Cartwright sworn into the state Supreme Court. Well, I got a real kick out of that.
Yeah, so did I.
You've been working for it long enough.
All my life, son.
Now it's here. Well, you must feel pretty good.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I do.
Well, I don't see you throwing any hats into the air or anything. You know, if I ever just get one case, I'll be a success, you know.
Well, success isn't everything, son. You'll find that out as you get older. There's more to life. Oh, much more.
Well, such as what?
Well, a home, friendship, family, a clear conscience.
Well, you have those, Dad?
I have. Most of them. You've been my family, Raymond.
I guess I haven't been much help. I might have been different if Mother had lived. What was she like, Dad?
I thought we were never to mention your mother's name.
Oh, I know, I promised, but why not? It was such a long time ago, and everyone likes to know something about his mother. What she looked like, where she came from, what she did and said. You've never even told me her name.
She died when you were 4. You were ill at the time.
Where's she buried?
What?
Where's Mother buried?
Oh, a long way from here, Raymond. I'll take you there someday.
What was her name, Dad?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline. That's a beautiful name. She must have been beautiful.
Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright. Raymond Cartwright. Who is it?
Come on, open up.
Just a minute. Oh, come in, Tony.
Yeah, you're getting kind of exclusive, ain't you, Jackie? Locking your door now, huh?
Have a right to privacy in my own dressing room?
Sure, but not when the customers are waiting for a number. Come on.
I'll be ready in a minute.
What have you been doing?
Reading the newspapers. Why?
New York papers, huh? What do you read them for all the time? The news is 3 days late.
That's my business, isn't it?
Sure. And maybe the San Francisco sheets don't carry the stuff you're interested in, huh?
What are you talking about?
Now, don't give me that, Jackie. I know you too well. Who is this guy Cartwright?
If you'll get out of here, I'll get ready for my number.
Come on. Who is he? Why have you got a whole drawer full of clippings on him?
How do you know that?
Don't be foolish. I looked.
You're frank enough.
Why not? Alan Cartwright, a prominent attorney, and son Raymond, vacation at Palm Beach. Alan Cartwright appointed to Supreme Court. Who is he, Jackie? Come on, loosen up. Now, what are you trying to do, shake him down?
Get out.
A Supreme Court judge, huh? He's a hot number. They got something on him.
Did you hear what I said? Get out of here. Get out.
You see, you get yourself all worked up. You'll be pulling one of those faints of yours in a minute. You want a drink?
No.
I was just thinking, if you have got something on this bird, you ought to count me in. You know, for old time's sake.
I may be pretty low right now. I may have stepped down pretty far to be working in a place like this and for a man like you. But I haven't reached your level yet. Now get out.
All right. That's the way you feel about it. See you outside, Jackie.
Hey, what do you want, boss?
Run out and send a wire for me to Joe Harper in New York. Tell him I want some dope on a guy by the name of Alan Cartwright, Supreme Court judge.
Okay.
And look, I want to know especially about his wife, see? Who she was and where she is now. Tell him to get everything he can. I'll meet him in New York a week from Saturday.
Okay.
Joe. Yep. Yeah, I got the stuff you left here. Oh, it's swell. Just what I wanted. No, I can't see you now, Joe. Come around to the hotel tomorrow. So long. Who is it?
Hello, Tony.
Well, if it isn't Jackie. How are you, Jackie?
All right.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Well, they told me you'd gone to New York, so I followed you.
Yeah? What for?
Just to make sure you didn't try anything that might get you into trouble.
Thanks, but I don't need any advice from you, see? I got everything I need, Jackie, and it's a swell story.
Is it?
You see, I know who you are and who your husband is, and your son, too.
And what are you planning to do with that information?
I'm going to do with it what you didn't have the nerve to do. I'm going to use it.
To blackmail him?
Oh, no. I'm just going to tell him where his wife is and what she is.
Oh, no, you're not.
No? And who's going to stop me?
I am. You're not going to ruin my son's career, Tony. I'm not the type to stand by and see you wreck his life.
Yeah? Well, what do you think you're going to do about it?
It's very simple.
Huh? Put that gun down. You don't scare me.
I'm not trying to scare you.
You know where you'll land, don't you?
That doesn't worry me. I can't last much longer anyway, so I've got nothing to lose. You have.
Sure, about $10,000 if I let you bluff me out of it, but you can't, see? Because I'm going to see him right now, tonight.
I'm not bluffing. I mean it. Stay away from my husband.
Get out of my way.
I'm warning you. Stay away from my husband.
I'll show you what I think of you and your warning.
Don't open that door.
Well, why don't you shoot?
Stay away from that door, I tell you.
So long, bluffer.
What's the matter? What happened?
In there. Take in that room. Stop. I heard her.
What's going on up here?
You killed him. Grab that woman.
I'll get the police. Come here, you.
Take your hands off me. I didn't. I'm not trying to escape. I killed him.
Before going on with Madam X, let's stop a minute in a bright and shining little kitchen near Glendale. Brother Bob is staying overnight with Walter and Sally. Walter has just gone out to put the car up. Sally is about to do the dishes while Bob leans against the cupboard near the door.
Oh, Lux Flakes. So you use Lux for dishes, too?
Indeed I do. No dishpan hands for me.
Yeah, that's what Kay says, too.
And she ought to know. Remember how she complained last winter about dishwashing making her hands sore?
You bet I do. Just about the time you came out here for a visit.
Honestly, I didn't believe a girl's hands could look so rough and red. All split around the nails, too. And all because she was using a harsh soap for dishes.
Trying to save money, she said.
Well, I got her to change to Lux. Honestly, it was almost unbelievable how much better her hands looked in just the short time I was there. She says she finds Lux isn't at all expensive.
She sure is proud of her hands now. But I didn't know she had you to thank for it.
Not me. It's the makers of Lux she should thank. Lux hasn't any harmful alkali, you know. It gets the dishes clean in no time at all. Look, I'm practically through already, thanks to...
To me, as inspiration.
But most of all, to Lux.
Once again, Mr. DeMille. Anne Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl continue in Madam X. Arrested for the murder of Tony Phillips, Jacqueline is taken to police headquarters. In an office of the Homicide Bureau, she sits in the glare of a blinding electric lamp. Two detectives are cross-questioning her. Captain Keene leans close and raps his hand sharply on the table.
Come on. You admit that you killed a man by the name of Tony Phillips? You admit you went to the Hotel Trent for the purpose of shooting him dead? Now, who was he? What was he to you?
He was nothing to me.
Then why did you kill him?
I won't tell you.
You must have had a reason. What was it?
I won't tell you.
All right, sister. But you're making it a lot tougher for yourself. You know that, don't you? You know what'll happen to you, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know what will happen to me.
And why don't you come clean? Come on, give us the dope. We're only trying to help you.
I have nothing to say.
You're waiting for your lawyer, is that it?
I've no lawyer.
But you're going to have one.
No.
It's no use, Chief. Better send her back till we get a chance to work on this thing.
Wait a minute, Murphy. I'm going to give you one more chance, sister. I won't ask you who the man was. I won't ask you why you shot him. All I want to know is one thing. Who are you? What's your name? Where do you come from? Come on. What's your name? You can tell us that, can't you? What's your name? Who are you? All right, Murphy. Send her back.
Flynn?
Yes, sir.
Take her back to her cell.
This way, sister.
Well, that was a nice waste of time.
I don't see what you're so worried about, Chief. It's an open and shut case. She walked into a hotel room and drilled a guy. She admits it, even.
Yeah, sure she admits it. But how do you know what she'll admit when she gets on the stand? That's what counts, Murphy. What she says in front of 12 good men and true.
You say the same thing. She didn't even want a lawyer.
Well, the court will take care of that for her.
Yeah.
They'll appoint someone to represent her.
Some kid, probably. Who can't even find his way to the witness chair. She sure is a sucker for not talking.
In the interest of justice, it is the duty of this court to see that the accused is ably represented by counsel. To that end, and to assure the accused of a just trial in accordance with the laws of this state, the court hereby appoints as counsel for the defendant, Raymond Cartwright.
Hello, Dad.
Well, come in, Raymond.
Well, I've got it.
Got what?
My first big case. Look me over.
Good boy. Well, the first one's always the hardest, you know.
Yeah, don't I know it. Of course, there's not much glory attached to this one. It's one of those assignments.
Oh, well, it's a start, Raymond.
Well, that's the way I look at it.
Criminal case, I suppose.
Yeah, she's charged with murder.
Oh, a woman, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Any evidence?
Well, that's the whole trouble, you know. It's all evidence. She admits everything. She won't talk about it. Won't even give her name.
Oh, yes. I think I read something about it in the papers this morning. What is it the reporters are calling her?
Yeah, trust them to give it a name. They're calling her Madam X.
That's it, yeah. Well, they've handed you a nice one for your first case. How are you handling it?
Well, I haven't decided that yet.
Well, you have to get her to talk. Any luck so far?
No, I haven't even seen her. She wasn't in the court when I got the assignment. I'm seeing her at the Tombs at 4 o'clock. I don't know what I can do for her if she won't give me anything to go on. And, well, if she admits everything now, it's sort of hopeless, I guess.
Well, you can't tell. You can admit the murder and still get an acquittal, you know. Temporary insanity. Self-defense. Extenuating circumstances. Oh, it's been done before.
Yeah, I know, but isn't that sort of drawing it a little far?
No, not a bit. You see, justice is a funny thing. There's a district attorney on one side, a counsel for the defense on the other. Your job is to present your client's case in its most favorable light. Just as it's the DA's job to convict her, if possible. If you can dig up any facts that might conceivably influence a jury to vote not guilty, it's your right and your duty to use those facts. A human life depends on it. Depends on you.
Yes, I know. It's a big responsibility, isn't it?
Yes. Anything I could do to help you?
Well, no, thanks. I'd rather have it myself. I mean...
Of course, we'll go to it. And the best of luck.
Thanks, Dad.
You can make her talk. You're a better man than the whole homicide squad.
How long has she been in here?
10 days. She ought to come to trial pretty soon. No use in delaying on these open and shut cases.
Have you questioned her since you brought her in?
Every day. She won't talk. She won't even eat. She just sits there and stares at you. It's enough to give a man the creeps.
She still won't give her name, huh?
No. She says her name is Williams. Laura Williams. But she admits it's a phony. It's only for the records. Here we are. You've got a visitor, sister. Go ahead, son.
Thanks. I'd like to see her alone, of course.
Sure. I'll be at the end of the corridor. Just yell when you want me.
How do you do?
What do you want with me? If you've been sent here to question me, you're wasting your time. I've nothing to say. I've told them that.
Oh, no, I'm not an officer. I'm your attorney.
I told them I didn't want an attorney.
No, but you have to have someone to plead your case. You see, that's the law. I was appointed by the judge. Well, if I'm to represent you, I've got to know something about you. Who you are, where you came from. You'll tell me that, won't you?
My name is Laura Williams.
No, but that's not your real name.
They asked me my name for the records. I told them my name was Laura Williams. That's all I have to say.
But
That's all I have to say.
Well, you're not being very fair. You're not being fair to yourself or to me either.
You?
Yes, You see, this is my first case.
Oh.
That doesn't sound very encouraging, does it? But I think I can help you. That is, if you're just giving me the chance. Now, I did want to make a showing on this. And so if you don't want to do it for yourself, perhaps you'd be willing to help me.
You're very young, aren't you?
Oh, I'm 24.
24. I had a son. He'd be 24 now, too. And he's just...
Then he's alive.
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. I know it hurts to be reminded when you've lost someone near to you.
Have you ever lost anyone?
Yes, my mother.
How?
Oh, she died some time ago.
Oh.
But we were speaking of your son. Now, he's still alive.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Has he anything to do with the man that was shot?
No. Oh, let me alone. Please, just let me alone.
But I've got to defend you.
I don't want to be defended. I killed that man. I walked into his room at the Hotel Trent and I shot him. Is there anything more to be said? I'm perfectly willing to pay for what I did.
But don't you see, there may be no reason why you should pay. That's all I'm trying to find out, just what the motive was. You see, you might have had a good reason to kill him.
I did.
Well, did he threaten you in any way?
No.
It wasn't self-defense then?
No.
Did he threaten anyone near to you?
No.
Your son, perhaps?
No. Why do you keep bringing up my son?
Well, it's the only thing I know about you. That you have or had a son. I'm just groping in the dark, that's all, trying to help you. You can't blame me for that. It's just my job.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too, that this had to be your first case. But you mustn't take it too much to heart. Everything's against you. Nobody expects you to win.
Hello, Hotel Trent. What name, please? Just a moment, please. Hello, room service? Hold on a minute. Hello, Hotel Trent. Yes, ma'am. What name, please? Oh, one moment, please.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The manager said I could speak to you for a minute.
Yeah? Take my calls, will you, Francis? Okay. Well?
My name is Raymond Cartwright. Are you the girl that was on the switchboard the night the man was shot in 518?
Yeah, why?
Now, I want you to think hard and try to remember. Did he receive any calls that night?
Yeah, he got a call about 8 o'clock.
You're sure?
Sure, it was a man called. I remember because it was just a couple of minutes before the fellow was shot.
You didn't tell the police?
Well, I didn't think it was important, was it?
Oh, that's all right, that's all right. Now, look, when that man called, did he mention his name? Now, come on, think hard. Now, come on.
Yeah. He said his name was, wait a minute now, Harper. Harper, that's what it was, Joe Harper.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, we always ask what name, and I remember because my boyfriend's name is Harper,
All
and I thought...
right, that's fine, thanks.
Huh.
You keep this quiet, will you?
Oh, sure.
Hello? Yes? Well, what'd you find? Well, now keep looking. Will you try the city directory? Try anything you can think of. Now, we've got to locate this Joe Harper before we go on trial. All right, thanks.
Any luck, son?
Nothing yet. If I could just get this man Harper, I might learn something. I've got 2 men working on it right now.
Well, what about the woman? Have you asked her?
She doesn't know him. If she does, she's not saying. I can't get her to talk about this case. She's just not interested. They brought her the notice of the trial. She didn't even read it. She doesn't even know my name, and I'm defending her.
Well, when do you go to trial?
Thursday morning.
Doesn't leave you much time, does it?
I tried to postpone and couldn't get it. You know, Dad, it's funny. This thing's got me.
Well, that's natural. Your first criminal case?
No, that's not the reason. There's just something about that woman. Something I can't explain.
You think she's innocent?
No, but I have a feeling somehow that what she did, she had a good reason for doing. She was protecting someone. I'm sure of it.
Well, silence seems a pretty good indication of that. I'd use that point in the summing up, if I were you.
Oh, I'm going to. I don't know what good it'll do, but it's the only thing I've got to go on so far.
She's never given you anything else?
No, except that first day about her son. She talks to me now, though.
What about?
Oh, about everything except herself. She sort of rambles on as if I weren't there. Every once in a while I catch a glimpse of something in her life. Something dark and sordid, something that's been gnawing at her for years. And she's been through hell, that woman. It's in her eyes. But then there's something beautiful there, too. There's something I've got to save if I can.
I think you will, son. If you feel like that, I don't think there's anything that can stop you.
I'm going to see her once more, just before the trial. I'm going to ask her if she'll go on the stand.
You think there's a chance?
Well, I don't know. I can only try.
I think I'll be there to watch you, son. You know, I've got a feeling that I'm going to be very proud of you. Whether you win or lose makes no difference. Remember that, my boy.
All right. I'll be ready for us in just a few minutes. We're just waiting for the judge. You feel all right?
I'm all right. I just wish it were over, that's all.
Now, before we go out there, I'm going to ask one favor of you. Now, please don't refuse me.
What is it?
Well, I want you to take the stand. Testify for yourself.
No, I can't do that.
Now, you won't have to tell them anything. I just want that jury to hear you speak.
I'm sorry. I don't like to refuse you, but I can't do that.
I'm sorry, too. I've tried to help you.
Now, don't feel badly about it. There's nothing more you can do for me. I appreciate what you've already done. You've been very kind.
You know, you've never even asked my name.
Names? They don't matter very much. It's what you are that counts. And you've been kind. Thank you. You don't know what it's meant to have someone to talk to, someone who understands things as you do. I'd have gone mad just waiting there.
Tell me, haven't you any friends at all?
Oh, I did have once. I think I had everything that a woman could ask for. But I made one mistake, and I threw it all away. And it's so easy to keep on making mistakes once you've started. There's no turning back then. You just go on, step by step, always a little lower, till at last there's nothing left but memories and bitterness and an ache in your heart for what you might have been. They say time heals everything. I don't believe that. I've never been able to forget and never wanted to. That's why I'm glad it's over now. I'll find peace where I'm going. Peace and rest. And I need them so.
Come in, please.
Almost ready.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be right outside here when you want me, Mr. Cartwright.
Cartwright! Is that your name?
Oh, yes, I'm Raymond Cartwright.
Oh, God!
What is it? Well, why do you stare at me like that?
You're going to defend me?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, and that's why I want you to go on the stand, just to tell them.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what it means.
What's the matter? Here, give me your hand. Now, get hold of yourself, please.
It's all right. I'll be all right. Now.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Anne Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl return shortly in Madam X. Tonight's play concerns one type of court. Now we hear from a young woman who's made history on another kind. 7 times Wimbledon tennis champion, 7 times United States champion, and 4 times champion of France. An unequaled record. Helen Wills Moody, as one of the greatest of all women athletes. I introduce her tonight with the hope that she'll settle a question in the mind of everyone who follows this sport of king and commoner. Mrs. Moody, have you given up tournament tennis for good, or is there a chance you'll return?
I should like to go on one more tour, which would include Wimbledon and Forest Hills. It's difficult, however, to leave home for such a long time as is required for the summer tournaments. But there is something irresistible about tennis, and I find myself playing regularly at home in San Francisco 4 or 5 times a week.
In a few days, the matches will begin at Wimbledon. That must be rather a hard call for you to resist.
Indeed it is, but after all, it isn't Wimbledon or championships that make tennis such a grand game. It's the finest sport in the world because it's everybody's game, a sport for all ages. When I was in Stockholm, I played with King Gustav of Sweden, who's still on the courts in his late 70s. Here in Hollywood, you'll find many of the stars playing remarkably well, not only for exercise, but because they know tennis develops poise. Among them are stars like Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gilbert Rowland, Warner Baxter, Greta Garbo, Ronald Coleman, and Merle Oberon.
I understand that now you're devoting a lot of time to designing clothes and painting. How does an artist's brush feel in a hand accustomed to a tennis racket?
The fields are not so far removed as you may think, Mr. DeMille. The action of a tennis game, the sweep of the strokes, the graceful lines, the rhythm of motion, are qualities that lend themselves very readily to an etching or a pencil sketch. Look at a good painting, and then at a good game of tennis, and you'll find a kindred artistry. As for clothes, my interest in designing was stimulated when I once found myself with a match on my hands, but no outfit. I was in a large city, and yet couldn't find a store that had sensible sport clothes. Most of my designs have been for active sportwear, but I have also done some bathing suits and street dresses. Since I've been doing this designing work, my attention has been called to the problem of keeping up the attractiveness of sportwear, and I know that the answer has been found in the use of Lux Flakes. Sportwear lasts longer, looks better, and stays fresher when cared for with a splendid product responsible for this program.
It's obvious, Mrs. Moody, that you believe in having a variety of interests.
Yes, I believe if you have one main interest and a variety of lesser interests, it makes for greater happiness. In proof of which, I've also tried my hand at writing, and I've just completed a book. I've called it 15 to 30, because it deals not only with tennis, but with the experiences I've had and what I hope I've learned during those years. All my thanks, Mr. DeMille, for asking me to appear in the Lux Radio Theater.
I'm sure you'll be a champion among authors, too. And now, back to the story of Madam X, starring Anne Harding and James Stewart with Conway Turl. The knowledge that our own son is to defend her seals Jacqueline's lips even tighter than before. We're in the courtroom, where the trial is almost ready to begin. In the enclosure near the judge's bench, Alan Cartwright sits at a long table. Beside him is his old friend, Dr. Chesney, who's come to hear Raymond plead his first case.
Has Raymond any kind of a chance at all, Alan?
Well, not on the facts alone, Ferry. But he'll make a good showing. He's convinced in some manner that the crime was justifiable. He's got his heart in it. That's always a help.
He's a little young to be swaying juries on sentiment alone.
Well, we'll see.
The court will please rise. The Court of General Sessions is now in order. The Honorable Gerald M. Darrett presiding. Be seated, please.
The case of the people versus Laura Williams.
There she is. She's just come in with Raymond.
He looks worried. I hope he... Good God, Perry.
What is it?
That woman. Look at her. Who is she, Perry?
It does look like... but she can't be, of course.
It's Jacqueline. Jacqueline here in this court. On trial for murder.
Sit down, Alan.
I've got to speak to her.
You can't do that, not now. Besides, you're not even certain that it is Jacqueline.
Not certain. My God. Don't you think I know her face? Haven't I seen it every time I close my eyes for the last 20 years?
Oh, that you can't do anything. It's too late, man. It's in Raymond's hand now.
Her son. Her own son. And he doesn't know.
There's nothing to be done now, Alan. Nothing. Here, sit down right over here and face the bench.
Thank you.
Feel better now?
Yes.
The state ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Defendant ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Proceed with the case, please.
The state versus Laura Williams. The defendant is charged with the willful murder of one Tony Phillips. On the night of May 4th, 1937, it is charged that the defendant has...
And these, gentlemen of the jury, are the facts that the state will bring forward. By the defendant's own admission, she committed an act of murder. But the law of this state is such that we cannot force her to testify against herself. Therefore, the state will present its witnesses as rapidly as possible. Witnesses who were at the scene of the crime only a few seconds after its commission. The first witness, a woman who had the adjoining room, will swear to this.
About 8 o'clock. I was alone in my room and I heard a shot. I ran out into the hall and I...
In the hall. I didn't hear the shot, but when I got out there were about 4 or 5 people standing around the door of room 518. They were banging on it. I ran up to the door and tried to find out...
And there she was, standing over him with a gun in her hand. The gun was still smoking. She said, "I killed him. I'm not trying to escape. I killed him." That's all she'd say. And then I went downstairs to find an officer. I came back to the room.
And that, gentlemen, is the case as presented by the state. The counsel for the defense has shown no flaw in any of the testimony he's heard, nor has he offered to produce any witnesses to refute this testimony. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Now, please, we can't let it just go at that. You've got to speak. You've got to tell me.
No, don't say any more. Don't try to defend me. Let them send the jury out now. It can't make any difference, Raymond.
Why do you call me Raymond?
I don't know.
Well, you did it once before, too.
I'm sorry.
No, please. Please, but you say it as if it had some meaning to you.
Do I?
Will counsel for the defense present his case, please?
No, don't say anything.
Please, I've got to. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, you have just heard the state's case, and you have heard no denials by the defendant. The defense has no witnesses to present, and I am frank to admit that the defendant, in spite of my counsel, has repeatedly refused to take a stand on her own behalf. Now, this would seem to indicate that she has reason to be afraid, but we must look deeper than that. Now, this woman, gentlemen, whom you see before you, has admitted her guilt openly. She has nothing to lose by testifying. On the contrary, she has only to gain by it. But still she refuses. Now, there must be some reason for this. And from my conversations with her before this trial opened, I am firmly convinced that she is keeping silent for one purpose, and for one purpose only. To protect and shield someone near to her. Someone she loves. Yes, gentlemen, there is a mystery surrounding this woman that newspapers have called Madam X. Who is she? Where does she come from? Whom is she shielding? Whom is she protecting? Is it a husband, a daughter, a son?
No, don't.
She told me... told me she had a son of my age. And she refused to speak any more of him, but he lives. Now, perhaps he faced some great danger. I don't know what, but she knew, and she killed to protect him from it. Now, you will say that this is supposition. Well, it is, gentlemen. It is supposition. But our law states that where there is a reasonable doubt of guilt, the defendant must be deemed innocent. Well, there is doubt here. Not as to actual fact, but as to motive. And the courts of our state have recognized time after time, case after case, that there is such a thing as justifiable homicide.
Let me through here. Let me through.
Order there.
Your Honor, I'd like to speak to the counsel for defense, please.
Counsel for defense is summing up his case. This is no time.
Your Honor, if the court so pleases, this man is in my employ. Now, if he wants to speak to me now, I assure you it has direct bearing upon the case.
Very well. Go ahead.
All right, what is it?
Joe Hopper. I found him.
What, is he here now?
Sure. I served him with subpoenas and I've...
All right. Now, get him up here quick. Your Honor, I ask the court's pardon for this interruption. I also ask the court for permission to introduce a witness for the defense.
I object. The counsel has already begun his summation. A human life is at stake here. Objection overruled.
Your Honor, I ask the court to call Joseph Harper.
Joseph Harper to the stand. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that there will be the...
Gentlemen of the jury, I have never seen this witness. Now, his testimony may act to the advantage of the defendant. It may act to her disadvantage. But regardless of that, I believe he knows something about this case. What's your name?
Joseph Harper.
Where do you live, please?
618 West 74th Street.
Now, I want you to look at the defendant. Have you ever seen her before?
No.
You don't know who she is?
No.
Now, tell me this. Did you ever know a man by the name of Tony Phillips? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you call him on the telephone at the Hotel Trent on the night of May the 4th?
I guess so.
No, did you or didn't you? Answer the question.
Yes.
And why did you call him?
Well, he asked me to.
When was that?
A week before. He sent me a telegram.
From New York?
No, San Francisco. He wanted me to do him a favor.
What was that favor?
Well, he asked me to get some information for him.
What about?
Do I have to answer that?
What about?
Well, it was about a person that he was trying to...
No, don't answer. Don't answer, do you hear? No, don't let him kill. Take him off the stand. Don't question him anymore. I'll do anything you want. I'll do anything. But please don't let him speak for my sake. Please. True what you said. I was protecting someone. And it was my son. The man I killed was going to blackmail him and my husband because of me. He was going to wreck my son's life and my husband's career because of what I was and what I am now. That's why I couldn't speak. That's why I can never speak. In God's name, please don't ask me to tell. Don't ask me to give up my life for nothing. I'm not afraid to die if I know that he'll be safe. He's my son. My son whom I've never known and who's never known me. You can take my life as a worthless thing anyway, but please let him have his.
Well, she's fainted. Here, get a doctor, quick.
How is she, Betty? Has she come around yet?
Not quite. She's in pretty bad shape, Alan. Where's Raymond?
I asked him to wait in the corridor.
Did you tell him about Jacqueline?
Yes. It wasn't easy, Betty.
How did he take it?
He wanted to come in to see her. I made him wait for the jury to come back. He'll get an acquittal. It's almost sure.
I wonder how much good it will do, Alan.
What do you mean?
Oh.
She's coming too.
Jacqueline, do you hear me?
Alan.
Yes, darling.
I saw you in the court. I was so afraid you'd tell.
I wanted to, Jacqueline.
No. Better this way. Much better.
I know everything you've done has been for me and Raymond. I can't tell you.
Don't cry.
You told me once that I'd never forgive myself for what I did.
I never have, Jacqueline. I've tried to find you. Oh, so many times. But I'll make it all up to you. I swear I will. I'll make you happy again, Jacqueline.
I'm happy now. So very happy.
Come here, Raymond.
Raymond, does he know?
Yes, I know, Mother.
Oh, Raymond.
It's all over, Mother. The jury's come in and they've acquitted you. We can go home now.
Home? I only wish I could.
But you can. You're going to.
Give me your hand, Raymond. My son. All these years I've been so proud of you. And all these years you thought of me as a dream mother who died long ago when she was young and pretty. Please, try to go on thinking that. For my sake.
But I've found you, Mother. I can't lose you again so quickly.
That isn't in our hands, Raymond.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Now, you mustn't be sad. And you mustn't think too much about me. Because I'm not sad. I'm happy, Raymond. Happier than I've ever been in all my life.
Mother? Mother? Dr. Chesney, what is it?
We found her. Too late, my boy.
Anne Harding and James Stewart step from their tragic roles and speak to us as themselves in just a moment. From a different part of the country, we now present another Madam X and her son, whose name also is Raymond. They will tell their own story, this time the actual story of a mother and son lost to each other for 18 years. Today they're reunited, but up until now have refused all requests to tell their amazing story to the world. This evening they consented to come to the Lux Radio Theater and tell it in person. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the young gentleman and his mother, who present their proof of the adage that truth is often stranger than fiction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Raymond Meir and his mother, who speak to you from New York.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. For the last 18 years, I have believed my mother dead. Every time I asked my father about her, the only answer I could get was that she had died when I was 3 years old. My father had remarried in the meantime, and 2 years ago, he died. A year and a half ago, I got a job ushering at the Paramount here in New York, where I am now assistant chief usher. 2 months ago, on my day off, I was in the neighborhood and happened to stop in at the theater, and there I was handed a message. It was sent by my stepmother, and all it said was, "Your mother is in town and wants to speak to you." I have read stories like that, and I have seen such things happen in the movies. Madam X is one, I remember, but I never thought it would happen to me. But you had known, hadn't you, Mother, that someday it would happen?
Yes, Raymond. I just knew that you were alive, and even if I couldn't find you, I could hope I might someday.
Do you know why my father would never let you see me?
He had his ideas of how to bring you up, and I had mine. We couldn't agree. We separated, and he traveled a great deal, and once he took you with him, I never saw you again. But, Raymond, you tell the story.
All right.
I'd rather just listen to you.
All right. My mother tried every means to find me for 15 years, but she never could. Finally, 2 months ago, she did discover a clue to where I had been working. She went to that firm in New York, and as it turned out, the woman she interviewed there was my stepmother. Neither knew who the other was. My mother asked for me, and my stepmother, not knowing her, was very cautious at first. They took a liking to each other, and finally, my mother revealed her identity. Then my stepmother did the same. The whole story came out then, and convinced of the truth of it, my stepmother sent that message to me at the Paramount. I went to her office immediately, and she told me to go to a certain address where my mother was staying with friends. I went, and when I walked into the room and saw Mother, I thought I must be looking into a mirror. We looked so much alike.
Raymond, I never even asked you. How did you feel when you first saw me?
I don't really know. I was so stunned that I don't know whether I felt anything, really. I can't even remember what I said. And I'm not sure I know what you said, do you?
No, I just remember. All of a sudden, I couldn't see you. I guess I was crying.
Very soon after my mother and I were reunited, we began checking over places we had been, where we might have met. We discovered that 1 month before she found me, she had been in New York, and some friends insisted that she go to the movies with them. They went to the Paramount, and as my mother still says, it was very dark inside. Maybe you are the young man who took me to my seat. And now, Mother, I think it's time we said goodbye.
From Hollywood, we send our thanks to Mr. Meir and his mother, and the hope that their newfound happiness will be with them always. Before Mr. DeMille brings Anne Harding and James Stewart back to the microphone, may I remind you that the Lux Radio Theater comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. The familiar blue box has a friendly place in most of the homes you know. These gentle flakes are made especially to safeguard fine silks and woolens. You'll find them kind to everything that is safe in clear water alone. Again, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Back to our microphone. Come Anne Harding and James Stewart, giving us, among other things, a chance to learn from Miss Harding her impressions of the stage and screen in England.
Well, I'm afraid I'm hardly the right person to ask about English pictures, Mr. DeMille. I did make a picture in England, but an American produced it, an American directed it, and the cameraman was an American.
Well, then how about the English stage, Miss Harding?
Well, now, it isn't safe to start me on that subject. Playing on the English stage was a marvelous experience.
Isn't it rather strange that George Bernard Shaw's play, Candida, wasn't given a major production in London for 37 years? In fact, not till you went over to star in it.
Well, I could hardly believe it when they told me that. It was pretty exciting to find that it was such a success. What have you been doing, Mr. Stewart? When I left Hollywood a year ago, everyone was talking about that amazing young actor who lived with Henry Fonda, owned 30 cats, and played the accordion.
We know Henry Fonda married, but what happened to the cats and the accordion?
I don't know. Whatever attracted the cats in the first place, I don't know. They just seemed to come around. They haven't caught up with me yet. Every night I play the accordion to sort of discourage them.
Are the neighbors in sympathy?
Well, I just asked them which they'd prefer, an accordion or a troop of 30 yowling cats. I guess it's a case of the lesser of two evils.
What do they say to that?
Well, sir, I hardly ever get a civil answer. But, Mr. DeMille, I meant to ask you about this. In case you need an accordion player for the Buccaneer, you remember Stewart's name?
Thanks, Jimmy. But after all, even the pirate can endure just so much. Goodbye, Jimmy. You're a very remarkable fellow.
Thank you, Miss Harding and Mr. Stewart. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Next week's Stars and Play will be told shortly by Mr. DeMille. James Stewart appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new picture, This Is My Affair. Our play was based on John Raphael's adaptation of the original by Alexandra Besson. And here is Mr. DeMille.
To the ever popular Booth Tarkington, we're indebted for the story which comes to us next Monday night. A story whose suspense and delightful romance have ranked it as a classic of its kind ever since Richard Mansfield brought it to the stage many years ago. Its title, Monsieur Beaucaire. I'm especially pleased to announce that filling the title role will be one of the greatest artists of our time, Mr. Leslie Howard. And starring with him, Alyssa Landy. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy in Monsieur Beaucaire. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, the Columbia station.
Radio Service presents the Theater Guild on the air. Each week at this time, the Theater Guild brings you an interesting dramatic presentation with a cast of prominent stage, screen, and radio personalities. Speaking for the Theater Guild, here is Elliot Reed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we bring you the radio premiere of a recent Theater Guild comedy stage success, The Silver Whistle by Robert E. McEnroe. James Stewart is on hand to play Oliver Erlwinter, and Diana Lynn will be heard as Miss Tripp. They will be supported by a fine cast, including members of the original New York Stage Company. So, with an appropriate toot, we raise the curtain on The Silver Whistle, adapted for us by Robert Anderson and directed by Homer Figger.
Step right up, folks, and try your luck on the little game. It's 10 cents, a dime, a tenth part of $1.
Wilfred, let's get out of here before the cops catch up with us.
Quiet, Emmett, quiet. I think I've got a customer. Step right up, mister. Take a chance. Take my dime. I warn you, I got a quick eye. Here you go. Now you see it. Now you don't. The hand is quicker than the eye.
Uh-oh. Come on, Wilfred, the cops.
Hey, where's my dime?
Wilfred, whatever made you think you could pick us up a couple of bucks as a shell game operator?
I used to be pretty good at it.
When?
At the faculty club, amusing my fellow instructors after lunch. Emmett, I'm hungry. That's the only reason I tried it. I'm hungry.
Well, you got the cops after us. That is what you did.
No, they won't follow us into this township.
We are still in the same county.
The cops don't bother me, Emmett. What bothers me is my stomach. You and I have been knights of the road for nigh on to 5 years. I don't think I've ever been so hungry. I think I'm going to have to eat that rooster you carry around with you in that cage. Yeah, Homer, that means you.
Over my dead body you'll eat, Homer.
Well, that could be arranged, too. Yeah, I'm starved. I'm so hungry I might even consider working for a meal.
Wilfred, what are you doing? I thought we agreed that we would not lower ourselves to poking through trash baskets.
Yes, I'm just thought I might look at the want ads in the newspaper.
Look, I am hungry too, but no respectable vagabond ever works for a meal. What is that? What did you find?
Okay, it's a document. Notice the official seal. Well, it's a birth certificate.
Oh, so what? Come on.
A birth certificate for one Oliver T. Erlwinter, born 1875.
So, can we eat it?
Well, with some little ingenuity, we might trade it for something to eat. 1875. That would make him 77 years old.
So?
You remember that large and ugly building we passed on the Runaways back? With all the walls around it? That was the old people's home.
So?
With this birth certificate and the aforementioned ingenuity, I think I could get admitted to that home for a few weeks of rest, recreation, and most of all, food.
But, Wilfred, you are only 40 years old.
And if I don't eat soon, I'll never get any older.
I tell you, Mr. Beebe, I don't belong in an old people's home. Just sitting around here in the garden with a 10-foot wall all around us, waiting.
Well, Mrs. Handler, as long as we have to wait, we may as well sit.
Nobody cares about me, Mr. Beebe. They're willing to let me sit here and rot. What did you say? Rot, Miss Hoadley, rot. Pick up your ear trumpet. I'm all right. Hoadley's all right. My back and my appendix. Wasn't for my back and my appendix, I'd be out of here in a flash. Appendix, Miss Hoadley. Have it out. We're all just sitting around waiting to die. Do you remember Mr. Benson?
Wasn't he the one that was so polite?
That's the one, Mr. Beebe, the polite one. He passed on right in that chair you're sitting in.
In this chair?
On an afternoon just like this one. We were talking, and all of a sudden he says, excuse me, Mrs. Handler, and he died.
He was polite right up to the very last.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Miss Tripp.
It's time for your medicine. Mrs. Sampler, here are your pills.
Flowers have all wilted, Miss Tripp. Flowers won't grow in this garden. The whole place is old. And the ground is old. It's an old dump.
Miss Tripp isn't old. She's young and pretty.
You ought to be ashamed to run an old dump, Miss Tripp.
Sometimes I am ashamed, Mrs. Hanmer, but there isn't much I can do.
The supervisor's stuck on you. I don't know why you can't...
Please, Mrs. Hanmer.
Yes, I guess the flowers didn't want to live here with us ugly old people. Stop fishing for compliments, Miss Sampler.
You're not ugly and old, Mrs. Sampler. You're pretty. Why, with your beautiful white hair and the roses in your cheeks, you're pretty as a picture on a candy box.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Beebe. I do my best. She's 78 years old and she acts coy. Whoever heard of a 78-year-old minx? I'm only 74 years old, Mrs. Hanmer. You're 78, and what's more, you look every day of it.
Ladies, please. Now, you must rock quietly, or you'll have to go indoors. Now, Mr. Cherry, here's your medicine.
Thank you, Miss Tripp. I'm just putting this stamp from Afghanistan in my stamp album.
Very pretty, Mr. Cherry. Miss Hoadley, put your earphone in your ear. I want to talk to you.
She's been drinking again, Miss Tripp.
I don't want to hear you. I feel like a millionaire. Hoadley's all right. Hoadley's a good girl.
She doesn't even know she's in an old people's home.
She's certainly tipsy.
Tipsy. She's plastered.
Now, Mrs. Hanmer. You haven't taken your pills.
Not going to either. My appendix is acting up again.
Now, do you remember what happened the last time you thought you had appendicitis? It was just a little gas.
It was my appendix. You risked my life to save the money for an operation.
Mrs. Hanmer, you know that isn't so. Why, we had the doctor in for you. Do you remember what he gave you?
I remember. He gave her...
Yes. All right, Mr. B. Now, here comes the supervisor. Sit up and look your best for Mr. Watson.
Good evening, ladies. Oh, hello, Harriet. Thank you for straightening up my study and for the little dish of fruit.
Well, that's all right. Well, look at your coat. One of the buttons is missing.
No, yes.
Sometimes I think you need as much attention as the guests.
Now, how is everyone this afternoon?
Well, there's not much use in telling you, but my appendix is bad again.
Mrs. Hanmer, we live in a relatively poor county. We can't afford to spend money on unnecessary operations.
Everyone will be sorry if I die doubled up in a knot.
Now, I have just received a phone call from the director of our home here. He says we're to have a new guest, a Mr. Oliver T. Erwinter. Mr. Erwinter is 77 years old, but the director informs me that he's very spry and young for his age. He's traveled all over the world and has many interesting stories to tell. So I'd like you to make a good impression on him, if you will.
We'll try, Mr. Watson.
Well, I'll be in my study when he comes. Thank you again, Harriet, for the dish of fruit.
You're welcome, John. Mr. Watson?
What you see in that man, I don't know. I suppose some people would say he's good looking.
Now, Mrs. Hanmer.
Did he propose yet?
Propose what?
Well, marriage. Man in his position, what else could he propose?
We have an understanding, Mrs. Hanmer.
Oh, you have an understanding. Haven't got a ring.
Now, that will do, Mrs. Hanmer. Mr. Beebe, Mr. Cherry, will you help me get Miss Hoadley inside? I don't like her sitting here in the yard in this condition when our new guest arrives.
Isn't it a shame she took the drink?
Isn't it a shame we don't know where she took it from?
Good afternoon, ladies. Is this the home of the aged?
Can't bring that bird in this yard.
Madam, you have offended my rooster. Quiet, Omar. Quiet.
Who are you, sir?
I am Oliver Erwinter, the new guest.
What? You don't look 77 to me.
Madam, my body has weathered 77 winters. My bones are old and brittle. My blood flows slowly, and the chill of night torments my flesh. But my heart is that of a youth. Now, will you direct me, please, where
Here's
we go
Miss
here?
Tripp. She'll tell you what to do. What you'll do is nothing.
Are you Mr. Erwinter?
Ah, a tender bud among the cactus.
Why, I had an idea that you would be much older, Mr. Erwinter.
Yes, my appearance is deceptive, very deceptive. I'm 77 years old, 77.
Why, that's amazing. I don't mean to offend you.
Not offended in the least, no. To allay all doubts, I've brought along my birth certificate. Here it is.
Yes. Where is your luggage, Mr. Erwinter?
Well, due to a disastrous fire which wiped out my effects, I have nothing in the world except this lovely rooster in the cage here.
Looks as though I've been a rooster too long.
Madam, this is Omar, the greatest living fighting cock in the world today. Omar, attend that the ladies may see the fiery glint in your eye and the rippling muscles that propel you. Now let's hear your battle cry. Yes, they're just plain tuckered out. Needs a rest, so do I.
Oh, Mr. Beebe, Mr. Cherry, and Mr. Erwinter has arrived.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen?
Mr. Erwinter.
Mr. Beebe used to work in an insurance company in Hospital.
Oh, that's all.
Yes, I worked for the same company for 45 years. Fire,
Yes.
Marine.
And this is Mr. Cherry. Mr. Cherry collects stamps.
I understand that you've traveled, Mr. Erwinter.
Yes, I've been in most places in the world that men go to, and a few that most men have never seen.
What is your opinion of Africa, Mr. Erwinter?
The veldt, the jungles, the hill country.
Well, the veldt.
It's hot, it's flat, and it stinks. You've never smelled the stinks till you've smelled the stink of the veldt.
Jungles. What can you tell us about the jungles?
You know what the veldt's like.
The smell.
Now, well, the jungles are worse. They steam. The trees are wet with steam. They're full of crawling insects and slimy vines and giant spiders, crocodiles and man-eating fish inhabit the streams and the rivers, and fever germs swarm in every breath you take. Yeah, you think the veldt stinks. Well, you'll smell it and like it after you get out of the jungle.
What a romantic night you've led, Mr. Erwinter. You must have been in love many times.
Love? Well, it's hard to say. Hard to say. Of course, there have been women all over the world, of course, but love?
Well, how do you explain your youthful appearance, Mr. Erwinter?
Oh, that interests you, does it, my little one? Yes. Do you find my appearance provocative?
Oh, I'm just curious.
Well, then I'll tell you. The main thing that keeps me looking young is living every moment as though it were going to be my last. Of course, being in full possession of all my powers helps some.
What? Let him talk. The man's the biggest liar I ever met.
Mr. Erwinter, there are some things we don't talk about here.
Oh, forgive me. I'd forgotten that one so young and lovely was listening. You're a very attractive woman. You're far too attractive to be trapped in such a dingy place as this.
Tell us more about keeping young, Mr. Erwinter.
Oh, well, yes. Back in 1918, when I was, back in 1918, when I was 45 years old, I made a trip into Outer Mongolia.
Why did you go there?
No reason. I'd never been to Outer Mongolia, and I was 45 years old. I decided it was high time that I went there.
So you just went?
Just went, that's all. Yes, it was there that I first met Lo Chin-Poo, the man who set my sights on destiny.
He spoke English?
I speak Chinese. And one day as we walked, we looked into each other's eyes, and I had knowledge. He swore friendship, and he gave me a great gift, a potion of twin seed. No man could give another more.
But what was the potion for?
The potion was the elixir of youth. After man had crossed the meridian of life, these emotions cool. The potion of twin seed brings back to life that force in man that makes him flame.
Oh, my, do you suppose
Mr. Erwinter, I think before things go any farther, you'd better meet Mr. Watson. He's the superintendent in charge here. Would you come along?
Mr. Erwinter, in spite of your birth certificate, it's difficult to believe that...
Mr. Watson, you're skeptical about my age. I don't blame you. But I say that anyone can do it. I say to you, in all earnestness, Mr. Watson, that I can take years off the lives of all your guests here.
You can?
25 years off the life of each one of these old people here. 25 years.
Can you imagine being 25 years younger?
Mr. Winter.
Yes, Miss Apple?
If a person tried very hard, could she take off 30 years?
Wouldn't you know? Offer 25 and she'll try for 30.
Friends, I'm sure Mr. Erwinter didn't mean for us to take him literally.
Why not, sir?
Well, are you suggesting that you can make people younger?
Are you suggesting I can't?
I am.
Well, then I think I'll do it.
Oh, well, let's talk
Mr. Erwinter, just what are you planning to do?
I was planning to play upon the silver whistle.
A silver whistle?
Yeah. The old dog crawled away to die and hid amid the thistle. Then joy and youth came back to him on the note of a silver whistle. In a certain sense, I have that whistle that'll call these people back to youth. Of course, you wouldn't understand, Mr. Watson.
I am not without understanding.
No, not of the things I speak of. Pipes of Pan, of pagan madness, of moonlight mist.
I must ask you to refrain from talking so wildly.
What, are you afraid what might happen? And you, Miss Tripp, are you afraid of life?
She is not afraid, Mr. Erwinter.
Oh, you answers all her questions for her. I say again, Miss Tripp, I find you very attractive.
Well, thank you, Mr. Erwin.
Miss Tripp, please.
Why, is it against the rules to tell Miss Tripp that she's attractive?
That's supper. We must all go wash up.
Oh, supper. Food. Oh, yes, I was hoping you'd eat early.
Mr. Erwinter. Mr. Erwinter. Mr. Erwinter, what is your opinion of Cairo?
Cairo? Cairo. Well, Cairo is a city so full of wickedness that it is hard for a normal man to sin there. I like it very much.
10 more minutes to bedtime. Time to wash and say your prayers.
Mr. Erwinter. Mr. Erwinter.
Mr. Beebe? Oh, I see you're ready for bed.
Yes, I just thought I'd come out for a breath of air. Isn't it nice out?
Isn't it nice? Yes. It was on such a night as this that I climbed the trellis outside Lillian Russell's window.
I see. I was just wondering, the potion of Twinsy, the one that brings to life that force within a man that makes him flame.
Yeah?
Now, is it a powder or a liquid?
Well, it's not exactly either.
Do you carry it with you?
Well, I'm out of it at the moment. I sent it to Tibet for some 6 weeks ago.
Oh. Did you leave a change of address?
Well, it will come to me general delivery. It may be down at the post office right now.
When was the last time you checked at the post office?
About a week ago, Miss Beebe.
Well, it may be there. It may be there right now.
Yes, well, I'll drop down tomorrow and see if there's anything in from Tibet.
Mr. Erwinter.
Yes, Miss Beebe.
I guess you think I sound awfully eager, but, well, we're all very excited about your plan to take 25 years off our lives.
Good. Well, that's the first step.
But you will do it, won't you? You're not just talking, are you?
No, I'm not, Mr. Beebe, and I'll do it. I'll do it, Mr. Beebe.
Time for bed.
Yes, coming, Miss Tripp.
Pleasant dreams, Mr. Beebe.
Winter?
Yes, Miss Tripp, here I am over in the orchard.
You're supposed to be in bed, Mr. Erwinter. It's 9:30.
9:30? Oh, well, I never go to bed before 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. What am I going to do in bed?
Oh, won't you be able to sleep?
At 9:30? What, do you go to bed at 9:30?
Well, it takes me a few minutes to lock up, but I'm in bed by 10.
Well, you can't expect me to go to bed at the same time these old people.
Mr. Erwinter, if you're old enough to be a guest here, you're old enough to go to bed.
Yes. When was the last time you were kissed by a man?
I don't think that's any of your business.
Oh, well, don't be afraid to tell me, my child. I'm an old man.
Well, now, which is it? Do you stay up late because you're young, or do you pry into my private life because you're an old man?
The moonlight does something to your hair and your eyes. You're very beautiful. Why are you hiding here? What are you running away from?
Mr. Erwinter, I don't know you. Why, I've never seen you before today.
Can you stand there and tell me you'd just as soon go to bed at 10 o'clock at night on a moonlight night?
It's the only way I know to get a good night's sleep.
Sleep? Do you want to sleep your life away in this place while life is passing you by? What have you done with the thousands of moments in the past 3 years? Let them slip away, perhaps?
Well, you can't stop them.
But you can live them. You can live each moment.
Live them? How? You can't just go around waving your arms.
Here, give me your hand. Just stand over here close to me and look up at the moon. And think back when, as a child, you first made that wish on the evening star.
Why, that seems so long ago.
You were young and slim and swift, a creature who was part of nature. You keep looking at the moon.
When I was very small, I thought that the moon was a hole in the sky. God looked through to watch her.
When you were a child, you responded to the wind and to the flight of a scarlet bird at sundown.
I remember when I thought that rain was the tears the stars made when they cried.
And you were alive. Each moment brought fresh enchantment without searching.
Oh,
Harriet? Harriet?
Oh, that's John. That is Mr. Watson.
By what right does he call you after 10 o'clock?
Well, you see, I told him I'd sew a button on his coat for him.
Oh, well, look, here, I need 2 buttons sewn on my end.
Well, yes, so you do. But John, that is Mr. Watson, I promised him tonight.
Well, how about tomorrow night? Will you promise me? Tomorrow night?
Well, all right, yes, tomorrow night. But now you must go to bed.
But I don't feel like going to bed. I feel full of life.
I don't care what you're full of or how you got full of it. You're 77 years old and you've got to go to bed.
You've woken up at last, Rooster. You know, you've been a disgrace to me here among these people, Omar. I said you were a fighter, but you do nothing but sleep. These old people depress you, do they, Omar? Well, it is depressing. But, Bird, believe me, I can halt this march toward death and bring these people back to life. You don't believe it, huh? Well, you shall have a better fate than dragging out your later years in misery. For a short time, you will live well. You will become round and fat and jolly. And then, my friend, I will eat you.
Oh, no, you won't.
What? Oh, Emmett, here, now get down from that wall. Do you want someone to see you?
All right.
Look, Emmett, if anybody sees you here...
Correct me if I am wrong. The idea in your coming to this place was to hide out for a day, get some food for us, and then clear out with me.
Well?
So far, I have seen no food, nor any inclination on your part to leave.
Well, I've decided to linger a while, Emmett.
Why?
I've decided to make these old people younger. You see this little package?
Yeah. What is it?
I've been down to the post office this morning preparing this small package. Took some time since the package is presumed to have come from Tibet.
What are the contents of the package?
A potion of twin seed. I have some chores for you, Emmett.
Wilfred, you have not acted this way since you offered to donate a live water buffalo to the Children's Museum. Do you fancy that by giving them an imaginary potion, you can make them younger?
Of course not. The potion is just a prop. I'll force them out of the mental ruts they're in. The mind is the secret of youth, Emmett. These people's minds have tricked them into being old. I'm going to turn them inside out.
Even if it kills them, which it probably will.
No, the charming Miss Tripp is a lovely woman, and she has kindness of feeling toward these people, but she doesn't understand their needs. I've been quite touched by these people, Emma, and I intend to help them.
Oh, the charming Miss Tripp.
Mm-hmm.
May I remind you, Wilfred, that so far in your life you have been engaged to 5 women. May I further remind you that I extricated you from all 5 predicaments.
Yes. Now, I want you to do something for me. I want you to go out and get me a croquet set, a bingo wheel.
Wilfred, while the police outside are still scurrying around looking for you, you sit here dreaming up phony schemes, falling in love.
Now, will you do these chores for me, Emmett, and then I'll be off with you. I promise.
Let me remind you, Wilfred, love holds hidden dangers. Love leads to marriage. Marriage leads to work. Work is a living death. Think of this, Wilfred, and be warned.
Mrs. Sampler, isn't it a wonderful idea, Mr. Erwinter's, to set up the supper table out here in the yard?
Oh, he's such a wonderful man. So vibrant and alive.
I think it's the potion he takes.
Oh, do you? Do you think he brought it back from the post office with him?
I think so. He winked at me.
Wouldn't you know, leave them together for 2 minutes and Bibi's staring into the deep blue wells of her eyes.
Mrs. Hanmer, we're all going to be young again.
Perhaps Mrs. Hanmer feels there's any hope in her case.
Oh, Claus. Well, listen to me, you baby blue-eyed crown. I'm not old, but I'm old enough to know when to stop making a play for men.
Well, since you're such a reasonable woman, you must have stopped years ago.
Why, you're out there, sweetie.
Oh, now, come, girls. Not forced supper. It's bad for the digestion.
Now, everyone take their same seat, please. Mr. Cherry. Miss Hoadley.
Now, may I have your attention, one and all? May I have your attention, please? As we eat, I'd like to tell you of a plan I've made.
Oh, my, yes. Let's hear the plan.
What is your plan?
I think all of you will agree that Miss Hoadley should have a hearing aid with batteries. Miss Cherry should have new stands. Miss Sampler should have flowers that will grow. And Mrs. Hanmer should have her operation.
And me? Did you have something in mind for me, Mr. Erwinger?
Oh, yes, Mr. Beebe. Yes, there's something for you. I'll discuss that with you later in private.
I understand.
Now, in order to obtain these things, it'll take a slight amount of money. Now, to raise the money, we shall have a bazaar.
Oh, my
Oliver, I'm sure that Mr. Watson wouldn't like that.
With a little ingenuity, we might make $500-600.
Oh, well, if we can make that much, I think we ought to try.
A bazaar, you gotta have a lot of things. Bazaar and this dump.
Now, never mind. I will arrange everything.
Big talk. Trying to make an impression on Miss Tripp.
Now, Mrs.
I give you my word. I give it. And now, before we start eating, we ought to have a little song of some sort to put us in the proper spirit for this wonderful repast Miss Tripp prepared. Now, how about a song from so? Let's see. Little brown dog, oh, I love thee. Little brown dog, I love thee.
May I ask what this demonstration is all about?
Well, we were just singing a song.
Well, it just so happens the church next door is having their evening service. Where did this table come from?
It's the dining room table. We thought it would be nice to have an outdoor supper. It seemed harmless.
Because it was harmless.
May I ask, Mr. Erwinter, what you had to do with this?
I thought of it.
You all know where the table belongs. I want it put back there at once.
Mr. Watson. We were having such a good time.
And I'm sorry.
First party we had in months.
Miss Tripp, may I see you in my office, please?
I told you. There ain't nothing going to happen. Nothing at all. That's the end of your bazaar, Mr. Albert T. Winter.
Now, Harry.
Now, John, why did you make those poor old people take that table in?
Well, I lost my temper. I'm sorry.
You should be.
Well, tell them they can bring it out again.
It's too late now.
Harriet, Mr. Erwinter seems to be an upsetting influence here.
Whom does he upset?
Our guests, of course.
And you?
Yes, and me. He forces me into the position of a killjoy. But I can't help it. I have certain responsibilities, rules to enforce. Personally, I have no objections to him. He seems to be an interesting man.
Fascinating. He has a great deal of charm.
I imagine that he must have been quite handsome 30 years ago.
What's the matter with him now?
His face is wrinkled.
You haven't seen him up close.
Harriet, has he made any advances?
Well, he tried to kiss me.
Doesn't he know we're engaged?
How could he? There's no ring on my finger, no date set. And the last time you told me you loved me was 4 months ago.
Now, people who are in love don't have to keep proving it to each other.
Are you ashamed of being in love, John?
Of course I'm not ashamed.
Well, then can't you say, I love you?
Oh, all right, then. Oh, this is foolishness.
Then the next time I shall let him kiss me.
No.
And that will be tonight, yes.
No.
Yes.
Has it occurred to you that in just 23 years he'll be 100 years old?
Yes. You see, Oliver, if I left here, I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know where to go or how to get the most out of life.
Listen, Harriet, I can show you where a golden cockatoo sits in a little crooked tree, where a shaft of saffron yellow sunlight illuminates a single blood-red rose. I can take you to strange, enchanted places where mystic things can happen to the soul, and I can give you love.
Oliver, I should tell you.
Yes, tell me what?
That John, that is Mr. Watson, and I have an understanding.
And just what do you two proper people understand?
We understand that someday he will put a ring on my finger.
Well, if you want a ring, I'll give it to you now.
Now, Oliver?
Why, we're in love now. Why wait 3 years to confirm it? I regret the fact that I don't have the proper ring to put on your finger, but well, here, this beautiful cigar band I have here. This will serve as a symbol of our love.
But Oliver, shouldn't we talk it over first?
What is there to talk about? Besides, I'm not the chatty sort.
How can I know my mind on such sudden notice?
You don't, nor do I know mine. But the grave is no place to find the final calculation that tells one that it is safe to love. There. Now, the paper jewel is upon your finger. Now we'll promise all the things that lovers vow.
Mr. Winter?
Oh, dear, passion in a goldfish bowl. I promised Mr. Beebe and Mr. Cherry that I'd have a little chat with them in their room before they went to bed, but you'll meet me here later, after they're all in bed. You'll come?
Yes, I'll come, Oliver.
Yeah, till 10 o'clock then. Farewell. I'm coming, Mr. Beebe.
Did it come, Mr. Winter? The potion, the pink star.
The pink star. Yes, indeed it is. Wow.
Oh. It's a very small package. I guess it doesn't take much of it. The stamp is in excellent condition. The perforations aren't torn at all. The address is written in English.
Yes, he must have got somebody to do it for him. It's not his writing.
Had you planned to save the stamp yourself?
Well, I was in hopes that you would be able to use it, Mr. Cherry.
Oh, thank you for your kindness, sir. Why don't you open it up?
Now? Well, all right. Here we are. Now, we'll split it 3 ways. And, as a further surprise, to wash it down, I have some whiskey. Mrs. Hoadley's whiskey.
Where'd you find it?
Little ingenuity. Whiskey and a potion of Quincy. Boy, we're in for a wild night. Mr. Bailey, you're first. I'll have one.
They look like rolled-up breadcrumbs.
Rolled-up pellets of youth, Mr. Beebe. Have one. That's right. Now we'll wash it down with a little of the tears of Highland lassies. Wash it. There we are.
My goodness, I'm nervous. This is my first time.
I know. Just take it easy. Now, Mr. Cherry, you're next.
Thank you, but I don't think I'd better.
Oh.
You said you would? I'll keep the stamp, though, if I may.
Oh, now, you're safe in taking one, Mr. Cherry. Now, they can't hurt you. Look, you eat them right like candy. They are just eating like candy.
Well, try one just to see what they're like.
That's the spirit. That's the way to do it. There. Come fill the cup, and in the fire of spring, the winter garment of repentance fling. How do you feel, Mr. Baby?
Well, I don't feel anything yet.
Well, have patience, my friend. The potion is up against enormous odds. Now, maybe have another little drink, huh? There. Wash it down. How's it now? You feel anything now?
What should I feel?
What should... my friend, how can one man tell another what he will feel like when he takes the potion of youth? You'll feel what you will feel, my friend.
Well,
there we are. Now it's breaking through.
I feel as wild as a tiger cub.
You do? That's the spirit.
Come on, Cherry. Let's ring bells. Let's rattle doorknobs.
Rattle doorknobs? What do you mean, Mr. Baby?
Come on.
Mr. Baby, do you think you'd better?
I'm going to. Come on, Mr. Cherry. Rattle doorknobs. Marry myself from arm and tears. Holly-ho. Marry myself from arm and tears. Holly-ho.
Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cherry.
Mr. Watson.
Go to bed, Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cherry.
Pleasant dreams, gentlemen.
Mr. Erwinter, we do not pretend that our way of life here is absolute, nor do we state that it's the only correct approach to living. But it is ours. And by the standards of this home, what you have just done was anything but proper. I will see you in the morning. Till then, good night, sir.
Now, Mr. Watson.
In the morning, Mr. Erwinter.
Wilfred.
Yes, what is it, Emmett?
What are you doing down there on your hands and knees?
I'm planting flowers. All night long I've been planting flowers you so carelessly left about the place last evening.
Well, do not forget you kept me pretty busy rustling all this stuff for the bazaar. Bird baths, trees, Japanese lanterns, bingo wheels, croquet sets. I hope you like my extra added touch of a hurdy-gurdy. A bazaar always needs a little music, I think.
Yes, you did very well, Emmett. Very well on such short notice. And did you post the announcements about the town?
Yeah. Wilfred, now that you have transformed this place into a veritable flower garden, fill your pockets with food for us and grain for the bird, and let us be on our way.
Well, I fear we must linger 3 days longer for the bazaar. Once the bazaar is over, the 3 of us will take the bird and be on our way.
The 3 of us?
Yes. Miss Tripp is the 3rd. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm engaged.
Not again.
But is marriage to be the exclusive prize of men who grudge at silly tasks? And why not a Mrs. Hobo who smooths the wrinkles out of her husband's coat and patches his pants and fixes his stew?
Wilfred, I have been patient with you over and beyond the call of duty. Now we have got to get out of this town. We are only a step ahead of the sheriff as it is.
Oh, you worry too much, Emmett. You worry too much.
Wilfred, while I was posting a sign announcing the bazaar, another man was posting another sign right next to me.
Oh, competition?
No. The sign read, "Wanted for gambling. Wilfred Tailspinder. Reward, $5.
$5? What's humiliating?
So, Wilfred, loath as I am to do it, if you have not rid yourself of this trip wench when I return, I shall expose you to these old people, which will be a very mean trick. But at least we can then be on our way.
Now, Emmett, I'm serious. You must not tell these old people. They're just about to become young again, young and hard. Now, every man is entitled to work one miracle in his life. Now, don't ruin mine.
All right, then. When I return, when you hear me whistling Annie Laurie, be advised and come quickly. Or, in the words all small boys love so much, I shall snitch.
Yes, Emmett. Yes, very well. But you've got to give me time to get this bazaar approved by Watson and then by the director of the home, see?
Wilfred, do you know who the director of the home is?
No, who?
The sheriff.
Oh.
Look, everyone. Look at the garden.
That's remarkable. Flowers, streamers, and look, a bingo wheel. Try it. Whee!
Can't believe my eyes. I'm looking right at it, and I don't believe it. I thought he was just talking.
We're getting younger by the minute. Don't you feel it, Cherry?
I feel quite exhilarated.
How did it happen, Mrs. Hanmer?
That crazy Erwinter must have done it.
You do look younger, Mr. Beebe. It's just the way he says. You look 25 years younger. Wait until Mrs. Sampler sees you now.
Am I going to court her this morning? You can court her too, Mr. Cherry. We'll make it a triangle.
Hey, look, a hurdy-gurdy.
Miss Hoadley.
Yes, Mrs. Hanmer, speak up, right into my ear.
Come over here.
Mrs. Hanmer, you've curled your hair.
I have not.
Yes, you did.
Now listen. Did anybody try to get in your room last night?
I didn't hear anybody.
Well, never mind what you heard. Did you see anybody?
I didn't see a soul.
Somebody tried to get at me, rattled the door handle.
What did you do?
What do you think I did? I'm a lady. Everybody knows I'm a lady.
Well, you curled your hair. I never seen your hair curled before.
Look, here comes that coy minx done up to the teeth. I'd be ashamed.
Oh, it's a fairyland. A lovely fairyland. Oh, I feel like a girl. A little girl.
Miss Sampler, you look so pretty. Just to look at you is like looking at a picture painted by a painter.
Oh, Mr. Beebe.
Yes, well, here comes trouble.
What's happened to this yard? Where did all these things come from?
We don't know, Mr. Watson, but don't they look nice?
Well, yes, they do, but... Well, I'd feel much better if I knew where they came from. You all seem to look different today, too.
Well, we're all dressed up. Mrs. Hanmer curled her hair.
We're getting younger, too, Mr. Watson.
Well, I must admit that you all look younger. Much younger. But what's the yard all done up for? The flowers, the streamers. What's this wheel for?
That's for the bazaar we're giving here today. That's a bingo wheel.
Bingo? A bazaar? Oh, but you can't have a bazaar without the permission of the director of the home, Sheriff Chandler.
Oh, I made cookies. That's right. Miss Hoadley made cookies, and I made marmalade, and Mrs. Hanmer baked bread, and Mr. Cherry and Mr. Beebe worked very hard making the booze. Oh, and we had such a good time doing it all.
And signs have been posted all over town announcing...
What? What'd you say?
Miss Tripp, Mr. Watson says we can't have the bazaar.
I was afraid he would.
Now, Harriet, these matters are not in our hands. Only the director can give permission for something like this. And now they told me they've just posted signs all over town announcing that... Say, what's that noise? Who's outside the gate?
I guess the people read the signs and they've come for the bazaar.
Mr. Watson, what is the meaning of this?
The director, John. Now, here's your chance.
Now, all you folks will just have to wait like when and see what's what. Now, you stay out here and don't create a disturbance. Well, now, Mr. Watson, what is all this? Posters all over town announcing a bazaar? Yard all done up like this? Do you have permission for a bazaar?
No, sir, we don't.
Well, then, by what authority have you posted this announcement?
Well, John?
Well, I took it upon myself, Sheriff. Although I didn't realize it until a short time ago, something has to be done for our guests. I'm more than a little ashamed that I didn't do it sooner.
You took it upon yourself?
They ask little of the world. Some little thing to hope for, some reason they can tell themselves for still being alive.
We are dispensing charity, not notion.
Oh, why can't we have this little bazaar? One of our guests has given us the answer. He says that joy and beauty are available to them. And I agree.
Yeah? Which one of your guests, Mr. Watson?
Mr. Oliver Erwinter.
Oh, somebody call me? We have a guest, a new arrival at the bazaar.
Sheriff Chandler, this is Oliver Erwinter. Oliver, this is the director of the home.
Yes, well, Mr. Watson, I say that these games like bingo are cheap and foolish. They're just a waste of time and money.
Now, Mr. Chandler, permit me, please. Now, you've forgotten how much fun this silly little game can be. Now, this little shell game I have here is a fascinating little thing. We only ask an opportunity to demonstrate. You'll try?
Well, I'm a fair man. How much it cost to try?
A nickel will pay you 5 to 1 if you name the shell that the pea's under.
Well, all right, I guess so. Well, here's my nickel. All right.
Here we go. Now you see it, now you don't. Jack me dimple, Jack be quick. Call it, Sheriff.
The middle one there.
You're right. Pay the man a quarter, Mr. Watson.
What?
Yeah, now another try, Mr. Sheriff.
Well,
again.
I always was pretty lucky. Go right ahead.
Here we go. Once more. All of life's a gamble, you know. You bet your destiny every time you set your watch. All right, here we go. Round and round. Call it, Sheriff.
The middle one there.
He's right. Pay the man again, Mr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Winter, how do you expect to make any money this way?
Well, not everyone has as quick an eye as you have, sir.
What did you say, sir?
All right. All right, you can have your bazaar. Only make sure that you make some money.
Mr. Erwinter, you convinced him.
You got him to agree.
I gotta hand it to you. I thought you were a fake, but you did it. You really did it.
On, open the gates. Up with the colors. Sound the trumpets now. The lists are cleared for the battle against boredom and despair.
Well, it looks like you're going to have a big success, Mr. Erwinter. Sorry I can't stay around here.
Oh, so am I, Sheriff.
I got to get back to the office. We're tracking down a sharp character. Fellow by the name of Wilfred Taskbinder.
Oh, yes. All the posters, yes.
We're expecting a description of this fellow any minute now.
Seems to me I remember a man of that name in my travels.
You did? What did he look like?
He's a short little man. He's about that high.
Right, why? I heard he was a great big tall feller. About your height.
No, he's a short little fellow. Just a real short fellow, about that high.
Yeah, well, we ought to have a full description of him down at the office, but now he'll be sorry he ever stumbled into Cohoes County.
Oliver, we should be up at the bazaar helping.
We'll return in a minute, Harriet, but first I must talk to you, and my time's a little short.
Everything seems to be happening at once. The bazaar's only been open a couple of hours, and already it's a great success. And, of course, our engagement.
My dear, have you broken your engagement with Mr. Watson?
No, I haven't told him. I didn't think that... Well...
Yeah, you're engaged to 2 men, and a sort of promised bigamy.
I can see now how bigamists get into bigamy.
Yes. My dear, perhaps you have one more fiancé than you need.
Well, things have happened too quickly for me to understand them. Oliver, shouldn't we talk about our futures? Why, we have to plan our lives.
Oh, it's wrong to plan lives. We will live at all the points where motion, time, and space will intersect.
Oliver, if we were to have a home, it would have to be in one certain place. Now, we can't wander all over the world.
Oh, well, you say that because you do not know what wandering can mean. There is a thrill to sleeping, no pillow but your arm. There is a shrill excitement of hanging suspended by a slender strand of rope thousands of feet above the earth from 2 granite cliffs.
Oliver, that all sounds wonderful, but I wouldn't want to spend much time sleeping in the open or hanging from a cliff. There's more to life than that.
Oh, my dear, you don't understand. You don't understand. Life is never more exciting than when it is wagered at even odds with death. To step on a log that turns into a crocodile, to push aside a bush and stare a tiger right in the eye, to dive into the cool transparency of a sea of emerald green, to dive straight down and to meet a shark that's on his way back up. Oh, life is magnificent.
It was because you offered beauty and escape that I fell a little bit in love with you last night. But, Oliver, things are different now.
Oh, you mean you were in love with the words I said and not with me? You mean... Yes, you were in love with your friend, Mr. Watson. Well, you were last night, and you are right now.
But you made him seem so bottled up.
Yes, well, he became unbottled rather magnificently, didn't he, a few minutes ago when he talked to the sheriff? That was very good.
Yes, he did.
Yes, I think you have to work on him a bit more to get him where you want him, but I think he's all right now.
Oh, look, Oliver, someone's coming to call us back to the bazaar.
No, he's coming for me.
Are you ready, Wilfred?
Yes, Emmett, I'm coming.
What was that he called you? Wilfred?
Yes, the time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things. The first, my name is not Oliver Erwinter. It's Wilfred Taskbinder.
Oh, I don't understand.
I retired from the competitive struggle for existence at the age of 34. I have no job, no income, no place to lay my head.
Why be delicate, Wilfred? He is a tramp.
A tramp? Why, Oliver...
Yes, but so were Walt Whitman, Omer Khayyam, Francois Villon.
Well, yes, but the birth certificate, you had...
I found it in an ash can.
Well, then how old are you?
I'm 40. Oh. But don't tell the old people. Keep it as our secret. They're young now because they're young in heart. Look at them. 25 years off the age of every one of them. See how happy they are with their bazaar. They don't need me anymore. They've caught the idea for themselves.
But, Oliver, where will you go now?
Where will I go? Oh. Under a wild plum tree on the top of Sugarloaf Hill, I have a jug of elderberry wine secreted. And I'll relax beneath the tree and tope the grape while mine eyes and nose regard a bed of coals and a brown and tender bird upon a spit. Omar, your days are numbered.
Oliver, we shall miss you.
And I you. But we must be going now. Goodbye, my dear. Have a nice bazaar and a nice wedding.
Thank you, Oliver, for everything. Goodbye.
Now, come along, Emmett. Now that we've taken care of the old folks, let's away and start to work on the middle age.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Carole Lombard and James Stewart in The Moon's Our Home. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I seem to remember telling a certain young lady a few years ago that she'd never get anywhere in pictures. I believe I said she didn't take herself seriously enough. Well, I've long since eaten those words about Carole Lombard. And tonight we bow low and welcome her to the Lux Radio Theater on the arm of James Stewart, her co-star in the captivating comedy The Moon's Our Home. Paramount gave it to the screen, and we give it to you now as our prescription for raising your spirits at least 100%. It's a madcap love story of two famous and rather temperamental people. One a screen star, the other a combination author and explorer. I know you'll approve our casting of Carole Lombard and James Stewart for these parts. And we have a great respect for you who are out there beyond the footlights. A great respect for your choice of plays and players, and your constructive criticism of this theater. And another thing we respect is your good opinion of Lux Flakes. What pleases me is that so many of you are self-appointed members of our research staff, because each week a large number of you tell us about some new use that you've discovered for our product. I'm sure you've all learned that you can depend on Lux Flakes, all except perhaps a very few who haven't tried it yet. And I hope those few will learn in the very near future. Say, the first thing tomorrow morning? But the first thing on this schedule now is to raise the curtain on Act 1 of The Moon's Our Home, starring James Stewart as Anthony Amberton and Carole Lombard as Cherry Chester. On the lot at Paragon Studios stands the dressing room bungalow of Miss Cherry Chester, star of Paragon Pictures. In the bungalow stands Miss Chester herself. She has a wild look in her eye and a vase in each hand. The lovely voice that has thrilled audiences throughout the world can now be heard all over the studio lot.
I won't! Stop throwing things.
I won't do it. You hear me? I won't.
You missed me, dear. You must be overtrained.
Oh, Boise, darling, I'm a beast. My own darling nurse who's taken care of me since I was a child. I might have hurt you.
There was a good chance of it.
Oh, Boise, if I ever did, I'd blow my brains out.
I know, and I'd have to tidy up afterwards. Now sit down. We must discuss this calmly and sanely. Your grandmother demands that you come to New York at once.
Blast my grandmother. I'm sick of having Lucy Van Steeden run my life. Why doesn't she leave me alone?
Because she's fond of you in her somewhat specialized way, and it worries her when you get mixed up with a lot of Egyptians.
Oh, Boise, Prince Ali's only one Egyptian, a very small one at that. Lucy ought to stop reading the gossip columns. They're too old for her.
Listen to me. You know, you've got to go to New York, Cherry.
I am not going to New York, and don't call me that foolish name.
Well, Sarah Brown, then.
And don't call me that either. I don't look like a Sarah.
That's what you were christened. I was there when it happened. And Cherry or Sarah, you'll go to New York. Your grandmother gets her way. She always does.
Well, this will be a nice change for her because baby's not going. For once in my life, I'm going to do what I want to do.
She asks very little of you.
Only my right eye.
Oh, dear. Sometimes I wish I had a nice, restful job as a night nurse in a psychopathic ward.
Oh, I know I'm awful, Boise. But I'll be an angel from now on. I promise, an absolute angel.
That's my good girl. Now run in and change your clothes. Hedda Manning from Movie Universe is coming to interview you.
I won't be interviewed. I won't do it. I won't.
Up that lamp, my absolute angel.
Oh, Boise, you're wonderful.
Put the lamp down.
All right, darling.
That's more like it. Now go put on something that makes you look sweet and friendly.
But I want to be aloof. I want to be mysterious.
Don't try that. You're not Swedish. Now go get dressed and stop acting like an actress.
But I am an actress, Boise. First an actress, then a woman. My art comes before anything else.
Save that for the interview, Sarah Brown. This is me you're talking to, not your press agent.
How do you do, Miss Chester? How do you do, Miss Manning? I'm so sorry that I kept you waiting.
But the moments fly by on silvery wings when one is lost in Tolstoy.
Oh, you're interested in literature, Miss Chester?
Interested? Oh, there's nothing I like better than to hide away by myself with a book. A good book. Oh, well, you may write that down.
Thank you. But frankly, Miss Chester, I'd like to do an article closer to the hearts of our readers, like love and marriage.
Yes, that would be quite original, love and marriage. Let me see. Marriage should be like a ski jump, sudden, swift, reckless. Starting on the heights, leaping into the void, never knowing the end, never caring. Breathless, defiant, exhilarating.
I see what you mean.
Oh, in love. There's only one way I could fall in love. Not as Cherry Chester, the actress, but as a plain, ordinary girl. I could only fall in love with a man I didn't know and who didn't know me. There should be nothing but us two, the man and the woman. No past, perhaps no future. Just the magnificent present.
Oh, my.
That's it. That's what I want. Oh, they're going to eat this up, Miss Chester.
Oh, miss. What is it, Hilda?
I'm afraid it's another telegram from your grandmother.
I thought I told you to take those telegrams and... Oh, thank you, Hilda, for bringing it to me. Just put it down.
Yes, miss. Well, I mustn't take any more of your time. Thank you so much. I know our readers will adore every word you've said.
Goodbye, Miss Manning. Thank you.
Well, if I recall your last interview, you were all for athletics. You hopped over a couple of fences to prove it. Romance was out, and you were wedded to the open air.
That was the last interview. But you know, Boyce, there's something in what I just said to that woman.
Well, if there is, it certainly escaped me. Read your telegram.
All that about falling in love with a man you don't know and who doesn't know you. Oh, that's romance.
But not for you, darling. If I know you, he'll have to...
Boyce!
What's the matter?
This telegram is... Hilda, quick! Boyce, call the railroad station and get a reservation to New York.
But what on...
Hilda, go home, pack everything. We're leaving for New York. Oh! Boyce, don't stand there as if you were painted on the wall. Do something.
Do you mind explaining what this is all about? You find I understand English like a native.
It's Granny. It's my own darling grandmother. She's ill. Maybe she's dying. Oh, I've got to get to her right away. Hilda, hurry. It's Granny.
Lucy Van Steeden. Hot or cold, she gets her way.
Please, I can't sign all your books. I'd like to, but really I haven't time. Conductor, we should have left 5 minutes ago. We're holding the train.
Sorry, Miss Chester. We're waiting for a guy named Anthony Amberton.
Hey, Anthony Amberton's here.
Anthony Amberton. Well, that seems to interest everybody. Who is this Anthony Amberton?
He's a writer.
Movies?
Books. My wife reads herself to sleep with them.
Oh, one of those writers.
Yeah. Women of the Torrid Countries by Anthony Amberton. Below the Equator by Anthony Amberton. Igloo Nights by the author of Melee Day by Day. Just between you and me, he gives me a pain.
Just between you and me, he gives me a bigger one.
Come on, dear. I've just bought a book for you to read. Astride the Himalayas by Anthony Amberton.
Oh, you too.
Oh, please, no, I can't. I've got to get on the train. Porter, where's my car?
Right this way, Mr. Amberton.
Oh, excuse me, not now, please. Now, I'll miss my train.
In here, sir.
Quick, will you get me out of this?
Your compartment's this way, sir.
Boy, headhunters in the jungle, autograph hunters in Los Angeles, savages everywhere. I've climbed Mount Everest, I've swum the Hellespont, I've crossed the Andes in a llama. I never went through anything like that.
Right in here, sir.
Oh, sanctuary.
Yes, sir. Certainly it's nice to have you with us, Mr. Amberton. I'm a kind of explorer myself. I got as far as Honolulu one time.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, good for you. Well, we'll swap travelogues in the morning. Until then, I don't want to see a single soul. You understand? I'll have dinner in here.
Yes. That time I was telling you about in Honolulu.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. And, here, buy yourself a ukulele.
Yes. Oh, we got another celebrity on board, Mr. Amberton. Miss Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester? Well, nobody's named Cherry Chester.
Well, she says she...
Well, what is Cherry Chester? Some kind of new soft drink or something?
No, sir. She's a moving picture star.
Oh, well, I never go to pictures. Those marshmallow-faced movie stars make me sick.
Yes, sir.
Now, give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silences, consuming in love, enduring in marriage.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Cherry Chester. Huh.
Anthony Amberton. Sounds like a hero in a costume picture.
Let's see that book, dear.
Anthony Amberton, The Great Adventure. I'll bet he's lost without his hot water bottle. Anthony Amberton. He makes me sick.
to New York.
Hello, Holbrook. Nice of you to meet me. How are things in the publishing world?
Just marking time till the next Amberton bestseller. Where's your luggage?
Oh, the porter took it. I'm waiting for that crowd to clear off the platform. I sort of wanted to sneak into New York quietly, just for a change.
Oh, but Anthony, that crowd isn't
Don't
here.
tell me about crowds. It's been that way all the way across the continent. You know, it's a funny thing, isn't it? If I were still Samuel Smith, heir to the Smith Plumbing Supplies, they wouldn't even notice me. But now that I'm Anthony Amberton, the boy explorer, well, just look out there. Look at me.
Anthony, I'm afraid your devoted publisher is your only crowd.
Well, no, but the headhunters, look, they're out in full force.
Yes, but you see, Cherry Chester came in on this train, too.
Who? Oh, that movie marshmallow, huh? Well, she probably lives on this sort of thing. I loathe women like that. Give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silence.
Well, I'm only a publisher, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go, as long as they aren't here to see me. Come on.
I can't stop now. Once you get me out of here, I've got to get home to Granny. Where's Granny? Don't tell me I'm too late.
Well.
Granny, oh, Granny, darling.
Come here to me, Sarah Brown.
Granny, why aren't you in bed?
Let me look at you. You're thinner. Well, we'll change that. You look fairly healthy, though.
Yes, but you're the one that's ill, I believe.
I never had a sick day in my life.
Lucy, you old folk, thank you. Lucy, you're magnificent. I thought you were dying that telegram.
It was a dirty trick, but anything's fair when you want to see your granddaughter as much as I do.
Oh, darling.
Now, what's all this I hear about you and that Egyptian prince, as he calls himself?
Well, he's got a certain right to call himself one. He is a prince.
Don't quibble. What about it?
Oh, the papers make so much of every little thing. All he wants to do is marry me.
Marry you? I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, Grandmother, you modern.
You know what I mean. Anthony, Sarah Brown, are you going to marry that camel tamer?
No, dear, not for a while anyway. 1,000,000 years or so.
Well, that's better. Now, there's just one thing more. No Cherry Chester of Hollywood is going to stay in this house. Look at you, all powdered and painted. Your ancestors must be spinning in their graves. Now go upstairs and wash your face. And when you come down to dinner, I want to see my granddaughter. Plain Sarah Brown. Simply done hair, simple dress, everything simple.
Simple? Lucy, I'll be positively idiotic. What's for dinner besides food?
Oh, just a few old friends of the family.
Whee! Paper caps and confetti.
Yeah, don't be absurd, dear. And I believe Horace is dropping in, too.
Horace? You mean Cousin Horace?
Your third cousin Horace.
Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. So that's your little plan, is it, Lucy?
Horace Dunsteden is a monument of respectability.
So's Grant's tomb, but who wants to marry it?
I said nothing of marriage.
Not yet, you mean. You've been throwing Horace Van Steeden at my head since he was 10 and I was 3. And I won't marry him. I won't.
Put down that vase. Where did you ever learn such manners?
In Hollywood.
Well, you're not in Hollywood now. Put it down.
All right.
Come in.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, come in, Horace. We were just talking about you.
Oh, were you? Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Horace.
Nice to see you again. Very nice indeed.
Hi, thank you, Horace. Thank you very much.
Sarah? I've just been telling Sarah that I hope you two will be seeing a good deal of each other for the next few weeks.
Oh, I think that should be very enjoyable, very.
Oh, do you? Sarah! Well, it slipped.
Sarah, wait. Where are you going?
I'm going out for a drive. I shall go mad if I don't. And if Horace proposes once more, I'll tear him in pieces. I swear it.
I've never seen you so upset.
Oh, Boise, I'm so tired of being Hollywood's Cherry Chester, and I'm fed up with being Grandmother Sarah Brown. Oh, to be alone on a mountaintop, alone with the snow, the sunshine, the stars, where people don't know me, where I could live and do as I pleased without interference.
That place doesn't exist, dear. Go on, have your ride. You'll feel better.
Wait a minute. What's that thing out in the street?
The carriage, dear.
The carriage. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
Good afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Why, good afternoon, Higgins. I see that Grandmother still disapproves of motor cars.
Yes, miss, it's the odor of gasoline.
You know, this seems like old times.
All ready, miss?
One moment while I adjust my hoop skirts and raise my parasol. Okay, Higgins, let's rip. Woo! Woo! In that store window, Anthony Amberton in person, book department.
He's autographing books. Come on, Hattie. This is our chance.
Isn't he just too marvelous.
Oh, Mr. Amberton, I can just see you stalking through the jungle.
Can you? Yeah, thanks very much. Who's next?
Mr. Amberton, will you please write something personal in my book? My husband's so jealous.
Yes, well, Look, whole book.
Oh, what's the matter, Anthony?
That perfume again, smell it?
Well, what's the matter with
I
it?
don't know. Everywhere I go, on boats, on trains, in airplanes, women wear that perfume. Why?
Well, it's very popular. It's Cherry Blossom, named after Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester. Well, look, I can't stand it. Come on.
Anthony!
Get me out of there. I'm sick.
All right. Take it easy. We'll go out and get some air. Come on. Well, how do you feel now, Anthony?
Better, thanks. That fresh air always does the trick. That stuff gets me every time. I was marooned on a plague-ridden African village once for 6 months. It had the same odor. Ever since, the smell of musk knocks me out.
Well, don't look now, but here comes the thundering herd.
Oh, no, listen, I can't face that crowd again. I'm leaving.
All right, run. I'll hold them off as long as I can.
All right, so long.
Call me at the office.
Higgins, what's that trouble over there?
I don't know, miss. The crowd seems to be chasing somebody.
Oh, excuse me. Do you mind if I get in here with you? Thanks very much. Keep going, driver. Will you? Just sit here, will you, please? Sort of let me hide behind you. Thanks very much.
Hello. What's new?
Nothing much. You don't move, please, or I'm lost.
Hey, what do you think you're doing jumping in there?
It's all right. Higgins, pay no attention to him.
Very good, miss.
Oh, well, you're very kind. Boy, that was a narrow escape. Would you mind dropping me off further on a bit here?
I should hand you over to the police. What did you steal?
Steal? Oh, no. You think I'm a shoplifter. No, you're wrong. I haven't stolen anything.
Well, you should give it back.
No, really. I haven't, I swear. Look, it's a very simple thing to explain. All you have to do is know who I am.
Is that all? Well,
take a good look at me.
all right. I'm looking at you. Now what?
I mean, you don't know who I am?
Of course I don't, but I'm sure the police do.
No, but they don't.
How fortunate.
Well, I can see I'll have to explain.
Please don't. Let's change the subject. I'm sure it must be very embarrassing for you.
Oh, well, all right. You like New York?
Not much, do you?
No, it's a terrible place. I'm going to get out of it, too. Somewhere where nobody knows me, where I can be alone.
No. It's funny you should say that. That's exactly how I feel.
You? Really, on the level?
On the level. Well, why are you looking at me like that?
You know, you could be quite lovely.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, in a curious sort of way.
Well, are you sure you haven't seen me before? You don't know who I am?
Why, no. Is there any reason why I should?
No, of course not.
Say, tell me, is this your carriage?
Well, it belongs to my people. They don't understand me. They're trying to marry me to a man I loathe.
In this day and age? Well, that's impossible.
Well, he has a great deal of money.
Money? And they'd sell you? Why, those are dark age, medieval ideas.
Well, you don't know my family. If I could only get away.
Look, I must see you again and talk to you.
You can't.
Well, who's going to stop us?
Well, I don't know, but...
Coachman, what's the matter? Keep going.
Yeah, traffic light.
Oh, a traffic light at a time like this. Now, listen, I must see you again. Free, untroubled by people or convention. Just yourself.
Well, I don't know.
I don't want to know your name or where you live. I won't tell you mine. Oh, listen. Look, they're after me again. Look.
Who?
That crowd, they'll tear me to pieces.
Well, get out and run.
I'll have to, but I'm going to see you again. Now, this is a dream, but we can make it more than just a dream if you'll come.
Come where?
Well, take this card now. I'll be waiting to see you. Now, come soon. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Mr. and Mrs. Abner Simpson, Moonstocket, New Hampshire. Winter sports. Reasonable rate. Home cooking. Higgins, can you imagine?
What, miss?
A shoplifter with an address. How's every little thing?
Did you enjoy your drive?
Oh, it was lovely, lovely. Isn't life glorious, Boise?
Haven't been drinking, have you?
Boise, are these flowers for me?
For you, from Prince Alley.
Allie, oh, how sweet. Remind me to send him a wire.
You needn't bother. He's here in New York, and he's called 16 times this afternoon.
Only 16? He's slipping.
And we're sailing for Buenos Aires tonight at 12.
Sailing tonight? Lucy's idea.
Yes, conceived shortly after the flowers arrive.
She's meddling again. I won't stand it. Buenos Aires.
Now, please don't break anything.
Buenos Aires. And why not? It must be quite lovely at this time of year.
What?
Give me that phone book. Yes. The ocean voyage would do Lucy a world of good.
Horace is going, too.
Oh, dear Horace, how thoughtful, how very thoughtful of him.
Sarah, do you feel all right?
I feel perfectly swell. Go and tell my doting grandparents that I'm delighted with their plans.
All right, but I wish you'd tell me what you had to drink.
Nectar. Ambrosia. Get out, Boise. Mr. and Mrs. Abner Simpson, winter sports, reasonable rates. Oh, hello, Grand Central. Can you tell me what time the next train leaves for New Hampshire? Oh, a very special place. Moonsocket. Moons.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Carol Lombard and James Stewart, will return for Act 2 of The Moon's Our Home. And now, a last-time announcement. Listen carefully, for tonight is our last offer of the Lux Flakes Gone with the Wind brooch. No wonder women are thrilled with it, for it's exquisite, an expensive-looking jewelry piece, and such a bargain. Let me tell you about it. It has the rich, authentic look of the heirloom jewelry of the Old South, for the original was worn in Gone with the Wind. It is even lovelier than the Scarlet O'Hara brooch we offered last fall, and entirely different in design. It is round and big, almost 2 inches in diameter, with a safety catch on the clasp. In the center is a big turquoise-colored stone surrounded by a circle of 5 exquisite simulated pearls. It has an antique-style gold finish, and the edge is daintily scalloped. Why, it's so good-looking that you'll want to wear it right around the clock, with party dresses, suits, and street dresses, too. Now, of course, you want to own one of these exquisite jewelry pieces. Well, it's not too late, but you must let us have your order at once. Tonight is the last time we will make this offer. Now, here's what you do. Buy a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes. They come in the same familiar box and cost you no more. Tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box. Mail this tab with 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to include your name and address. With your brooch, we'll send an illustrated order blank showing how you can get a bracelet, ring, pendant, and earrings to match your brooch, all at wonderful bargain prices. Now remember, send the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes, 15 cents in coin, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Moon's Our Home, starring James Stewart as Anthony Amberton and Carol Lombard as Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester Mystery! Nationwide search for movie stars! Cherry Chester disappeared!
Like the snows of yesterday, Cherry Chester has vanished into the snows of the present. For the snow is 6 feet deep in Moonsocket, New Hampshire. In an old-fashioned sleigh, she jingles merrily toward the Simpson home, her eyes sparkling with adventure. The driver of the sleigh, Mr. Simpson, is a fund of information.
That's the old Redfern farm over there. Nellie's having her 4th baby. Big house, though. Plenty of room.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Say, we got another city boarder out to the place.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, queer sort of cuss, too. Mighty queer.
Well, is the queer cuss, is he a young man?
Well, I wouldn't be saying he was young, and I wouldn't be saying he was old. But judging by appearances, I'd say he was around 30.
That's fine.
On the other hand, appearances can be deceiving. Now, take you, miss. I didn't quite catch the name.
Brown.
Brown. His name is Smith.
Well, what's so funny?
Nothing much.
Yes, I am.
I wonder if you have a room for me for a few days.
You didn't write for accommodations?
No, I didn't. But a friend of mine told me about your place, and I needed a rest, so I just came.
I guess we can put you up.
Oh, thank you.
Where does this grip go?
Upstairs, silly. That's my husband.
Yes, we've already met. Oh, it's lovely here. So peaceful. Oh, tell me, is there a young man named Mr. Smith staying here?
Smith? Why didn't you say so?
Say what?
That you were Mr. Smith's cousin he was expecting.
He was expecting?
Yes. He said you'd come. He didn't tell me your name.
Brown. Sarah Brown.
You are his cousin, aren't you?
Why, yes, that is distantly. You see, we haven't seen each other for years. I ran into him the other day.
I see. Well, he's out tobogganing. You can probably find him at the top of the hill.
Thank you very much. Expecting you. I shouldn't have come. He's too sure of himself.
Oh, you?
Oh, hello, mister.
Well, I got here last night. What took you so long?
Now, just a minute.
Well, never mind. I'm glad you came anyway. Are you?
I'm not so sure. And by the way, Cousin Smith, how are the rest of the family?
Oh, splendid. Of course, little Archie fell in the cistern last week, didn't he?
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Very sad.
Well, there's so many at home, they'll never miss him.
Yes. Well, how'd you like to take a ride in my toboggan?
Oh, is it safe?
Well, sure. Can't run out of gas.
All right.
Sit down.
Wait, is your name really Smith?
Oh, yes, but it isn't the name by which most people know me. I don't want to tell you my other name. It sort of spoils things.
And what makes you think there's anything to spoil?
Well, you make me think so.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yeah, sit down.
Where?
Well, back seat. That's where women belong. Now, put your arms around me.
I will not.
All right, if you think you can hang on, let's go. Now, watch yourself now. I told you, better put your arms around me.
All right.
All right, there, that's much better.
Think you're smart, don't you?
Why, you frightened?
Of course not.
You like it?
Oh, I love it.
It gets steeper down here. Don't let go now. Wow.
Oh, it was grand.
You were frightened, though. Huh?
Oh, just a little at first.
Well, you'll never be frightened with me. We'll travel rougher roads and turn narrower corners.
Will we? Say, you're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
You know, you're lovely. Yeah, I told you in the carriage that you could be, you know.
Oh, I hate you.
Good. There's nothing more helpful to romance than a little hate. Now, just tell me one thing. Is your name really Brown?
Yes, it is, but it's not the name by which most people know me. I shan't tell you my other name. It would spoil things.
Now, do you see that moon up there? That's where we belong, you and I. Alone on the moon, where nobody could ever bother us. Yeah, that's our home up there.
Do you always go without a hat?
Huh? Why?
Well, I've heard of sunstroke. There's probably a moonstroke, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, probably. Well, going without a hat's good for the hair.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine on my father's side who always went without a hat. He was bald.
Yeah, he probably didn't have any hair to start with. You know, you should never comb yours.
Why?
Well, I sort of like it that way.
I think you're crazy.
Well, I am, completely.
Well, it certainly is a glorious night, isn't it?
Glorious, and what's more, there's nothing phony about it. No camouflage. All this could be paradise for the right sort of people.
Tell me more about your idea of paradise.
Well, for one thing, not being hedged in by a lot of crazy conventions. As for me, I just discard them.
You sound like a heathen.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that I don't burden myself with a lot of illusions as to right and wrong. I don't believe in marriage.
Well, what's the matter with marriage?
Well, everything. In the first place, it's unimportant.
Well, your father and mother didn't think so. Or did they?
No. It's old-fashioned, outdated.
It would only take one woman to make you change your mind.
No. Marriage is the monkey wrench women throw into the machinery of love. Now, without it, there'd be no past to bother you, no future to worry about, nothing but the present.
Interesting, but strangely familiar. I must have read it somewhere.
Oh, read it where?
I don't remember. Say, aren't we going too fast?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we are. Hey, easy, Nellie. Hey, whoa, Nellie.
Well, pull on the reins.
Well, what do you think I'm doing? I'm pulling on... Whoa, Nellie. Hey, you see? Feminine instinct all over, willful, headstrong. Well, I can't stop her. You got any ideas on this
you
thing?
might try flattery.
Flattery, that's not a bad idea. Nice, Nellie. Sweet Nellie.
Whoa,
now hang on tight. Stop, Nellie. Lovely Nellie. Will you... Hey, where are you?
Here in the snow. Help me out.
Well, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. That was nice driving, mister. What happens now?
Well, simple. We'll both walk home from a sleigh ride. Are you think she'll catch cold, Miss Simpson?
Can't tell, but I send her up to bed. You'll put this stone at her feet. Ought to be hot enough now.
Well, here, let me take it up to her.
Careful, don't burn your hands.
No, I won't. Thanks very much. Oh, Sarah, you awake?
Who's there?
What's me? Let me in.
Let you in. Get away from that door.
Why? What are you talking about? Listen.
Get away, do you hear me? Maybe you don't believe in a lot of crazy conventions, but I do. Now get away from that door before I scream. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, why didn't you let me in last night?
Did you expect me to?
Well, I certainly did.
Oh, you did, of all the nerve.
Don't see anything to get so hysterical
Not
about.
only are you a thief, but
so you're going to bring that up again. Oh, God bless you.
Excuse me.
You still think I'm a shoplifter, huh? Oh, what's the use?
Exactly. What's the use? I don't blame you. I blame myself. You did what any ordinary man would do. I followed you here like a naive schoolgirl. I wanted to find out what kind of a man you were. Well, I found out.
Are you trying to tell me that you think that last night...
I'm not trying to tell you anything.
So you're putting me in a tough spot, huh? Well, just get this straight now. If you've got any funny ideas about my interest in you, just forget them. Your type of woman bores me. Give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silences. You're not even good looking. You've got freckles. Your face is covered with them. You've got red hair, and I hate red hair. You've got green eyes, cat eyes, and you're stubborn and bad-tempered. And what's more, you're ungrateful.
Oh, he loves me.
That's your move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, you could have taken my king.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Hey, you're very strange tonight. What's the matter?
Thinking?
What about?
Things, many things. Of shoes and ships and seeding wax. Of cabbages and kings.
And why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Yeah, you're different tonight. Warm and human. Somehow all woman.
A doubtful compliment.
But well meant.
Oh, it's been heavenly here. But I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, leaving? No, you can't.
Why not?
Well, I have plans, and strangely enough, they all concern you.
For instance?
Well, for instance, I'm going to teach you to ski tomorrow.
You'll have to find another pupil.
Well, now, wait. What makes you so determined?
Something I'd almost forgotten.
Oh, listen. That man you told me about in the carriage that day, is he the reason?
Maybe.
Oh, well, I feel better. Now that's all settled. You aren't going to marry him, you're going to marry me.
Well, is that a proposal or a threat?
No, it's just a statement.
Well, it's quite impossible.
Why?
Well, for one thing, I don't believe in marriage.
You do? Well, now, who's been putting those half-baked ideas into your head? Marriage may not be perfect, but it's the only solution for the average woman.
I am not an average woman.
What makes you think so?
Would you have fallen in love with an average woman?
No, I wouldn't. But would you have fallen in love with an average man?
Well, what makes you think I have? Well, no, of course not.
Well, there you are. The only thing left for us to do is get married.
I don't even know your name.
Sam Smith.
Sam Smith, oh, that's awful.
Well, what about Sarah Brown?
I have a violent temper.
Well, I have had complaints about mine,
We'll
too.
fight every day.
And we'll make up every night.
I'll leave you 10 times a year.
I'll always find you. I'll always find you, Sarah Brown.
Oh, darling.
I'm authorized and empowered by the law to perform a marriage between two people who have expressed a desire to be married.
Oh, Sam.
I have here a license. Wait, folks, I can't marry you. There ain't no license. And in New Hampshire, it takes 5 days to get one.
I have it right here.
How's that?
The license. I have one.
Have what?
The license. Here it is. See? Right here.
I'm a little deaf. That's fine. I'll start the ceremony.
Where did you get that license?
5
days ago.
You were that sure of me?
Well, of course.
Fine.
And you have been since the beginning, haven't you?
Well, certainly.
Good.
After all that, you still expect me to marry you?
I do. Well, I wasn't taking any chances. Do you still think I was presumptuous?
Do I?
Sir, do you really mean it?
I most certainly do.
Then I now pronounce
you made a fool out of me long enough. Our marriage
wait a minute.
is over.
Wait a minute. Just a minute. What'd you say, mister?
Man and wife. It's over, folks. $3, please.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with our stars, Carol Lombard and James Stewart, for Act 3 of The Moon's Our Home. Meantime, here's a new kind of quiz, a sort of that reminds me test. Now, I've asked one of our Lux Radio Theater audience, Mrs. Tyler Johnson of North Hollywood, to come to the microphone.
I'm going to mention 4 words, and she's going to answer right off the bat just what these words remind her of. Are you ready, Mrs. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Ruick.
Kitchen.
Cooking.
Dinner.
Dishes.
Dishpan.
Dishpan. Why, red hand.
Good. Last word, gentle.
That's easy when you're thinking of hands in the dishpan. Lux Flakes, of course.
Aha, you're a mind reader, Mrs. Johnson. That's just what I hoped I'd remind you of. That Lux in the dishpan is gentle to hands. You know, every woman dreads that red, rough, ungroomed appearance of the hands that we call dishpan hands. And that's why, more and more, women are turning to new Quick Lux for dishes. Because with Lux, their hands stay soft and smooth. Now, we've proved scientifically the great difference between Lux and harsh soaps in our famous one-hand tests. Hundreds of women took part in these tests, and here is what they did. They dipped one hand in Luxa, the other in suds from another leading soap, under conditions similar to home dishwashing. The Lux hand stayed so much softer, smoother, and prettier that the women themselves were amazed. For example, take Mrs. Bruce Wilkinson, one of the many women who made the test. She says,
"My left hand was smooth, soft, and lovely after being a new Quick Lux. My right hand, in another soap, was so unattractively red and coarse that I was really ashamed for anyone to see it. After this, I'll never use anything but Lux Flakes for dishes."
You'll feel proud of your hands if you use new Quick Lux for dishes. They'll stay so nice. These gentle suds are fast and thrifty, too. So why not get that generous big box tomorrow and use Lux Flakes for dishwashing all the time? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Moon's Our Home. The romance of Cherry Chester, born Sarah Brown, and Anthony Amberton, born Samuel Smith, has been one long series of arguments. But now all arguments are over and done with. Safe in the bridal suite of the Moonsocket Hotel, they face each other as Mr. and Mrs. Sam Smith.
Hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
Any regrets?
Not yet.
Are you happy?
I think so.
I am very happy.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Except for one thing, Sarah. There's something I must tell you.
Oh, let it keep until tomorrow, please. You see, I have something to tell you, too.
Well, tell me now.
Well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't now. You're really not a shoplifter, are you?
Well, would it matter very much if I were?
Oh, not tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps not at all ever.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me, darling.
Oh, Sam. Sam.
Oh.
Sam, what is it?
Holy smokes, that perfume again. You got that perfume on your neck.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I can't stand it. I'm getting sick.
Well, it's cherry blossom.
I know it is. Now open the windows, will you? Open them quick.
For heaven's sake, are you crazy? It's named after Cherry Chester.
I know. Well, why don't you do something? Don't stand there like a petrified force. Well, open the window. Can't you see I'm sick?
Well, do you expect me to freeze to death just because you've got a complex or something?
No, I should have told you. But that perfume, I never thought, all this time you've never used it, Sarah. What's that? You would change your clothes, you would take a bath or something, so it...
Oh, I understand now. You've got memories, haven't you? That perfume brings them back.
Yes, but...
Oh, you admit it.
No.
Don't deny it. I can see it in your face.
I'm sick. That's what you see in my face.
Oh, a wedding night, and you're thinking of someone else. Oh, I hate you.
Sarah, I'm going to pass out.
Go on, pass out.
Oh, no,
roll all over the place.
Oh, Sarah,
you can't fool me.
Please, don't leave me here now. Oh.
Clark! Oh, good morning, Mr. Smith. Did you sleep well,
I don't remember. Where's my wife?
Your wife? Oh, why, she's gone, sir.
Gone where?
To New York, sir. She left last night.
Well, where in New York?
She didn't say. I didn't think it was my place to ask. I never interfered.
When's the next train out of here?
The next train? Oh, why, there isn't any.
What?
No, sir. There was a snowslide early this morning. The track's blocked.
All right, well, charter me a plane.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We haven't any airport.
Well, get me something. Get me a dog sled or anything. I've got to get to New York.
Anthony.
Hello, Holbrook.
I didn't expect you back for a week yet. Have a nice trip?
Had a rotten trip.
Oh. How did you like The Simpsons?
Didn't like anybody.
Well, how was the weather?
The weather was foul.
What's the matter, Anthony? Upset stomach?
Now, listen, Holbrook. You've got to help me. Where can I find a girl in this town?
A girl? Why, my wife has a very nice friend.
Oh, no, I don't mean I want to meet a woman. I mean I've met one, the woman, but she's disappeared, vanished, gone.
Oh, well, if you know her name, why don't you try the telephone book?
Well, there are 116 Sarah Browns in the telephone book, all ages, colors, nationalities. I've talked to every one of them. I've searched the city directory. I've been to the Bureau of Missing Persons. I've done everything.
Well, what does she look like?
What does she look like? What does she look like? She's the sweetest, most wonderful, most beautiful girl in the world, Holbrook. Well, now, we've got to find her, Holbrook. If you ever expect me to write another line, you've got to help me find Sarah Brown.
Well, I'll certainly try, but if you've done everything...
What's that yelling about?
Huh? Nothing very important. They found Cherry Chester. She's come back.
Cherry Chester. She's the one I've got to blame for this whole thing, you know. A woman I've never seen has wrecked my whole life.
Here's what Warner Wilson says in Broadway Lowdown. Although Miss Chester refuses to explain her whereabouts for the past few days, your correspondent has it on good authority that there is a certain guide in the Maine woods could shed some light on...
Stop it. I don't want to know about it.
Well, just as you like. The other paper says you're in the sanitarium with the DTs.
Well, I feel like I was. Boise, why do the papers want to hurt me? Why are people so unkind? I've done nothing, at least nothing that concerns them.
You're a public figure, and as such, your life is not your own.
Oh, I've made an awful fizzle of things, haven't I? Things that I always do. I just wanted to get away to be myself. I didn't expect to get myself in a jam. And what a jam I'm in, you'll never know.
I haven't bothered you with any questions, and I won't either.
Oh, thank you, darling. Boise, do you believe in fables?
Fables? I used to.
Well, fables always have a happy ending, don't they?
Always, darling.
Good morning, Sarah. I want to speak to you.
I thought you would, Granny.
Boise, you may leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah, everything is arranged. I've already talked to Horace, and the newspaper men are waiting.
Waiting for what?
For the announcement of your engagement to Horace.
Engagement? But Granny...
My dear, I've gone into the situation quite thoroughly. The immediate announcement of your engagement to Horace is the only step we can take to silence this scandalous gossip.
But, Granny, it's impossible. Why, Granny, suppose I were to tell you that I was already married.
I'd say it was your way of evading an issue.
But I am.
Huh? Who to?
Why, to Sam Smith, that's it.
All right. Who is he? Where did he come from? What did he do?
Well, I don't... Granny has got to believe me.
I'll believe you. Produce him. Where is he?
I don't know. That is, I'm not exactly sure where he is. I'm trying to find him.
Sarah Brown, if you must lie, do it more convincingly. Now, come on. Let's see the reporters and get this thing over with.
Granny, please.
Are you coming with me, or shall I see them alone?
All right, but when I marry Horace and they come and arrest me for bigamy, don't say I didn't warn you.
Fiddlesticks.
Hello, Holbrook. Holbrook, this is Anthony. Find out anything? Oh, well, if they can't locate him, nobody can. Look, Holbrook, I've got to get out of this town. I can't stand it. Get me passage on the first tramp that's sailing. Where? I don't anywhere. Just call me back, will you? I'm at the club. Have them page me in the lobby.
Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Horace.
Why, Sam. I mean, Anthony. It's stupid of me. I never can remember your pen name.
Oh, that's all right, Horace. How have you been?
Oh, fine. Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Congratulate you? What for?
Oh, don't tell me you haven't heard, but the newspapers have been full of it.
Well, I haven't read a paper in weeks.
Oh. Well, I'm going to be married.
Married? Oh, well, that's great.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Are you sick?
No. Just dying. So,
you look awful. I've got it, but you need a little relaxation. You're coming to my New Year's party tomorrow night.
No, thanks. I don't think I can make it.
Oh, I won't take no for an answer. You've got to meet my fiancée. You'll be crazy about her. And she may like you. Of course you're coming. Where's the old college spirit? Little conviviality is just what you need.
Well, Horace, maybe you're right. That's exactly what I need. A seat on the merry-go-round.
Of course I knew it. Meet me at the Club Continental at 10 o'clock.
Club Continental at 10 o'clock.
What was that trick you ordered, sir?
A Sambul slide car.
I think that's got me.
Mean to say you've never heard of Istanbul slide, girl?
No, sir.
I don't know. What kind of a place is it? Where's everybody been for the last 10 years?
Well, I come from Milwaukee myself.
Yeah, well, never mind. Just mix me something strong.
Make mine double. I need it.
Sarah.
Sam, I couldn't believe my eyes.
Sarah Brown.
Sarah Smith. I'm the lady you married, remember?
Oh, yeah. But you look different.
Darling, why didn't you try to find me?
Well, I did. Did you want to be found?
Oh, what do you think?
Oh, I think the world's quite sane and we're completely mad. Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Well, there's a terrace outside.
Come on, quick.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me? I never would have run away from you.
Well, I tried to tell you. I was too sick. Anyway, you wouldn't listen.
I thought it was the memory of some woman you couldn't forget.
On this earth, there's only one woman. And it's you.
Oh, darling, I missed you so.
I was going to drink myself into my grave.
You couldn't, sweetie. You'd have gotten sick.
Yeah, that's right. I know. Tell me, though, you've changed. What's it all about? Your clothes and everything. Where are my freckles? What's happened to Sarah Brown?
Oh, Sammy, there's something we've got to talk over. Something important.
Well, of course, darling. Anytime you want.
Horace. Where did she go?
I don't know. She went toward the bar, then I lost her.
Well, find her. Find her.
I'm looking. I wonder if Anthony's arrived. I did want Sherry and Anthony to meet.
All right. I married Sarah Brown, and now I discover I also married Cherry Chester. So what?
I married Sammy Smith, and I find out that I've also accepted Anthony Emberton. So what?
Sweetheart, we're bigamists. And I love you desperately.
Oh, Anthony. I mean, Sam.
We did have fun, didn't we?
Loads.
And we'll have lots more.
Lots.
And with this inane career of yours, without that to worry you, why, think how happy we'll be.
What?
I said we'll travel the world's highways, we'll explore every hidden byway, we'll do crazy, ridiculous things, we'll live on the moon.
But, Sammy, I'm not retiring from the screen.
Oh, yes, of course you are. That's all settled.
Well, are you giving up writing and exploring?
Oh, no. No, certainly not.
Oh, I see. The woman's place is in the home. Hallelujah.
That's quite true.
Oh, no, it's not.
Well, she certainly has no place on a movie screen making faces for a living. You don't call that acting, do you?
Well, I hope you don't cherish any illusions as to your ability as a writer.
Oh, so you've read my books.
I tried one. I couldn't finish it.
I don't believe it. Which one?
The one where you slide down the 6 pyramids.
There are 9 pyramids.
6.
9.
So I'm not only a bad actress, but a liar.
Now, I never realized how utterly disagreeable you can be.
I never realized you were so righteous and smug.
I just merely said that you were a disagreeable, worthless little brat.
You're a conceited, ill-tempered, impossible beast, and I detest
All right, now you listen to me.
Take your hands off me.
I'll show you.
Oh, just let me get my shoe off and I'll show you.
All right, stand up here. Go on, stand up.
Have you ever been hit on the head with a high heel?
No, and I won't.
That's what you think.
Ooh. Come on, give me that slipper.
Take it.
Now, come on, give me that, will you?
Let me go, you big ape.
Come on, stop kicking here. Stop. Look out. Look out.
Oh, knock me down, will you?
All right, now give me that slipper.
Hello there. Sarah, dear, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Horace.
Is something wrong here?
No, nothing at all.
Oh, Sarah, this is Anthony Amberton, my old friend. Anthony, my fiancé.
Charmed.
Just a minute. Did you say fiancé?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, I see. Well, I really owe you an apology, Miss Chester. You're not only a great actress, but a cheat. For a divorce, I suggest Reno.
Oh. Help me up, Horace.
Oh, Sarah, this is awful. What did he mean about a divorce?
Nothing. Nothing important. Well, where's my shoe?
I think he had it in his hand. Should I go out?
No, let him go. Horace, you're sane, quiet, and soothing, aren't you?
Well, I'm conservative, yes.
Yes, and that's what I want from now on.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock, Sarah.
Oh, Happy New Year, Horace.
Happy New Year.
12 o'clock and Cinderella's lost her slipper.
Of this, please.
I thought I made that clear. I'm looking for Sarah Brown or Cherry Chester or whatever she happens to be calling herself today.
She's not here.
She isn't? Well, I'll look for her myself.
Get out of this house. Get out or I'll have you arrested.
No, I won't. don't think you're frightening me. I've heard all about you, you antediluvian tyrant. Yeah, you don't impress me. I don't see anything so terrifying about you.
Well, what do you want?
What do I want? Do you see this slipper? I want the foot that goes in it. Do you see this marriage certificate? It's a claim check on a girl. A girl about 5'2", red hair, green eyes, face covered with freckles. She's willful, spoiled, has a terrible disposition.
My granddaughter.
My wife.
Your wife? Oh, so you're Sam Smith.
Yeah. Don't hold that against me.
You're very masterful, aren't you? That's just what Sarah needs.
Look, I don't know what she needs, but I need Sarah. Now, where is she?
Thanks to your bad temper and, well, my stupidity, your wife is catching the 11 o'clock train for Reno, where in due time she expects to marry Horace Van Steeden.
Well, wait a minute. I've got to stop her.
How?
Well, I don't know, but...
Wait. I have some influence in this town. Boy, see? Get me the police department.
Hurry, Sarah.
I'm hurrying, Horace.
There he is, officer. Stop. There he is. Stop.
Oh, hello, Sam.
Thought you'd sneak out of town, eh? Here he is, officer.
Come along, you. Hello, wait, what have I done?
No, none of that. Come on, Benny.
Benny?
Boston, Benny. We know you. Escaped from Altoona a year ago.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I've never been in... what'd you say?
Altoona.
In Altoona in my life. Have I, Sarah?
What's the use? They've got you dead to rights this time, Benny.
Sarah!
Come along, Benny.
Oh, wait, this is a horrible mistake. You can't... What?
Oh, Sarah.
Oh, Sammy.
Darling, let's talk things over.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ends Act 3 of The Moon's Our Home. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars will be back for their curtain call. And now, let me remind you that this is our very last offer of the Lux Flakes Gone with the Wind brooch, the one designed from the exquisite pin worn in the movie Gone with the Wind. You'd better send your order in immediately, or it may be too late for you to own one of these stunning jewelry pieces.
And they really are stunning. So many of my friends have remarked about mine, especially about how rich and expensive looking it is. But, well, the thing I like best is how lovely it looks on many different outfits, from a tailored suit to an evening dress. I think my Gone with the Wind brooch is one of the nicest presents I ever gave myself. And it certainly is the biggest bargain.
Sally is right. This brooch does make a beautiful present for yourself or to give to your friends, and yet it costs so little. It's entirely different from the Scarlett O'Hara brooch we offered last fall, even lovelier. It's round and big, almost 2 inches in diameter, with an antique-style gold finish and a lovely cluster of simulated turquoise and pearls in the center, the kind of jewelry piece that every woman loves, because it's not only beautiful in itself, it's fashion right. Now, here's how to get this wonderful bargain. Listen carefully, please, because this is the last time we are making this offer. First, buy a big box of Lux Flakes. You'll need this to take care of all nice washables, stockings, underthings, sweaters, and dresses. Next, tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box and mail it with your name and address and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, you'll get an illustrated order blank for matching jewelry pieces. Ring, pendant, bracelet, earrings. All amazing bargains. But don't delay. Now remember, send the opening tab from a big box of Lux Flakes, 15 cents in coin, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Once more, the spotlight turns to Carol Lombard and Jimmy Stewart as they come back to this microphone.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, the thing I like about this Lux Radio Theater is the way everything runs so perfectly. Never a miss anywhere.
Say, you're not going to play the accordion now, are you, Jimmy?
Oh, no, I didn't bring it tonight. I should have been applause there. Now, this is no place for my accordion. Why, even the boys and girls that collect autographs at the door won't take just anything. For instance, there was that girl who stopped me on the way in tonight.
You surely didn't disappoint us, Jimmy.
Oh, no, I signed, and then I asked her what she was going to do with it, and she said, well, if I can get Carol on board when the show's over, why, I know where I can trade both of you for Clark Gable.
I'll have to speak to her. She can't make a bad bargain like that.
Oh, now, be polite, Carol. I might have to take back my autograph.
But seriously, Mr. DeMille, I have enjoyed very much coming back to Lux Radio Theater. Well, in the past few months, I think you've really taken on a new assignment here. All entertainment is at premium now, and anything that lifts us out of the everyday routine for an hour or so is what we need at a time like this. America must be strong, and we must keep it free by making it stronger still. While we're all working toward that end, to the limit of our strength, we need the emotional outlet that a theater like this provides.
Let me show you a little of our mail sometime, Carol, and you'll understand why we think of this as a national theater.
Oh, what's going on in it next week, Mr. DeMille?
Plenty of action, Jimmy. Our play is Johnny Apollo, and our stars are Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, and Burgess Meredith. Johnny Apollo is the story of a father and son who lost faith in each other, and of a girl named Lucky who brought them together again. Next Monday night, you'll hear Edward Arnold as the father, Burgess Meredith as the son, and Dorothy Lamour as the girl named Lucky. The 20th Century Fox picture made a hit on the screen, and I have a distinct premonition it will do the same for us.
Well, that's a great story, Mr. DeMille, and you have a swell cast. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Our stage doormat has welcome on it for you two anytime. Good night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, and Burgess Meredith in Johnny Apollo. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, the nation is celebrating Boy Scout Week, the 31st anniversary of the Boy Scout movement in America. Today, 1.5 million scouts are training for democracy as active members of this great organization. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join the Lux Radio Theater in saluting the Boy Scouts of America. James Stewart appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently seen in this studio's production, Come Live With Me. Carol Lombard's current screen hit is Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the RKO production, which was directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Heard in tonight's play were Clara Blondick as Lucy, Verna Felton as Boycie, Hans Conried as Horace, Lou Merrill as Holbrook, Charles Seal as Justice of the Peace, Ralph Sedan as Abner, Stanley Farrar as Coachman, Gloria Blondell as Hilda, James Heagles as Hotel Clerk, Jack Carr as Porter, Celeste Rush as Miss Manning, and Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Simpson. The brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Flakes, was designed from one worn and gone with the wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair bring you one of America's favorite stars of the screen, Jimmy Stewart.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair presents your Theater of Romance from Hollywood. Tonight, the curtain rises on your Theater of Romance
and its production of a most successful Broadway play that became a most successful Hollywood picture. Here is your play, S.N. Berman's No Time for Comedy, and here is your star, Jimmy Stewart. Gaylord Easterbrook, once country farm boy, now literary charm boy. You've probably seen his plays, laughed at his witticisms, quoted his bon mot. Well, like the comedian who wants to play Hamlet, playwright Easterbrook now wants to write serious drama. And here he is, sweating over something profound and stirring. Ah, but Gay has an inspiration. Yes, a lovely inspiration. And she's standing right beside him.
Amanda?
Yes, Gay.
I've got it.
Oh, Gay, darling.
The whole thing's come to me. I've been struggling for days, for weeks, and now I've got it.
Yes.
You've given it to me. You adorable, wonderful creature. There's something about you, Amanda, some magic.
What is it, darling?
Well, I think it's just the kind of thing you've been wanting me to work on. Something with a message.
Yes.
It's a fantasy about a world in which suddenly no babies are being born anymore. Do you know what's happened to the babies? They've organized, refused to be born until the world reforms and becomes a better place to live in.
Oh, that's great.
Can you see what happens down here on Earth, Amanda?
What?
Diplomats meeting in world conclaves, masses of people praying and gathering in the streets, scientists going hysterical in their laboratories. No babies, though. But no babies at all.
Oh, I think it's delightful.
Oh,
wonderful.
I can just see the whole first act already. The world's leaders are in conference, desperate, puzzled.
Yes.
And then a big white bird, some kind of a bird, appears at the window.
Yes.
He carries a message. The babies will come to terms and to Earth only if the people of the world will guarantee them that there'll be no more killing, no more poverty, no more misery.
Oh.
The statesmen announce that the world must vote. Either there will be babies again, or the present civilization will die without hearing the happy laughter of little children. The statesmen sit there, waiting, wondering. What will the people decide? Slowly the curtain descends. First act.
Oh, Gay, it's perfectly beautiful. And important, too. Very important.
Gosh, when I think of the kind of things I've always written before.
Yes, those sophisticated drawing room comedies, full of froth and nothing.
Oh, well, I wouldn't exactly say that. They must have had something that made people laugh, made me rich.
Oh, well, of course, they were slick, Gay. But what I meant was...
Yeah, all right, darling. That was just my ego rising to the bait.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, Amanda, you're so exactly what a writer needs.
Oh, Gay, darling.
Yeah. So it's getting kind of late here. What do I do with my hat? It's time for me to get home to my wife.
Hello, dear.
Hi, darling.
You sound fresh.
Oh, no.
Work today?
No.
Try?
Tried a little, couldn't.
Want to tell me about it?
Why, no, Linda. Whatever this one's going to turn out to be, I'll worry it through alone.
Hey, mister, you sound awfully serious.
Well, maybe for a change, I ought to be.
Don't tell me the debonair Mr. Easterbrook suddenly wants to mount a pulpit.
Now, Linda, I just can't go on saying nothing.
Oh, why not, when you always say it so charmingly?
Look, Linda, I can't go on talking about nothing more than boy meets girl. Not these days.
You underestimate yourself. Really, Gay, your plays are fun. They're gallant and witty, and occasionally they're touching. Write another, for heaven's sake, and for my sake.
Oh, Linda. Linda, why do you put up with me?
No choice.
Well, lots of choice.
For instance?
Well, anybody.
Don't like him.
No, you're a fool.
Mm-hmm.
If you had any sense, you'd quit.
Oh, no. At least not until you buy my dinner.
Are you folks all through?
Yes, waiter, all through.
True.
What's the matter, Linda?
Just that our waiter asked the question that's been on my mind.
Well, what are you talking about?
Gay, are we all through?
Oh, now, please, Linda, let's not go into fundamentals tonight. I'm in no mood for it. I'm low, sunk, bored with myself.
Perhaps that just means you're bored with me.
Now, darling, don't be self-effacing. It doesn't become a beautiful young actress.
How would you like me to be?
Well, a little less all-seeing, a little less all-wise, a little less clairvoyant.
I am right, then, in assuming that we're washed up.
Now, Linda, don't you think you're driving pretty hard? You know, sometimes by prophesying, you make the undesirable come true.
Not quite. No, I should think it would take a little help from the outside. But I imagine I'm getting it.
What'd you say?
Shall we dance?
What was meant by that dark innuendo?
There's nothing dark about it. It's as clear as crystal.
Clear as a crystal ball which you've been gazing into again.
Would you like to know exactly what I saw?
Well, might as well have it with music.
I saw a man once content to make people laugh, and to laugh himself. And then I saw the man change. Saw him come home cold sober, but staggering.
Well, I thought you said he was cold sober.
Oh, but now he was staggering under the weight of the world. Suddenly concerned with cosmic misery. What is it, Gay? Miss Cosmic Misery, or perhaps Mrs.?
Linda, in case you don't know it, you're making me furious.
Darling, in case you don't know it, you're attracting attention.
And let me tell you something else. What you so airily refer to as my sudden concern for cosmic misery happens to be just not as sudden at all.
I think we'd better dance.
I think we'd better go.
I'll get my coat.
Mr. Easterbrook.
Yeah?
Your wife dropped this purse.
Oh, thanks.
Unless I'm mistaken, this card fell out of it. I thought it might be of some importance.
Card? Oh, Philo Smith.
Something wrong, sir?
Why, she's been talking to Amanda's husband.
Who, sir?
My little crystal gazer.
Are you feeling all right, sir?
She hasn't been crystal gazing at all.
Could I get you an aspirin, sir?
She's been spying on me. Spying.
Perhaps if you had another drink, sir, she might go away.
Listen while Joe Burton gives his wife a spot of bad news.
Molly, I didn't get the promotion. Mr. Brown hired a chap from the outside.
Oh, Joe. Why, I thought for sure you'd get that job.
Yeah, so did I. Well, I guess I don't know how to blow my own trumpet.
That's not the reason. It was a little breath of trouble. I mean unpleasing breath that put the bee on Joe. If ever there was a case for Colgate tooth powder, this is it. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. It happens to thousands without their knowing, marks them down socially, brings them unhappiness, and they seldom suspect the real reason. Don't let that breath of trouble catch up with you. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove that Colgate tooth powder, in 7 cases out of 10, instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning, money can't buy a dentifrice that will clean your teeth better or quicker than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder. And now, Colgate tooth powder and Halo shampoo bring you the second act of No Time for Comedy, starring Jimmy Stewart. Gaylord Easterbrook has fled right back to Amanda's comforting charms. To Amanda Smith, who devotes her life to messing up others, who has a passion for misguidance and men. Now watch her at work.
Poor Gay. I really think you'll be more comfortable in this chair.
Oh, you do?
And I'm sure you'll like this brandy.
Oh, well?
Mm-hmm. Now a little music. You know, it soothes the savage beast.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it really does.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Amanda, I'm not very savage.
Oh, you're much more savage than you give yourself credit for. A good kind of savageness against injustice and misery. Only the curious thing is...
What?
This savageness, this indignation,
Well, how is it they've never gotten into your plays before?
Well, if my plays are trivial, perhaps it's because I am.
Oh, no, darling.
Perhaps one expresses oneself in spite of oneself. One's unconscious forces one to. One must have read that somewhere.
Jay, don't joke about it. The truth is, you permitted yourself to be diverted by circumstances.
What circumstances?
I'm afraid you'll misunderstand me.
No, I'm in no position to misunderstand you. You're not my wife.
Very well. The circumstance that you've been married to a very successful actress of comedy. And that you've written your plays not to express yourself, but to express her.
By the way, Amanda, I haven't told Linda about the play yet.
You coward.
No, she's been waiting 6 months for a play by me. Now, how can I tell her there's no part for her in my new one? Unless, of course, she wants to wear diapers or something.
Don't you think she might guess about the play? You know, sometimes women are rather...
Clairvoyant? No, I'm not very worried about Linda's clairvoyant powers anymore. But I am a little worried about the play. Do you really like the way I have it outlined, Amanda?
Oh, it's superb. You know it is.
No, I'm not so sure. Somehow I have a horrible suspicion that it may only be a one-act idea.
Oh, don't be discouraged, darling. I have faith in the idea. And in you.
Oh, thank you, Amanda. Oh, you're a sweetheart. And maybe you're right. Maybe my idea does have suspense. What will the people do about the babies? How will they vote? What will those politicians tell the babies? What will I tell your husband, whom I just heard come in?
Good evening, Philo. You know Mr. Easterbrook, don't you?
I've seen his comedies. Hilarious. Oh, Linda, come on in. Amanda, you know Mrs. Easterbrook, don't you?
Mrs. Easterbrook?
You've seen her in my comedies. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Gay. Mr. Smith invited me over to play backgammon. Only perhaps he should have called from downstairs to give you a chance to hide in the library.
Yeah, I don't mind hiding in a bedroom, but hiding in a library is kind of dry.
If you'll excuse me, I'll go fetch the backgammon board. Don't go away, Linda.
No. Make yourself at home, Mrs. Easterbrook.
Thank you, darling. I'll take my cue from you.
It was good of you to come, Mrs. Easterbrook. Really.
It was nice of you to have me, Mr. Smith. Really.
Oh, now, come, girls, really. Now, look, Linda, I refuse to make explanations since you're here spying on me. However, I happen
to... Gay, I only came to play backgammon.
However, I happen to be here working on a new play.
Well, that's fine, Gay. But why the change of environment? You trying to save rent on your office?
Linda, this has nothing to do with my office. As a matter of fact, this play is kind of different. I wanted to tell you about it before, only
Only what, Gay? Why didn't you?
Well, it wasn't easy. You see, this play is kind of...
I know. Different.
Did I say that?
Well, Gay, darling, perhaps I can be of help. That is, if your wife won't misunderstand my motives.
But I assure you I won't. I'll understand it perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, I think Gay found it difficult to tell you about this play because, first, well, there's no part in it for you. What's that? That's so silly.
You really don't mind, Linda?
Why not, as long as it's a good play, darling. But go on, Mrs. Smith. What's the second reason?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can handle that. You see, Linda, it isn't anything like the things I've done before. I was afraid you wouldn't be, sympathetic.
Oh, why shouldn't I be? Oh, you know, Gay, I'm really hurt.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Easterbrook. So terribly sorry.
Come off it, Mandy. Come clean. I wish you could teach me this technique. All this pastel theorizing, all this wonderful dim lighting for sex.
Oh, I understand everything now.
Doggone it, I wish I did.
Gay, don't you see? You've told me how you feared her critical faculty, her pitiless clarity.
Oh, now take it easy, Amanda. You make her sound like an X-ray.
Well, she is. She shriveled you.
Shriveled me?
Being 6'3", he could stand it.
I mean in his soul. You don't believe in anything but empty laughter. You're merciless and destructive. And I hate you. I hate you.
Amanda.
Oh, brother. Besides all that, she can cry.
Linda, I wish I could think of another way of saying it, but this is the end.
Isn't that a bit summary?
I just can't stand it anymore. Your beautiful superiority. Why, you can't even be humanly jealous.
That's what you think.
I hate your detachment. I hate your coolness. I hate your destructive, critical nature.
You've acquired Mandy's vocabulary. Pity. So cliché.
Linda, I'm going to marry Amanda.
Why, my blessing.
You think I'm joking?
No, I don't, Gay. Only what I want to know is why. I simply can't believe you're in love with her.
Nevertheless, I am. I'm madly in love with her.
Would you love me, Gay, if I praised you for qualities you haven't got? Would you love me if I could cry? I'll practice.
Always clear, always articulate,
always helpless against women like her. Oh, Gay, what can I do?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can pity us for this childish emotion that we're involved. You don't need me. You don't need anyone. You're self-sufficient.
Gay, what is it? You're miserable. But this isn't the ecstasy of newfound love.
Yes, it is. And now, don't try and put your arms around me. Don't come near me. No. Oh, Linda, why don't you leave me alone? Why don't you go home?
Well, I found the board. Backgammon, anybody?
Hello. Oh, Amanda. No, he isn't here. You mean you haven't seen him either? Oh, afraid you'll just have to get used to these little disappearances. You find Gay elusive as a lover, as a husband, he's practically non-existent. Oh, but I have heard from him. Yeah, he sent over the outline of the play. I'm reading it now. Yes, I was surprised myself. I really didn't feel... Just a minute. Well, hello, Gay. This call is for you. Amanda.
Oh, where is she?
Downstairs in the bar.
Oh, I'll tell her I'll be down as soon as I've packed.
Amanda, it's Gay. He'll be down as soon as he's packed. Yes, I know, Amanda. You're sorry. Terribly sorry.
Linda, about last night, it isn't the way you think. I slept at the office.
Oh, that's rather unimportant now, isn't it, Gay?
Linda.
Yes, Gay?
Have you, all right. Have you read it?
Oh, the play. Yes, I have.
Well, come on, give.
It's not easy to say in a word.
If you lie to me, I'll break your neck.
I was very touched, Gay, by your sending it to me.
Oh, the devil with that. Go on, say it's terrible.
Oh, you couldn't write anything terrible. But
what?
This whole subject, Gay, it doesn't seem to be your dish.
Uh-huh. You mean I haven't made it come off?
It isn't that. It just seems so far afield for you, like you're reaching. However, reading your outline gave me an idea.
I wish I had one.
You have. You're right in the middle of one. Mandy and me.
Mandy and you what?
Write a play about Mandy and me. The two opposite types of women in the life of a man. The builder-upper and the breaker-downer.
Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, I got it. The critical faculty versus the clinging vine. What every woman knows in reverse, huh? Yeah. A playwright.
A brilliant playwright.
A brilliant guy. Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah. He's caught between 2 points of view, 2 women. Which one wins out in the end?
Which one does he stay with?
Well, suppose the play he wrote under the builder-upper's influence were a great success.
Then the breaker-downer would be sunk.
But if the play stank...
The breaker-downer would still be sunk because the man would never forgive her for being right.
Oh, no. Now you're not giving the playwright any credit. You're making him blind, naive, stupid. Oh, that's right. That's me.
Oh, Gay.
Why, Linda, do you know, I can see a wonderful part in this new play for you. Gosh, I'm certainly glad I thought of it.
Hello? Oh, yes. Just a moment, please. Mandy. She's getting impatient.
Well, what for? What does she mean calling me like this? Spying on me? Tell her I'm busy. Tell her I'm writing a new play. Tell her...
No, darling. You tell her.
Uh-oh. Well, how am I going to... Okay. I guess I'm going to have to say it sooner or later.
Yes, you certainly are.
After all, it'll be the curtain line to your last act.
Give me that phone. Hello? Amanda? Say, Mandy, a very funny thing just happened. I just thought of my wife just thought of a whale of an idea for a new play, and I'm afraid it's going to make a great comedy.
James Stewart, star of tonight's presentation of the Joel Malone Stanley Rubin adaptation of No Time for Comedy, will return to my microphone in just a moment.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For soap shampoos, leave a film on your hair. But Halo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. The very first time you use Halo, you'll notice your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The deep, full, natural color and luster comes sparkling through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff, grease, and dirt. Needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film. Nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair join in a warm welcome to Jimmy Stewart and a sincere thank you for his performance as the star of No Time for Comedy. We're looking forward to your return to the screen in the Frank Capra Liberty production, It's a Wonderful Life, Jim.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be on stage for the Theater of Romance. It looks like your regular customers are in for a great holiday lineup. Next week, Bob Walker returns in Penny Serenade. Then, Bob Taylor makes his first radio appearance since his discharge from the Navy. He'll star in Magnificent Obsession. The week after that, one of my favorite friends, Suzanne Peters, joins up with Van Johnson in Love Affair. Well, thanks again. See you soon. Good night. Good listening.
Bulletin for the future. Next week, Charles Vander's production of Theater of Romance, the Colgate Tooth Powder and Halo Shampoo, stars Robert Walker in Penny Serenade, to be followed by Robert Taylor in Magnificent Obsession and Van Johnson and Susan Peters in Love Affair. Keep a date with Theater of Romance for all the weeks to come. You'll always hear your favorite stars. These presentations of Theater of Romance come to you because of your enthusiastic recognition of Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair. This is your host saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, romance.
Ladies and gentlemen, they finished their job. By they, I mean the men who fought and the men who fell in the war. Now let's finish our job. Let us support the one last big bond drive. $11 billion are needed for bringing men home and the rehabilitation of veterans, for other vital expenses which have directly grown out of the war. Remember, victory bonds are a profitable investment. They pay you back at maturity $4 for every $3 you invest. Buy a victory bond tomorrow. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.